Hi, everybody.
Shady House.
Good morning. Good morning. What's up? Warren gets a belt today. Congratulations to Warren. We are up in here. And in fact, you were the first person to be up in here today.
What's up, everybody?
What's up, Russ Dog?
Good morning, everybody. Does everyone have,
Yes,
all of
Good
their
morning.
fingers and whatnot? Are we all good? I hope everyone stayed safe.
Yeah.
I didn't light any fireworks this weekend.
I actually didn't either. So.
Hey, do you know what I did? Oh, you know what? I will tell you on the air. Save it for the air.
Sounds good. Warren, Zabo, Curtis, Sacktown Tony, Michael.
What up, gang?
What's that? Kings fan. Kyron. Miss Mac 10.
Local guys
Local
here?
guy.
That's so huge. That's so big for us. What's up, Miss Mac?
I saw something
Shout out,
about
Manny.
local guy doing the
Hey.
meet and greet and not refunding. Wow, local guy. The free meet and greet and not
that's-
refunding any of it.
Wow, that's crazy.
Johnny G, Will,
Hey,
Cool Raul.
somebody said good morning to you and not from me.
Yeah.
I'm going to block that person.
No. Shout out, Manny. He's good with me.
Yeah, no, man. It's
Shout out, Eric.
up hail season. What's up, Eric? Cool, Raul. Did I say hi to Johnny G? God damn, Will. Jesus.
Oh,
It's
well,
better than 10 fingers and no eye, right?
Hey, that's a great point.
What's up, Spencer? What?
Damn.
I said hi to Kyron too earlier.
Kyron just firing shots. That's nuts. What's up, Katrina? What's up, Sat Kings 95?
What's up, Chris? Shout out, Oxnard.
What up, what up? Shout out to Chris's Halos.
there goes Kevin running by.
Yep, heard it. What up, Bryce?
Very, I got it.
No
We need
problem.
to teach him to use all of his feet, not just. He runs very flat-footed. It's
Yeah.
very odd.
Oh, we'll talk about it for sure. What's up, Stevie B? Yeah, I forgot to put out a tweet. That's fine. I'm fighting for my life today, guys.
Yeah, Kyle's not feeling it, so it's all hands on deck, people. We're going to need you today, Chatty House. What's up, Matt 1?
Good morning, David.
What I'm at.
What's up, Dr. David? David Jackson.
I need you to figure out. We're good. Oh, good morning, everybody. A very happy Monday to you. No James Ham today. He's on vacation. He's going to Cabo. In for James Ham, Jesse Tapia, producer for D-Lo and Casey. And, of course, Joe Brazil riding alongside for the next couple hours right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Everybody in YouTube and Twitch and in the chatty house, youtube.com/ESPN 1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. You can find the simulcast of the radio program right there. Good morning to everybody who's watching us and hanging out in the chatty house. If you're listening on 1320 AM or 98.5 FM HD2, salute. Good morning. We appreciate you. And if you are listening on one of the many apps that you can now listen to ESPN 1320 on, that's the Insiders. That's D-Lo and KC. You can catch us on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. If you're listening there, hello. And if you're listening to the podcast, the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show, along with D-Lo and KC, available wherever you get your podcasts. If you're listening on the pod, hope the future is going well. Hope everybody had a safe and effective and happy 4th of July weekend.
I stayed inside, so it was very safe.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
How was the fireworks situation at the crib?
It was so I got a dog. He's about a year and some change old or whatever, year and a couple months.
Second 4th of July for him.
Yeah, second 4th of July. Shout out to Crystal, my fiance or whatever. Not or whatever. I don't know why I did that. But either way, like we heard the fireworks. That's just how I talk for some reason. But we heard the fireworks and Coco, his name. Coco was like starting to like freak out a little bit. And she's like, nope, we're gonna start playing fireworks for you inside the house. So you just get used to it. And we ran the fireworks for him. He was good the rest of the night.
Whoa, that's
lit
really
fireworks
smart.
inside the crib?
We didn't do fireworks inside the crib, but you played the little YouTube sounds. So it was just
yeah,
she's got it on the phone.
So he
and
gets
like
used to the
he
ambient
gets
noise.
used
That's
to it.
brilliant.
Yeah, so
That
we
is-
did that when he was a puppy too the first year, and he was fine. So that's kind of
so
how we
smart.
deal with it. We're just gonna throw you into the pool and hope you swim. And he swam.
That's so smart. I have no idea how my cats handled it. I was in Sacramento for 4th of July and just left them at home with their automatic feeder on. But
Yeah.
that's cats. That's why I have cats. They're super easy to take care of. I had a torta for the first time ever this weekend.
No, not the
like-
first
Swear
time
to God.
ever.
Swear to God.
The first time ever,
It's the first time ever.
bro. Those are like
I've
that's
been
like
eating,
my thing.
I love Mexican food. I've been eating
Oh,
Mexican
yeah.
food my whole life. There's always taco, burrito, enchilada.
Oh no, I always go
Chilaquiles
torta
in there.
first.
It's amazing. I'll
Yeah, no,
never
it's
not
perfect.
get a torta at a place ever again.
Oh yeah, it'll change your life.
There's a torta place in Oakley, and when I went, I got tacos.
Mhm.
I was like, I don't know, it's just a sandwich. No, it's not just a sandwich.
No,
It's
no,
delicious.
no, yeah, oh, yeah.
It's
It's so
delicious.
different. Shout out Malborn, had one as well. I'm so
So-
happy for you right now.
Dude, absolutely, it was great. I had two.
Oh yeah, too.
Yeah.
Shout out.
Yeah, my buddy Nate, salute.
Did
Got
it have beans in it?
yeah.
Oh yeah, you
Yeah,
go to the right spot.
I
then.
slapped because I'm not a mayonnaise guy. I
Yeah.
don't like mayonnaise. If Joe Brazil said, "Hey guys, lunch on me today. I ordered a bunch of sandwiches. They're coming," and they had mayonnaise on it, I would eat it. I'm not gonna reject it, but I'm not gonna choose to put mayonnaise on a thing. So I just slapped refried beans on it.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Oh yeah.
It was so good. My salute to the homie Nate, and we'll get to the Kings. I promise. A lot of stuff didn't happen over the weekend, which of course we got to get to. But the homie Nate bought a bunch of carnitas. The homie Frank brought over some al pastor. Amazing, so good.
Yeah. It's a big moment for you. It's a turning
was
point. It's a
huge,
turning
dude.
point in your life.
Yeah, it was an all-time great 4th of July.
Yeah. That's fire.
for
Good stuff.
for me.
How was your 4th of July, Joe?
It was pretty good. Yeah. I mean, I got out, went to my buddy's house. I guess we're starting to grow up now because my buddy has a house and, a
That's big time.
barbecue.
It's
and
usually how it
fed
goes,
us
yeah.
and crazy, right? I know. And we swam, nothing too crazy. I tried to stay.
You and your friends seem like the fireworks type of guys.
Yes.
Like you're gonna
absolutely.
light them and be as dangerous as possible with
Yeah,
it.
you guys still shooting bottle rockets at each other and stuff like that?
1,000%.
Okay,
You guys are
not-
playing baseball with bottle rockets.
Not this year, sadly.
Don't do that, by the way.
Yeah,
we
1,000%
don't
don't
condone
do
that.
that.
Don't do that.
Don't
I've
do
never
that
done
even
that
a
in my
little-
life.
Don't even do that a small amount.
Yes.
I may or may not have been the guy though that was constantly saying like, I'm trying to make this more fun. Like, let's go have fun.
Oh,
Like,
Joe's the instigator. He's
Joe,
just,
that's
yeah,
classic
all right.
Joe.
But
Everybody's trying to safely set off fireworks, and Joe's like, "What
Just
if we
nah.
put one
What if we
in
lit
the
this?
mailbox?
Yeah. What if we lit this inside?
Let's play a game. Everybody lights the same firework at the same time, and then whoever drops it last is the winner."
yeah,
Yeah.
there you go. The loser. Really, realistically.
we had a fireworks incident when I was a kid at my house in Modesto, and that was the last fireworks show we ever did at my house.
Yeah, dude. I've just always been paranoid. I don't,
Shout out to my
I
dad. He
don't
knows what
rock
I'm talking
it.
about.
If you're a pro fireworks person, and in Rosemont where I was on Friday night, it was insane.
Yeah.
It was, you know how like the fireworks will be loud for a little bit, but then there'll be like a reprieve, and then you'll hear the off couple, like 1 or 2. Nah, it was like 2 hours straight.
Yeah, Sacramento used to be crazy. It was just 3 a.m. Just fireworks till 3 a.m.
I can't
Now I
imagine-
feel like it's kind of died down lately.
I can't imagine what
Last
it's
few
like
years.
in places where fireworks are legal.
Yeah,
That's
I
a
never
really
even
good
thought about
point.
that.
Yeah, me
I
neither.
bet it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I was talking to the cashier at Trader Joe's because that's the thing I do. And they said, she was like, "Yeah, I'm going to Wyoming to visit family over the holidays." And I was like, "That's a weird thing. Nobody lives there." And she goes, "Yeah, my family's there, and there's no fireworks restrictions, so it's always a huge night on their street because people are still obsessed with fireworks in the year 2025."
yeah, fireworks
Yes.
are cool. I feel like fireworks are
There-
cool if you got like your family
I'm down.
with you and stuff
I'm
like
down
that.
on fireworks.
Like if you got like the kids around stuff like that, yeah, you do fireworks.
Yeah,
But,
kids.
like, me, I wasn't
kids
really
in on
tripping.
fireworks, fine. But
Me-
when
me,
it's
4th of July
me and a
comes-
bunch of 30-year-olds, we're not gonna go set
Like
off
4th of
fireworks.
July
Come on.
comes, I'm like less worried about fireworks. I'm like, okay, do we want to barbecue this weekend? Or
Yeah,
what's going on?
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, that's fair. I was excited about the food. Don't get me wrong. And I'm not, I'm still young.
Joe, were
I'm
you at?
still
Hold on,
young.
Joe. Were you at a fireworks booth at some point before?
I didn't buy any fireworks. I actually didn't light a single firework off. I swear,
really
too.
proud of you. I'm really
So,
proud
shout
of
out,
you.
Joe.
too.
I appreciate that.
Salute. All right. We got some NBA news this morning. We'll loop in the Sacramento Kings. Of course, that's Jesse Tapia, Joe Brazil over there. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders, and we're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're hanging out with you until noon. Okay, so from this morning, we had a pretty significant trade go down. A 3-team deal involving the Miami Heat, the LA Clippers, and the Utah Jazz, featuring, if we're building a team of trade candidates for the Kings, I think John Collins is the starting power forward.
Oh yeah, John Collins is the leader of this team.
He is on the Mount Rushmore of guys who have recently been involved in trade rumors with the Kings.
Brother John Collins' name has been thrown around like the last 4 years.
Is John Collins, Cam Johnson? Do you get them? Do you not? Are they worth it? Or are they not? John Collins no longer available. He's going to the Los Angeles Clippers. The Clippers dealt Norm Powell, near All-Star, to Miami. Miami sends to Utah Kevin Love, Kyle Anderson, and a 2027 second-round pick. So I'm going to pour one out for the John Collins to Sacramento talk.
Yeah, Good
It's a
riddance,
bummer.
by the way. Not to John Collins, but to the talk.
Yeah, man. I was just
I was
always
never-
here was my thing. And when you change front offices, it's gonna alter how your team views players. Maybe Monty McNair and Mike Brown were not big on John Collins. Maybe Scott Perry and Doug Christie were.
Yeah.
But that it never happened. It always felt like, and this is what the Jonathan Kuminga thing feels like. Like, yeah, we'll take John Collins off your hands, but we're going to give you pennies for it.
Mhm.
And for whatever reason, Danny Ainge just decided to torpedo his best assets. Are they tanking or are they not? They tried to do the Jazz did the thing that the Kings need to be cognizant of not doing. The Jazz did the thing where they went, okay, we got Lauri Markkanen, we got John Collins, we got Colin Sexton, who we believe in, we have Keontae George, who we believe in, Walker Kessler, who we believe in. This is a good core group, and we're going to thread the needle between rebuilding and not. And then they just tanked full out, and in the process, torpedoed Colin Sexton's value. They got almost nothing back for him. John Collins, we were talking about last year. Are you including first-round picks in a deal for John Collins?
Yeah, now you get Kevin Love, who you're probably going to buy out. Shout out Slow-Mo Kyle Anderson, and then a second-round pick.
And a second for John Collins. This is a guy that we were like, hey, you got to go get this guy. So this is what, as we dissect the Kings offseason and go through the Kings offseason, this is where I'm terrified of the Kings getting. Where they're not going to fully tear it down to rebuild. Whether they want to or can or can't, it doesn't look like anything's going to happen.
Yeah, not this offseason at least.
And so do you run the risk of, hey, maybe this offseason, if you would shop Domantas Sabonis, maybe you're not getting everything you want for him, but you know what? You're probably getting a couple of firsts.
And that, to me, that's perfect. Like,
right.
Maybe.
I don't know. Maybe
if you could. I'm the same line of thinking or whatever, but I don't know. Maybe that just wasn't out there for him.
Yes.
I don't want to just jump out there and be like, oh, yeah, you should have did that. Like, just the way I see it, the way it's been talked, this just seems like there was no market for any of these players.
And you run the risk of getting where Utah is.
Yeah.
Where I don't think the Kings will ever be that bad because I don't think they're going to sit guys randomly for 40 games with hip issues that don't exist. But landing in that spot where all of a sudden you're going to the full rebuild and the teardown that you were trying to avoid, but now you're doing so with vastly depreciated assets.
Well, that and like Utah just kind of set themselves back again, I feel. Like you tanked, didn't get Cooper Flagg and all that. Now you moved on from Colin Sexton, you moved on from John Collins and all that. Lauri Markkanen's still around, so who knows what you get for that.
And it's not that those are bad players, but it wasn't getting them where they wanted to go. And so I really fear, and again, I also living in the gray area, I also feel like this could wind up being where this Kings kind of journey under Scott Perry leads them, where they're just not ever quite able to get back the value for the assets that they're sending out. And in 2028, 2029, whatever year it is, we're sitting here, Domantas Sabonis is gone, Zach LaVine's gone, DeMar DeRozan is way out of the league, and you're sitting here on a okay set of draft picks and no real significant assets to catalyze whatever this rebuild is.
That's kind of where I feel like your line of thinking right there is why I feel like they should have moved on from DeRozan this offseason. Like I get you want to keep him around for the culture and all that, but also like what's he doing after next season? Like, what are you doing with that? Like, are you getting any assets for that? And maybe the plan is to win this season and kind of start a rebuild next year, but that's just all in theory type stuff.
Is that a plan though for this season?
I have no clue. It seems like right now they're just going to run it back with Dennis Schroder. It seems like that's the plan.
Which they still haven't done, by the way. That deal has not been consummated yet.
His agency tweeted it out yesterday, no?
Did they?
Which some agencies, an agency tweeted it out. James Ham retweeted it and all that, but I'm not, like, nothing got announced yet.
They might have agreed to the deal.
Yeah.
Did they say he signed the deal?
I'd have to double check the tweet, but I don't know. That whole situation, we're still kind of waiting on it to be finished, I guess.
Yeah, it's a scary place to be. Because you tried to skip the rebuilding steps and ostensibly wasted a bunch of years.
See, but I'm going to give him some time. I see where you're at and all that, but I'm going to give him some time because I like going into it seemed like, all right, no one's going to want LaVine or whatever.
I would have been shocked if they were able to trade Zach LaVine and receive genuine assets.
Yes, like you're not going to be able to trade LaVine. Sabonis, I'm not sure. Sometimes it feels like he's a king for the life, and sometimes it seems like, oh, they're going to move on from him or whatever. It's just always fluctuating. So you're not moving on from him. DeMar's a culture guy. And it's just, I think just hearing that these guys really don't have value, but also seeing that they're going after Kuminga, I think is kind of encouraging for me.
Is it?
Yes, because he's actually trying though. He's trying to make something out of nothing. I feel.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if you're gonna land Kuminga. Like who knows? Like it's you hear one
We'll
thing or
talk
the
about
other.
it.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a bit. But you go back to the last regime or whatever, and it's like, oh, they couldn't do anything, blah blah blah, and you land guys like Glenn Robinson just for the year and all that stuff. We're here. It's like you added Schroder, where I'm not the biggest fan of trying to win now. I'd rather than rebuild and just kind of take a step back to move forward and all that stuff. But I don't hate Dennis Schroder, and if you're able to get this Kuminga deal done, then I'm all in, and I don't think Scott's here sitting with his assets, like the things around on the roster. Like, I can't really do anything this year. Like he's actively working, so to me, I don't think.
Yeah,
I'm not too concerned about what you're talking about right now.
I want to put a pin in the Kuminga thing. The way that happens, and the thing, I'm less worried about Scott Perry. From everything we've got so far, you have him drafting the right type of players we've talked about. The Kings needing. We've seen them now pursue Jonathan Kuminga, and theoretically, they're still pursuing him because they recognize size, athleticism. This guy's checking a lot of boxes for a potential like star caliber player that you can acquire for potentially on the cheap. So I'm down with that idea. I'm not trying to say Scott Perry and the Kings front office are wrong, and I'm with you. Like they need time.
Well,
This was not going to get fixed this year.
Yeah.
My worry is that it's unavoidable. That it is okay. We got a gap year this year. That's what we're calling it. We're calling it a gap year. You hope to make the play in, and maybe you get into the playoffs, and something weird happens. Okay, cool. But I don't know that you're going to be guaranteed to be able to trade. Okay, next year is when all the big movement happens.
Well, the thing is too is like we don't even really know what the plan is. We're kind of just going off of what they're doing, but it's like maybe.
Does that bother you?
Doesn't bother me. Just more so, I don't know. We're just kind of waiting and seeing at that point. Because like I'm just of the belief, all right, they're gonna run it back. I think they'll be a decent play-in team this year. Maybe they can sneak into the first round, and next year, maybe you move off of Levine. You see where you're at with Sabonis and all that, and just kind of go from there. Like it's a weird spot that they're in. There's no real clear future right now. That's the issue, I guess. If I have an issue, that there's no clear future for me. Like I don't believe in this team beyond 2 seasons.
Yeah, it bothers me. I mean, it felt like we had something going not too long ago, and there was a path forward at least. At least there was some sort of direction.
Yeah, I guess I'm in wait and see mode right now. Like just
that's boring, man.
Well, it is, but it's like DeMar DeRozan. Like, does anyone see him being a king for 3 years or anything like that? No, he's here for the culture. Maybe you move off of him at the deadline and all that. Levine, we've talked since he got here. Yeah, once this next year's done, like you're gonna move off of him. Like, just everything is just moving towards not a blow up, but just retooling and all that. So it's like, how do you really believe in this team right here?
It's hard to blame.
And it's
Scott
just like
Perry
I guess my point is like, all right, well, I guess I have to wait till next year to see what this really starts looking like. Like I tweeted like a few days ago, I was like, yeah, they're gonna be a strong playing team this year or whatever. And now the real rebuild start after next season.
It's like, what makes you confident in that though? What makes you think like, oh, hey, the moves that aren't there this year, next year?
Nothing makes me confident. It's just, I guess that's from what I've seen. That's just what the plan looks like. That's just what it looks like to me. Like I don't believe in Dennis Schroder as a guy who's going to lead my team or as a starting point guard for any team for like a long-term future.
They apparently do
like
because they dramatically overpaid him.
I'm trying to be optimistic maybe here a little bit. I don't like his.
I don't know, man.
Dennis Schroder to me is a stopgap point guard. Like he's a good guy, but he's never sticks.
Yeah.
And I just, like I said, I don't see a future here right now. So I'm kind of waiting and seeing for Scott Perry to do something before I have like this strong take where it's like, oh no, blah, blah, blah. Like I'm really bought into the whole, like I love the whole Kuminga rumors and stuff like that. I love that they're actually trying, but you got to wait and see what happens there.
Let's talk about the Kuminga stuff. Where are the Kings on trading for Jonathan Kuminga? We'll talk about that next. That's Jesse Tapia. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil behind the glass. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Leader.
Jason, this is what it feels like for me. And it's just essentially they're just still building it out. Just don't know where it's going to finish. Like, who's to say they got Keegan Sabonis and I don't know. Now they're just trying to win now instead of rebuild next year.
struggling, man. Hey, salute. That's dope.
Well, Steven, if you read the rules,
Damn.
it says that it can't be a
Damn.
handball if you're breaking your fall. I don't care. Whatever. Refs are all bad. Sucks to suck.
I saw a trade proposal and trade idea from the homie Ty out in Milwaukee that involves Malik Monk.
Giannis from Malik, sum me up.
Straight across.
Yeah.
Who says no?
Easy.
It's Malik to the Raptors, RJ Barrett to the Bucks, Kyle Kuzma to the Kings.
Oh, gross. No. God, no.
I've never been more
No,
out.
that's way worse. Way worse than what you could have said.
I've never been more out.
Kyle Kuzma. That guy had a rough year. Maybe.
Who knows?
Maybe not.
Saw Monk and Logan Webb were getting some golf in yesterday. There you go.
Nice.
That must have been cool for him. I honestly wish I went to that game. Webb getting to pitch like essentially in his hometown again as a major league pitcher. That's
Yeah.
pretty sick.
Cool.
That's awesome.
That Denzel Clark homer on Friday was so ridiculous.
Was it 475 feet?
It's what StatCast said.
It's what StatCast said.
Tattooed, dude. Get the piss out of that.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I need you to catch up on Love Island.
That's not my
Get tapped in, dog.
I don't know if like Crystal watches it, and I'll have something on the iPad, and I'll be watching like whatever, some game or some show, and she's watching. Like I see like the chaos that's going on, but I'm not. It's not my thing. Reality TV is just not my thing.
I love getting to despise people I don't know.
See, I'm out. I'm not out on that
it's the
entirely.
best.
Like if you play for my football team and you stink, I'm gonna hate you.
Yeah,
but
no, it's the best. Just a collection of the worst.
It's
people.
taken over the world.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have a lot of thoughts.
I was
on it.
texting you about
I
it
don't-
yesterday. It's like the Super Bowl every day now.
Your viewing experience of Love Island is typically mine.
Mhm.
Wife watches it. I'll have, same deal. Second screening a game.
Yeah.
And
Now-
we have a TV in our family room. I can just go sit in there and watch it. Do people say family room anymore?
Living room. I've always said living
Sure.
room. I've never said family room. It's
Well,
always
it's
been
two
living room for
different
us.
rooms.
No.
Family room has
Oh.
always been the living room for me. It's just that's where the family.
The front room,
out.
when you walk in the door, couches, some chairs, and a television.
That's a
That's
front
the
room.
That's the front room. And then there's a living room, which is where most of the TV watching happens. But anyways, it doesn't matter. But none of my wife's friends are watching this season with her. And so I was like, I'll lock in with you so we can. Yeah. And it got me, dude.
Did it?
I'm in.
I won't even lie.
Like, I get it. I get it.
I'll be watching some on my iPad and just my eye starts to wander now. I'm just starting to
Yeah.
lock in a little bit. Like it just slowly reels you in. I'm not like watching. Where like, oh, I know these people or their names or anything like that, or even generally what's going on. But
It's just people crashing out. It's
Yeah.
unbelievable. All right.
Crystal
speaking of-
was telling me someone got kicked off the show yesterday.
yeah.
Yeah.
That was.
And I guess
I don't want to talk
it was
about
funny
it,
the way
but-
they did that because they kind of just dropped it in. I guess.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, given the nature of why she got kicked off, it makes sense that
Yeah.
they did it that way. Anyways, we won't take up any more time talking about that.
Because you're probably already watching them.
If you are, great.
Damien is locked in on Love Island too.
Yeah, I know. We've been all the hot goss. Me and Damien have been texting back and forth about it.
Shout out.
You know, if you listen to this program a lot, this is The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. No James Ham today. Jesse Tapia in. Joe Brazil behind the glass. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. So if you listen to this program regularly, you know how much we love a fake trade on this show.
It's facts.
Love a fake trade. Not because it's like, oh, this is going to happen. It's just a fun thought exercise. Like, would the Kings do this? Would the other teams do this? Would this make the Kings better? Would it make them worse? There's just different things to explore, and it's kind of fun to do on July 7th.
Yeah, we got time to kill on the radio, believe it or not.
So my guy Ty Windish, who hosts the Eurostep podcast, covering the Milwaukee Bucks, and he tweeted out this trade idea. The Milwaukee Bucks, in a 3-team deal with the Toronto Raptors and the Sacramento Kings, acquire RJ Barrett. Malik Monk goes to the Toronto Raptors. And the Kings acquire another person who is on the all Kings trade rumor team.
That's facts.
Are we starting at the 3?
Starting at the 3 was probably the honorary draft pick for this team, like the first draft pick for this team too as well. We've been talking about Kyle Kuzma said his name. Talking about Kyle Kuzma longer than John Collins.
The Kings ostensibly trade Malik Monk for Kyle Kuzma.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie, I hate this trade.
I've not been more out.
Made me feel very sick.
If it was Malik Monk for RJ Barrett, I think you could probably talk me into it.
Well, I thought that's where you were going to, because you read the trade during the break, and it's like, oh yeah, Malik Monk to the Raptors. Okay, we've been hearing about that for however long.
Mm-hmm.
And they're all RJ Barrett's like, okay, yeah, to the Kings, to the Bucks. It's like, wait, what are you doing here?
Right. I can't fathom a scenario where the Kings would do something like this.
Yeah, Kyle Kuzma, his stock is real low too.
The Malik stuff is weird because it feels like the Kings are just itching to get rid of him. And go ahead.
Can I say something about that?
Absolutely.
I don't love that, but I don't love that at all. I don't understand.
It's a weird thing.
I don't get it. I don't get how Malik Monk has been this culture piece for your team. I think helped build up whatever the culture was. I guess it all kind of blew up, but just he's been an important part the last few years, and all of a sudden, like you said, it's just now we got to get rid of him. Like you're just trying to move off of him, as if like it's just we're done here. I don't understand it. I guess.
And maybe it's one of those things because I do think this happened with the De'Aaron Fox trade.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe here in Sacramento, we're just dramatically overinflating his value.
Well,
maybe teams just view him as, hey, he's a pretty good scorer, but he doesn't shoot it great from beyond the arc. He some turnover issues when he has the ball in his hands a lot.
Yeah.
Maybe the value just isn't what we think, because I thought if the Kings traded De'Aaron Fox, I thought there was no way it would be in the kind of deal.
So then keep around. Let's keep the 6th Man of the Year perennial candidate around.
It's kind of my thought.
I don't know why the Kings would be in the business of moving off of good players for nothing.
That's it.
Like that's the whole thing here. Like it's fine. Like if you don't think Malik Monk fits here, or just something rubbed you the wrong way and you want to move on, fine. But I'm cool off of the whole. We'll move him for Dennis Schroder in a move, or Dennis is already coming here either way.
It feels,
or you're trying to move off of Malik Monk just to move off. Like he has his deficiencies, whatever you want to call it. Sure, he doesn't have value around the league, but he's also a really great he's one of the best 6-man in the league. So why are you just trying to move off of him?
It's the exact same.
Especially if the whole plan is to try and win now, or just more so be competitive this year. I don't get that.
It's the exact same conundrum as the Jonathan Kuminga thing for the Warriors.
Mm-hmm.
The Kings may not view. Maybe Scott Perry looks at Malik Monk and goes, Diamond doesn't score, doesn't play the type of defense, doesn't give the defensive effort that we want on this team. He is too much of a centerpiece of this team's culture to play the role that he is best in.
Yeah, and
they're trying to change gears or change the way they play basketball.
Uh-huh.
And they don't think Malik Monk can be a part of that. Okay. No, it's fine. I don't even hate that. But at the same time, it's what you're saying. You cannot just give him away for pennies on the dollar. The Warriors don't believe that Jonathan Kuminga fits their system. They have 4 years of proof of it. They're going, we're done with them. He's going, I'm done with them. But that doesn't mean they're going to just give him away for next to nothing. They'd rather re-sign him, keep him around, and see if they can figure it out on a short-term deal or rebuild some value some way. That, to me, is what you do with Malik Monk. You don't just go, and again, this is a Milwaukee Bucks podcaster created this trade.
Yeah.
But if you're dealing Malik Monk, it cannot be for Kyle freaking Kuzma. That just doesn't, that does not, with the player that Kyle Kuzma is, you can in theory be like, oh, if he played better defense, or oh, if he did this, or if he did that, but that's not where we're at. Kyle Kuzma is who he is. And I don't think bringing him in and jettisoning Malik Monk to do it makes any kind of sense.
Yeah, Michael in the chat house says Jesse Malik doesn't fit the mold of players that Perry wants on the team. That's fine. The whole thing is like, yeah,
Totally
you're just
get
not moving on from him for pennies on the dollar.
I totally and if they view it as addition by subtraction, wow, that's
Yeah,
kind of
that-
crazy.
Yeah, that's how I feel about it too. Like if you just at that point, it's like, yeah, we just got to get him off this team, and like you said, addition by subtraction. I would love to know how we got to that point. Then
Same. Maybe it is just that. Maybe it's he doesn't try enough on defense. He's too loud in the wrong ways. So we're gonna get him out of the locker room. I don't think that helps your team if it's for Kyle Kuzma.
I don't love the idea. You got to move off of Malik too, just because you got this logjam at the guard position. That's cool. Just throw Devin Carter on the bench or something. Then, like,
Really?
What?
You would just push Devin Carter to the end of the bench?
Yeah.
Why?
He's not even the player that Scott Perry drafted. I don't even know who Devin Carter is. Like, I'm not.
That to me, but okay. And maybe this is a different conversation, but to me,
like I'm playing Malik Monk. If he's on my team, I'm finding a spot for Malik Monk to be on the court.
Yeah, no,
that's my whole thing.
I'm with you. If he's on the team, he has to be your sixth.
Yeah, it's less about Devin and more so. All right, we got this logjam. Fine, someone else has to sit. Like I'm gonna get Malik out there.
I guess. You're not gonna push him to the end of the bench. He's too effective as a sixth man. The difficult part for me is that I'm not out on Devin Carter. I don't think Devin Carter is bad at basketball.
I don't think he's bad, but just I'm not bought in on Devin Carter. I'll say that.
No, that's fine. That's fine. But if you, Jesse, are of the mind that the Kings need to be doing some form of rebuild this year, even if they can't trade Sabonis and Levine and DeRozan, one of the ways you can do that is you freaking play Devin Carter and you figure out what you do have. I don't agree with this idea that if Malik Monk is around, I don't even agree with this about Zach LaVine or DeMar DeRozan or Domantas Sabonis for that matter. Like, well, they have to play. No, they don't. They don't.
Well, but yeah, if you're trying to win and all that, like, yeah, they do though.
And that's where the divide is.
Yeah.
But that's just it. Is you can't tell me you're trying to win, and which I think they are, right? Is that not what this offseason has kind of indicated?
It's either you think that they're it's multiple different ways you can go about it. Either you think they're trying to win and they added Dennis Schroder. Maybe they're taking a gap year here and they're going to start the whole real building stuff next year and all that. I don't know. I'm thinking gap year. I don't know if it's more so like they're trying to win more so. All right, we're going to take a gap year because
it's a gap year because the theory is that the bloated contracts they have now will be more valuable when they have fewer years on
all
that.
that. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's like it's different avenues, but I think it can be viewed that way as well.
And they're trying to not be irrelevant in the meantime. That's just very clear. That's very clear that they looked at their situation. Whether they tried to move those guys or not, I don't know. But they said we're not moving them this year. We're going to try to be relevant. I mean, we're not going to be title contenders, but we don't want to win 29 games and be the 14 seed or 13 seed or wherever that would get you.
Yeah.
So I understand that.
And in rebuild, you're right. Yeah, you find Carter minutes and all that stuff, but it doesn't seem that's what's going on here.
Right. And that's a problem for me.
Damian did this whole bit on Thursday, I think it was like, oh yeah, here's Devin Carter's trade value. That was it. So it's like he doesn't seem to have value around the league and all that. You just kind of, I don't want to say stuck with him, but I wonder how much of you're trying to move off Malik because you can't move off one of the other guards.
That's interesting. I don't know. The issue I'm having is that this was not the discussion about the Kings early in the offseason. We were talking about big moves, flipping the table over, making these. Scott Perry's going to come in. He knows everybody. He's got connections all over the league. He's going to be finagling and swindling and going to do all this stuff. And the Kings are, oh my God, the Kings are back because Scott Perry. And so far, Scott Perry's move has been trading Jonas Valanciunas and a salary dump for Dario Saric. And the draft. Thumbs up on the draft. But now it's like this Dennis Schroder thing's on hold?
I don't know if it's on hold rather than it's just not official yet.
Because they're trying to trade for Jonathan Kuminga, allegedly.
Yeah, I think no matter what, like Dennis Schroder will be here. That's how it seems.
I agree. So I guess it's I've kind of seen this sentiment switch from I've seen this in myself. It's from Trae Young, Ja Morant. You got to use those picks. If you're not using your first round picks to make trades, then you need to be making trades to acquire more first-round picks. That's what this year has to be about. And they've done nothing. They've done nothing. They've gone laterally.
Yeah, the only thing where I'm kind of looking at them a little bit sideways for is the Trae Young stuff that popped up. It seemed the Kings said like they were fine. Thanks, but no thanks. And that
Understood.
I didn't love that, but
are Kings fans, I guess, ready for
the way I saw you, because this team is missing their number one player, and you're probably missing your number two as well. Like that's what this is all about in the end.
I guess.
That's what you're looking for.
I guess, man.
And
Daryl Chambers asked if the contracts Monty signed toxic. Yeah, man. It kind of seems like it.
Well, it's the past regime was toxic. Bringing in Levine for De'Aaron Fox was toxic.
Right.
Like
I don't know if I'm putting that one on the last regime, but yeah.
Well, you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They all made decisions together. Everyone's name is on the test for that. So I just group them all in together. He could be part of this one as well too, but it's just they're in a tough spot where you don't really know what to expect, because Curtis asked it right here, like how much of the expectation was our fault? As far as, was it Scott saying that or were we saying that?
Oh, we were saying that.
Mm-hmm.
We were under the impression, or we gave ourselves the idea that, hey, they are going to take big swings. Like, this is not going to be a regular offseason. There's going to be, James who's talking about, some of your favorite players are going to be gone. That's just the reality. And all of a sudden, the reality that everybody's okay with, 2 thumbs up, awesome, is this like, this year, you can call it a gap year. It's a wasted year if you're treading water.
Well, going off of what we've heard, though, like how much of that could have been the plan going in? It's like, wait, Domantas Sabonis doesn't really have too much trade value. Neither does DeMar DeRozan. Zach LaVine, we got to give up a pick to get off of him. Like, how much of it was just, that was the plan, but the market around the NBA said, yeah, that's not happening this year, pal.
I guess if we're talking trade value and we're talking holding out for this, Domantas Sabonis is at $42.3 million this year. He's at 45.4 the following year and 48.6 the following year. No options, nothing. That's what he's on the hook for.
And call it what it is. I say it all the time. Like, I don't believe Domantas Sabonis is a top 2 player on your team. Are you going to bring in a $45 million a year third option?
Probably not. And it's not like they're expiring next year. Zach LaVine, same deal. He is a 47.4 this year. He has a 48.9 player option next year. So that's an expiring deal. Maybe there's somebody out there that is so willing to take $48.9 million in expiring dollars, and assuming LaVine picks up that player option. I think he will. Maybe there's a team out there that at that point is like, yes, give us Zach LaVine. We want that 48.9 expiring. We'll give you all these firsts. We'll give you, not all these firsts, but we'll give you some firsts. We'll give you salary filler. Here you go. And maybe that works. But it's like, Domas isn't an expiring next year. DeMar DeRozan has the partial guarantee. I guess when we talk blowing it up, tearing it down, doing all that, I don't think that next year there's going to be magically like, okay, now the moves are out there. Here we go. And if in the meantime,
I'm really holding on to that though, Kyle.
In the meantime, you're making Keon Ellis upset by not extending him because you want financial flexibility, leaving him 10, 12 million short of what he might have been able to get on the open market. You haven't extended Keegan Murray yet. And if you're Keegan Murray, are you looking around and going, yeah, this is where I want to spend my prime? Because he's not going to be eligible for like a supermax or anything.
Yeah.
So that, like, the all NBA stuff that we had to worry about with De'Aaron, we don't need to worry about that necessarily with Keegan. So does Keegan Murray look at this and go, yeah, hey, this is where I want to spend the next 3-4 years? Like, this is the and again, this is not necessarily to say anybody's wrong, because you can sit here and yell at me till you're blue in the face about how, like, this is the right thing. They're taking their time. They're being patient. It's like, okay, that's fine. But I don't think you're going to get to a place where in 2028, 2029, it's like, hey, the Kings are back. Look at all these moves they've made. Because I don't think they're going to be there. And
you're not even wrong, but it
bothers me.
Well, yeah, you're not even wrong. I guess it's just, I don't know. Like I said, it's just like I've been saying. I don't know what direction they're trying to take here, where they're trying to go, and what exactly they're trying to do. Because, like I said, I've been saying the whole, you move off of Levine and all that stuff next year, and what you're saying right now makes perfect sense. Where it's like, yeah, maybe that's not like, that's all just all in theory. It's all just like perfect stuff in theory. Like, yeah, sure, A, B, and C equals D or whatever, but it's like that's not necessarily how it's gonna work too.
And I do not buy the argument that Scott Perry was dealt a bad hand. He was. I should say picked up a bad hand. He was. This is a very, very difficult job. Being an NBA GM is difficult. The Kings roster specifically, with the bloated contracts, the lack of fit, what the pieces don't make sense. What's up?
Is it difficult because they're choosing not to rebuild?
No, I don't, because I think if there was a deal out there for Domantas Sabonis that got the Kings,
do you think if there's 2 first-round picks out there for Sabonis, they take that?
Probably, depending on the first. Yeah, probably. Maybe, but it just seems like they're the main goal is to not be terrible.
Uh-huh.
And I'm sorry, I understand that Scott Perry's in a tough spot, but also this is why he gets paid. This is what he's paid to do, is to get the Kings out of a tough spot. If he can't do it, then they hired the wrong guy again.
Well, again, I will say, like I said earlier, I think he's trying, though. Like, you say that with the Kuminga stuff. I'm not saying you're not, but that's kind of the example right there, where it's like he's trying to make something out of nothing. We'll see how it ends up. But.
Totally, but that's not a thing we talked about when they hired Scott Perry. We didn't go, hey, you know what? It might take 3-4 years to get to ground zero. Because, no, we talked about, he knows everybody. He's got great relationships. He drafted Emmanuel quickly. He did look at Scott Perry. He's back. He's here. He's going to do it. Okay, I'm fired up. The first offseason does not, like you said, I should feel like, okay, here's the direction. Here's what they're doing. Right now, it feels like they're hoping that Zach LaVine's expiring is worth something next year. They're hoping Domantas Sabonis might be worth something next year. On the trade market, I should say.
Yeah.
The roster still doesn't make sense. And if you're telling me that this is a 3-4 year process just to get to ground zero, just to shake things up where, okay, you got the financial flexibility, don't have the insane contracts, now let's start. That's just not okay. Because they're not being bad in service of gaining picks, gaining assets, doing all that. They're bad because their players don't work together. Their players aren't on the...
Yeah, there's talent on the team, but it just don't feel like a flow there.
They're too talented.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not the right talent. And so they've backed themselves into this corner where they don't... I don't think it's as easy as gap year. I don't think this is going to be as easy as, hey, just deal with another fight for a 10 seed and next offseason we'll get cooking. Because it feels like that's exactly what we're going to say next season.
Well, it's like how many things are true too, because if the guys don't have value this year, then are you building that up? We're sure we're going to build it up next season too?
I don't know.
It's a lot of questions we got to talk about.
Yeah. I want to get to the Jonathan Kuminga thing, but the Giants exposed a big problem for the A's while they were in Sacramento this weekend. We don't talk a ton of baseball in this program, but I was shocked by what I saw at Sutter Health Park over the weekend. We'll talk about it next.
I have multiple different ideas of what that could be.
Jesse Tapia, I'm Kyle Madsen. That's Joe Brazil. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
The mouse himself is out there, by the way. Mr. Mickey Mouse.
What?
Yeah, I just met him.
Get out!
I just met him. Should we try to...
Do you want to go get a picture, Kyle?
Should we get him?
Am I allowed to?
Yeah.
I don't see why not.
Yeah, you got
go get
3
a picture
minutes.
with Big Mouse.
You got 5 minutes. 4 minutes.
There was a part of me, Kyle.
Okay, so I was about to jet and go over there. There's children who are fired up to meet Mickey Mouse.
No, they've already met the mouse.
They're talking to him right now.
I know, but they pulled me aside to take a picture with the mouse. I'm very grateful.
You took a picture with the mouse too?
I did. They said, you know what, Joe, you're going to Disneyland soon. You should probably go take a picture with the mouse. I stepped out for about 30 seconds and I went ahead and met the man. Yeah.
You know you want to go out there.
He's talking to children. I'm not going to go out there and be like, hey, can I have a picture?
Joe, book him for 11:15.
Yeah, book the mouse.
Yeah.
I got questions. What happened to ESPN Plus?
He's got an answer for that too.
Oh boy.
We could ask him to come make a guest appearance, or you can go say hi to the mouse.
Do you know how long he's here till?
10:45. You're running out of time.
Brother.
You got to go right now.
Can I get a picture with the mouse?
Kyle's really locked in too, child. This isn't a bit. Kyle's really locked in. And there's really kids here too. Shout out Disneyland. Shout out Disneyland. I won't say anything else. What's up, Chatty House? What do you guys think the Kings should do this year? I feel like everyone's all just team rebuild. Dude, Kyle was really like, what do I do? What do I do?
I had to make sure he met the mouse. I had a feeling he didn't know he was out there because I would have heard some sort of reaction before because he was kind of hidden.
Yeah. No, that's good stuff. Joe.
There it is, man. They are going to be sending me to Disneyland here shortly with Alt 94.7. So if you guys want to keep an eye out, see what it looks like when I hit the town. It's going to be crazy. Not really.
Dr. David, this is how I feel as well. Maybe because Scott Perry can make something out of nothing with Kuminga stuff, but we'll see. The best thing that's ever happened to me. I told you, dude. Like, imagine if you just didn't go out there.
I would have been upset.
Did you extend this break for this?
I did not know.
Oh, okay.
It was a long break, man. We had a 2-minute announcement at the beginning of the break. It was meant for you to meet the mouse,
Marcus, this is real right here. There was a couple points last week. It was like, I can't bring the hoodie out. It's too hot. So, it's officially summer, guys. I've got my finest white tees washed and ready to go.
The best thing that's ever happened to me. That was so cool.
I'm honestly honored that you think I extended the break. I should have just been like, I extended the break for you, man.
That would have been really nice if you did that.
It was a long break. We're good.
I got the Red Sox jersey on today, Lizzie. Shout out. Shout out to my 500 baseball team who can't seem to figure out who they want to be.
Chris, I am not going to Angel Stadium when I'm in LA for Disneyland. I'm sorry. It's not happening.
Have you ever been?
No, I have not, but I'm going on a work trip. I'm leaving on Sunday and I'll be back Monday night. So it's no time for baseball.
I got to hit more baseball stadiums. My little, whatever you want to call it, this week. I've only been to the Coliseum, Oracle, and then Sutter Health, I guess. Shout out John Thurman Field, too. Oh, Celtics Leprechaun is putting Mickey Mouse to sleep, bro. Easy.
Bro, Mickey Mouse has like magic powers. What are we talking about?
Pretty sure leprechauns are magical as well.
Hey, remember when everybody
Leprechauns are
freaked
magical.
out because
That's a good
Kyrie
point.
stomped on the Celtics logo and people acted like he just burned the Declaration of Independence?
What if I told you that Kyrie Irving won like one game out of his next 15 after that?
I don't care.
Hey, you don't care? I see it as, he's
Freaking
cursed.
out about a
He got cursed.
sticker at midcourt.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Don't disparage Lucky the Leprechaun, by the way. All right? Kyrie Irving did that and has only won one game in Boston like the last 3 years.
Yeah, it's almost like Kyrie hasn't been on awesome teams.
What are you doing? I'm
And
trying to push a narrative right here.
No, I
No,
know.
don't
I
do that.
understand. They're not letting you do
Oh,
that.
all of a sudden you want to be rational in sports, huh?
Yeah.
All of a sudden you want to show
Yeah.
context and all that.
Yeah.
Whatever, dude. Let's talk about
The uproar about that was ridiculous.
Oh, of course it was. But
Okay.
It's funny. Yeah, I wasn't like Glenn Davis, Kyrie Irving. You can't do that. You can't
That's
step on
what
Lucky.
I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, I wasn't
That's
like
what I'm
that.
talking about.
I could care less. But
Acting like he
I'll give
kicked
into the
somebody's
nonsense.
dog. It was ridiculous. Now that's the crossing the line. That's one thing you can't do. Like, okay,
hey,
you got it.
Glenn Davis was fighting for Lucky the Leprechaun. They kicked him out of his seat in a playoff game one time. Wasn't even his seat either.
Shout out to Big Baby Davis. The A's and Giants played this weekend at Sutter Health Park.
Oh yeah, it was popping this weekend.
So here are some interesting numbers. 3 of the 4 highest attended home games of the year were this weekend. The 4th, I believe, was when the Yankees were in town. It felt like, 75% Giants fans?
At least. KC was there. I think I saw he tweeted it was like 75 to 80% Giants fans.
Right. And this is issue number 1 that the A's have in Sacramento. It's that they've spent the better part, while the Giants have been winning World Series and at least pretending to look like they're trying to be competitive, the A's have spent the last 2.5 decades alienating everybody who likes them.
Yeah.
And so you've not built up enough of a fan base here. So when the Giants come to town, it's largely Giants fans. When the Yankees come to town, it's largely Yankees fans. When the Cubs came to town, it was a lot of Cubs fans, Phillies fans as well.
So I guess I got a question. Like, how do we approach this? Because like as Sacramento, just living here in the city, like my take was like, oh yeah, they filled out the stadium all 3 days. Like that's a good thing. Like the A's moving here, like I don't think there was gonna be like, oh yeah, it's a bunch of A's fans gonna be tapped in. Like I think we all knew kind of what it would be, no? Where it's like you're not gonna have all these A's fans out here. It's just you're more so hoping everyone else, like just Sacramento baseball fans, show up now.
Yes, but I
like
think
for the A's, yeah,
for the
A's this is bad, but like
I think that's an issue because it's the only time that you're gonna sell the place out ostensibly is when the Giants and the Yankees are in town.
Yeah,
and on opening day, that's a problem, dude. And I think part of the problem is it is exposed on it really glaringly, and it sounds silly, but follow me, on their lineup graphic on Twitter.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
It says it's got the Las Vegas logo, and there's nothing about Sacramento on this graphic. And this is the problem. I think if you hadn't have whined about this before, so I'm going to do it again. If they had come to Sacramento and been like, we're in Sacramento now, where the Sacramento is, I think it would be different. I do genuinely think it would be different.
Be a lot more
maybe not when the Giants are here. Maybe not when the Giants are here. Maybe not when the Yankees are here. But I think that we'd be viewing all of this differently. And I think the A's would be having a different level or a better level of success if they wore Sacramento across their chest. And if they were called the Sacramento A's.
Yeah.
And when they're on a score bug, instead of ATH, it's SAC. I think that's where they kind of fall short.
Well,
and
if that's the approach we're taking with this, then yeah, like it's just par for the course with John Fisher and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Like it's
exactly
what they do. Like every day that passes, it seems like this stadium stuff in Vegas is just not happening either. And it's just
I think baseball is going to really make sure that happens.
Yeah, but my point is it's just always a misstep. It's always a wrong move with them. Mm-hmm. And like, yeah, you're right. I guess like for them not embracing Sacramento, like Will Z in the chatty house right here. Yep, you don't embrace us, we don't embrace you. Like maybe it would be a lot different if you did throw Sacramento on the score bug or on the front of the jersey or the sign or whatever.
Or if they showed any desire to be here.
Yeah.
Instead of making it very, very clear, hey, this is fake. They're 2-5 in their 7 highest attended home games this season. It's not that they're awesome at home, and they're not awesome in general. But they've been outscored 62-33 in their 7 highest attended home games of the year.
Yeah, for me, it's just always difficult to assess what's going on here with this team and just, I guess, Sacramento having baseball finally. Because like I said, like yesterday I saw it, like it sold out 3 days out. Dope. Everyone in Sacramento showed up and all stuff. But then you bring up this approach with the A's, and it's just like they're not embracing the city, and it's just not going maybe the way that you would expect it, where you have more people out when the Giants and Yankees aren't here.
That's
and all
it.
That stuff. Yeah.
That's
There's
it.
different ways to look at it.
There are baseball fans here.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a question for me.
Yeah, so embrace it. Get them here.
There are baseball fans in this city. But the fact that they don't sell out the stadium unless a popular visiting team is here,
they just don't care.
Is a very real problem. Right.
And the
A's have cultivated this for 25 years.
Yeah, and for my thing, it's just like at one point, like what do you even do about that? Like just that's just who John Fisher and what the culture that he's built is. Like, how do you I don't even know what to do at this point about it.
There's nothing to do about it. That's why I said I'm just gonna whine about it on the radio.
I got you.
When you see the Giants come to town and it's loud and people are passionate and fired up, it's like, I think the A's missed an opportunity, which I don't think they care about.
That's the thing. That's the toughest part about it. John Fisher don't care. Like John Fisher has no care in the world about what he could be potentially bringing in here.
What's up, Joe?
I mean, they just don't. Not only are they actively discouraging you to be a fan, but if you are a Sacramento A's fan, they're making you look silly. Like they're trying to make it look like what you are rooting for isn't real, and they're trying to make you look silly. They're like, no, we don't want your allegiance. And if you walk around wearing a Sacramento A's hat or a jersey or something, you'll get a couple of comments. Oh, that's not, where'd you get that? You know what I mean? Like, so if there was official Sacramento gear, like just that alone would be so much different.
I totally agree.
No one wants to look silly, man. Like,
I totally agree.
It was like you said, those just par for the course for the last 2-3 decades or however long he's on this team.
Man.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyways, the Giants kicked the holy hell out of the A's. They beat them 7-2 on Saturday night, 6-2 last night. The A's did get game one of that series 11-2. Like I said, 3 of the 4 highest attended home games of the year. Ton of Giants fans in the building. And the A's are left waiting to go to Vegas, I guess.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, I don't know. It's a weird situation.
I don't like it.
Because it's like after this, what's next for Sacramento as well? Like, that's what I always look at this from the Sacramento point. I think KC does that, kind of led that as well. Just kind of what's next. And my thinking, I think right now is like they'll be here for a few years, and after that, it'll all just go away.
Have they done? And this is what irks me genuinely, because the one silver lining for me, and I've said this before, was this was a great opportunity for Sacramento to show itself as a place that Major League Baseball can and should be. And instead, the A's, through various fumbling from the last 20 years and leading up to their stay in Sacramento, have fumbled this to the point that I don't think Major League Baseball views Sacramento as any more viable than it used to. I don't know that Sacramento has gotten to do anything. And again, I'm not blaming Sacramento, I'm blaming the A's on this.
Yeah.
I don't think they've gotten the opportunity to do anything that separates them from Nashville, Portland, Salt Lake.
Does it matter that they're putting in nearly 10,000 on average per game in a almost 13,000 stadium? Like, doesn't that I know like the number's small, but percentage wise, like that's a decent amount. Looking around the rest of the MLB, it's like they all have an attendance problem, I feel.
I think if
like looking at it, Sacramento,
if the A's had wound up in Salt Lake, I think it would look very much the same.
I feel like it'd be worse. I don't know how. Like we're not gonna act like this is the ideal, perfect scenario, or whatever. But I feel like if you were to put them in Salt Lake, there'd be just almost nothing, where you're not even pulling in 10,000 a game. I think there is something here with the Sacramento fans where it's like, given all the bad stuff that the A's and stuff have kind of just like kicked them to the side and all that stuff. I feel like I don't know. I don't think they've done a bad job, Sacramento, as far as just the city itself and people showing up and all that. I don't think it's been like horrible or anything like that. Where it's like, yeah, like I don't think it's like, oh yeah, baseball won't work here.
I agree.
Like
no, I agree. Zero thanks to the A's though.
No, yeah, exactly.
Like that's it's not.
They're doing it on their own merit.
It's not horrible. It's not even. I wouldn't even call it bad. It's not like, oh my god, what is that? I mean, outside of Luis Severino, publicly bashing the stadium is often.
Because I've been to 4 games this year at Sutter Health Park, like the season. Like the atmosphere has been fine. Like I went to 2 of the Phillies ones or whatever. To a White Sox one when it rained. That one sucked. But and then shout out to the Shadows. Went to that one.
Sure.
That one with them. Like the atmosphere has been fine, I feel. But like you said, it's just all in spite of the A's.
It is like I said. It's so jarring watching the Yankees come to town and the Giants come to town and be like, wow. It could be like this every night. Had the A's just done the bare minimum.
Yeah. No, I can agree with you on that one.
And that's what sucks.
Yeah.
Anyways, shout out to the Giants. I told my buddy Sam Lubman, who hosts the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast, I told him, like, hey, if the Giants can't get their bats right against his A's pitching staff, they got a lot of issues. And they got their bats right over the last couple of days.
Shout out Rafi Devers. We miss you.
Do you?
A little bit. I was just trying to be nice. Shout out Roman Anthony, #1 prospect in baseball. The truth.
Talking Red Sox here on ESPN 1320. No.
46 and 45.
We got some NFL stuff to sprinkle in. I want to start doing some training camp previews. Rookies report in 8 days.
Football season's here. We got a football game at the end of the month.
Right around the corner.
Yes.
We'll do that in the second hour. But we need to talk about Jonathan Kuminga. Where are things with that? And is that the move the Kings should be pursuing? We'll discuss it next. Jesse Tapia, Joe Brazil, I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Leader.
Johnny's back into the 200s. His last 10 games, he said 3-some, I think, or high 200s.
Let the callers know. We'll get to him next. What up, gang? Yep. It's kind of nuts. Like, why would you not? I'm sure there's something that goes well beyond my thought process on this. But the aversion to being Sacramento is wild. Especially when you have to know that 3 years is looking more like 5 or 6. There's just no way they actually thought, oh, this is a 3-year stopover. We're going to start rolling out the Vegas stuff. We're going to hit the ground running in Vegas. Like, no, man, you had a ceremonial groundbreaking. And that's it.
Dude, not only that, but imagine how it feels working there and being told you need to sell an experience, sell like, a belief. And obviously you're a human. So you see everything that's going on and whatnot. And, I mean, imagine you're excited to get in there and then you get in there and the workers are looking at you like, hey man, like this is rough. I've read something, can't remember who said it, but someone, I think it was on Twitter. They said they were talking to one of the store people that worked at Sutter Health. Mm-hmm. And it was one of the first games where they went from River Cats one day, A's the next. And they were saying that they have to change everything out of the store. And it makes sense, but man,
what a pain.
Dude. So it would be tough, like on top of it, going there and having the actual workers themselves being like, hey guys, like this is, they don't have that cheery look on their face. So
yeah, man, it doesn't seem like it. The novelty just doesn't last as long as I think people anticipate. I thought the A's would sell out every game this year and do so with ease.
Yeah.
And I think, like I said, I think the novelty just kind of goes away after a while. And it's just like, oh, and it doesn't help that they don't win a lot.
Yeah, I mean, like, I guess you could just go on to watch the young team that they got.
Yeah, that's a whole nother point. If they were exciting to watch, I guarantee the numbers would be up. But they are, though. If they had good pitching, like,
Yeah, if they could get some outs for sure. Because it's new.
You brought up football, like when talking about that and all that. Like I got excited and I realized I'm not very excited for my team. This is the first time in a while I'm just really tapped into baseball too. Where it's like, football can wait right now.
I'm in a weird space because of the content game.
You're just in there for life.
I just need stuff to start happening.
No, I got you.
So I can have stuff to talk and write about.
Polo, how similar are these teams for you? The Kings and the Dolphins?
Hour number 2. That's Jesse Tapia. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil in the cut. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube, hanging out with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and KC, and they will take you up to 4 o'clock right here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. You're not excited for the Dolphins this year? Because we got to talk Niners later on.
Yeah, we'll talk more about that later.
All right. Very good.
Shout out Minka Fitzpatrick. Welcome back. Whatever, man.
So, a quick update on the Jonathan Kuminga thing that we talked about last week.
Yeah.
Our very own James Ham said he would be shocked if Jonathan Kuminga was not on the Kings by the end of the weekend. It's Monday. Jonathan Kuminga is not on the Kings.
Take a lap, James. No, I'm just kidding. He's chilling. Some resort right now.
So that's why he's not here.
Yeah, we sent him on vacation.
No. Hope James has a safe flight if he's listening.
Shout out, James.
But I can't decide what the Kings are doing with Jonathan Kuminga.
What do you mean?
Is this a player that they scoped the market and went, man, nobody's got money for restricted free agents. The Warriors definitely don't want that guy anymore. He definitely doesn't want to be there. So we'll make this super low ball offer and see if we can get the Warriors to bite. And they didn't. Yet, it still seems like they're kind of waiting on doing anything else until this Kuminga situation clears up.
Yeah.
There's not any real urgency from Golden State. So it seems like the Kings really want Jonathan Kuminga if their low ball offer got rejected and they're still thinking about it.
Yeah, the way I see it too, I think they still think they have a shot at him as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that's fine. It sounds like the Wizards are in.
That was a thing until it wasn't, I think, because they traded for Cam Whitmore and gave up 2 seconds, and everyone just kind of had the general thought where it's like, oh, they're out now. Like, the Wizards connection happened before that deal.
So it seems to me like the Kings only want Jonathan Kuminga, or I don't think they only want Jonathan Kuminga at the Devin Carter, Saric, and a second round pick price. I think that was their first offer.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a weird dynamic here because I don't think Golden State, as much as they don't want to have him anymore and as much as he doesn't want to be there anymore, they're not, like the phrase we used earlier, they're not going to give him away for pennies.
Mm.
I think they're in a position where they're going, hey, if Devin Carter, Dario Saric in a second is the move, or 2 seconds or whatever it was, is the move, then we'll just keep him, sign him to some kind of short-term deal and try and figure it out.
Okay, so isn't that like just essentially what we were talking about earlier with the Kings?
Yes.
And I guess my thing would be like because the way it seems with the Warriors, like him and the Warriors just don't fit together. Him and Steve Kerr, whoever you want to put it together, from what I've seen. And like, is he gonna, like, you're gonna pay him his money or whatever? Is he gonna get regular rotation minutes too, though? Or
probably you pick up where you left off.
You just figure it out, because like my thing is, like, you're gonna have to have him out there on the court, even though everyone knows you don't love the fit there, and it's just like, how are you gonna build up value that way?
Okay, but try and put yourself in Golden State shoes.
Mm-hmm.
Would you rather give him away for nothing, ostensibly nothing, or would you rather do what you're talking about?
I think
if you're Golden State, would you rather try and play it out
mm-hmm.
and see if he can rebuild value, or are you trading him for Devin Carter? What amounts to Devin Carter?
See, you know me, not the biggest Devin Carter fan and all that stuff. It just depends on how they view Devin Carter, because if I'm the Warriors or whatever, and just me, Jesse Toppy, like, yeah, I'm cool off of that deal for right now.
Right.
Like, I think looking at it, though, you do need to negotiate with the Kings still, because I don't know how beneficial it is to keep him on your team this season and all that stuff after paying him. Because like I said, I just don't know how you're going to be able to build up a market for him again. I think you just hope that the Kings
play him.
Well, yeah, you do, but it's just, we've seen how Steve Kerr is and all that. I just wonder if you're able to get maybe a first round pick out of the Kings for him at this point, and boom, there's the deal right there.
If that's what's holding it up, just include the first. One first to get a guy that talented? Like, yeah, why not? And the salary match? Sure.
Yeah.
I don't.
It just all depends though. Like, is Scott Perry just kind of waiting on them, kind of just calling their bluff right now?
I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Like, that's the thing. There's the whole behind the scene negotiations where it's like, we don't know exactly what's going on.
So is this the right? But would this be? I'm interested in your thoughts on this as a neutral observer. Is this the right move to center their entire offseason around?
Yeah. What else? For the Kings?
Yeah.
Yes. What else? Yeah. You're not doing anything else. Like, this is like making something out of nothing right here for me.
So where do I guess where do Kings fans land? 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. It's the Elk Grove Kids Hotline. TC and Daniel, I see you guys stand by momentarily. Would it be like a failure of an offseason if you don't wind up with Jonathan Kuminga now?
No, because this is still a difficult deal to pull off. But if you're able to get Kuminga here for, I guess, that deal or a little bit something more than that. That's
so it's not the player, it's the swindle.
Yeah. Well, it's a little bit of both.
It's the getting the player at way below his value.
Yeah, because like the way I see Kuminga and all that, like I think you bring in Kuminga. We talked about it with DeRozan and Levine, and
it doesn't work.
Depends on Sabonis. Well, it's not that. It's just more so like I talked about how I don't see like a future with these guys beyond a couple of seasons. I see that with Kuminga on the Kings. Like you throw in Kuminga there, you add sign Keegan to his contract. Like you're starting to work with a future now finally. So if you're able to bring in Kuminga, like I'd love that move 1,000%. And like I don't think you're gonna really have to offer up much because there's not much of a market out there for him. Like if you have to throw in a first round pick for Kuminga, go ahead and do that. Like it seems like the players going out for the player coming in is really solid deal if you're able to pull it off. And it's like if you don't, it's like if you don't want to, like you're asking if you want to hang your whole offseason on like a Kuminga deal, like who else would you like at this point? Like who else is even out there for you? I don't think this is making a deal to make a deal either. Like I think this pushes you forward a bit. I'm not saying, they got the number one player finally. Oh, the Kings are here. They got their guy to build around, but there is a vision now finally. Like we talked about building that bridge to somewhere. Well, you added a piece to it finally.
Let's get to the Elk Grove Kid Talk line. TC is on the Elk Grove Kid Talk line at 916-909-1320. What you got, TC?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two bros? Jesse.
Chilling, man.
What's up, TC?
Hey, just vibing. Hey, listen. So, I got three things. A little bit about soccer, football, and basketball. So, soccer. That game was wild last night. That was a good game, bro.
Yeah.
I know how it went down. That was fired up. I watched the whole thing. As far as and then A's and Giants. I'm not really big on baseball, bro. Give me a minute, Joe. I'm not really big on baseball, but I don't have nothing against baseball, right? Baseball is a sport. I love it, right? Just not super into it and all that. But can y'all? Am I tripping? Right, because I know you were A's fan, Kyle. Right.
I love that for you, Joe. You just pot him down, just get him out of here after.
What's going on?
TC's cutting.
He's cutting out.
Oh, he's cutting out.
Yeah.
That wasn't you.
It was. I'd mess with him at first, but no, he's actually cutting out.
Oh,
TC back.
Try a different line. Call us back. Let's get to Daniel on the Elk Grove Kid Talk on 916-909-1320. What's up, Daniel?
What's up, fellas?
Chilling.
What's up, Daniel?
Hey, so it seems like a foregone conclusion that DeMar is going to be with the Kings. Am I the only one that totally remembers how I've been a fan for a long time, and that was some of the most boring basketball at the end of games when give the ball to DeMar, he takes over. It's just him, and that's it, and everybody else is standing around, and that's the way it was for how many games towards the end of the season. And I just couldn't watch it anymore. It has nothing to do with him. I know he's a good player, but he's so ball dominant. And the Kings they're not a good fit. I can't take another season with him here.
Daniel,
it's just boring basketball.
Real quick, Daniel, does adding a point guard like Dennis Schroder change any of that for you? Kind of like DeMar doesn't have to have the basketball in his hands the whole time?
I don't think so. I think he's going to end up with the ball at the end of the games anyways. Because the guy does score, man. He scores a lot of points, but it's so boring.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Daniel. Yeah, buckle up.
Yeah, I don't.
I think it's going to be more ISO heavy this year.
I'm going to keep. I don't hate DeRozan. I don't know. Like it was fine with me last year. It was just more of a Kings roster problem than it was a DeMar DeRozan problem. And
how so?
Well, it was just like, what did you expect? Like DeMar DeRozan did his thing last year, and you brought in DeMar DeRozan to go play with De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis. That blew up, and then I just became important at work accidentally. Like he became that meme. Like he was not.
But he was doing that before.
Well, yeah, but like you needed that. Like you needed,
was
bringing in. I don't want to rehash old stuff, but it's like bringing in DeMar I didn't hate. It's the fact that you didn't do anything else after that.
Here's the problem. It's not DeMar DeRozan. It's not DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah.
It is that the Kings didn't have the pieces last year to run the offense that people like Daniel want them to run.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have the pieces to do that exciting flow offense, back cuts, spray threes, like Beam Team 1 in the 22-23 season. They didn't have the personnel to do that.
Yeah.
They had the personnel to dribble the air out of the ball and put up tough mid-range jumpers because that's what your offense becomes when you have DeMar DeRozan on it.
Yeah.
And so if that's not your bag, I can see where you're just kind of out. But I don't think it's going to get any better this year, especially if you're trading for Jonathan Kuminga.
Well, but yeah, like it's just that's the thing though. You're not building out a future with DeMar. He's a culture guy right now. Not in the sense where not in the sense. Hold on. Not in the sense where like he's on the bench. He's like, oh come on guys, he's the vet off the bench, but just more so you're trying to build something elsewhere with him as well. Like he's gonna get his 20 a game and all that stuff, but you're also trying to he's here for another reason too.
What culture is DeMar DeRozan setting?
Well, we're just trying to get as far as just doing things the right way and all that. Like we've seen him speak and just how he's gone about his career, just doing things the right way. That's something that this team has missed.
I see.
Like you need leaders. This team doesn't have leaders either.
I don't think that's him though. I don't think DeMar DeRozan is that guy.
What do you think? And if you're pulling up to work and going home? I don't see. I think
he was on the team last year talking about how if De'Aaron gets traded, he's got some things to think about this summer.
Yeah, now he's going to be back, it seems.
Yeah.
That's how it seems.
Is that
like if he's here, I don't think he's going to be.
No, I don't disagree with you. Yeah. I don't think you're understanding. Or I'm not communicating this properly. I don't think that DeMar DeRozan is such a big influence on the culture and what Doug Christie and Scott Perry are trying to build that you just have to keep him around. I think they keep him around because Doug's like, hey, this guy is good. Or Scott Perry's like, hey, this guy, you know what? He's going to give me 20 a night. Yeah, I'll keep that guy on my team.
I think it's a little bit of both. I think it's a little bit of both.
Heart, hustle, grit, grind, tough, grimy defense, playing the right way offensively. Like that doesn't scream DeMar DeRozan to me.
I think it's a little bit of both because I just don't see keeping him around just for the sake of he's good. Like, no, go get something for him right now. Like I don't get just
unless they can't.
Well, I guess there's that aspect too, but I don't know. From what was the rumors and all that, it was once KD goes, DeMar DeRozan could be a lot of teams' second choice. So to me, that seemed like he had a market. And if he did have a market, but you're choosing to hold on to him, I'm assuming that's because you think he's a great player, but also you think he can help build some here.
I guess.
For the short time that he's going to be here. But I think that's the line of thinking that they're thinking.
I think that's extremely risky.
I don't disagree. I would have traded DeMar DeRozan this year. I would have traded him.
Yeah. On the Kuminga thing. Again, we've got to exist in gray area.
Yeah.
The Warriors aren't trying to get rid of him because he's bad at basketball. The Warriors are trying to get rid of him because he doesn't fit what they're doing. They're trying to maximize a window that is Steph Curry years wide. Whether that is one more year of him being effective or 2 or 3, everything they're doing is about maximizing that window. Which is why to the Warriors, Jonathan Kuminga, to their team, doesn't have as much value. Because, he can come off the bench, he can give you 30 in a playoff game. But Steve Kerr does not view that as winning basketball. He doesn't think, I believe, he doesn't think Jonathan Kuminga plays winning basketball. So he can't help maximize this Steph Curry-sized window. So they're looking to move off of him for something that can help this Steph Curry-sized window. I would think that Golden State believes there's more of a chance of Kuminga helping / boosting his value enough that they can actually get something for him at the deadline on a shorter term deal than Devin Carter would help them.
Yeah, I also think that's something you just got to tell yourself too, because it's like, you don't want to end up with Devin Carter because it's like, oh, yeah, we messed up this whole Kuminga situation.
Right.
But in reality also, it's like you tell yourself that, but you're going another year with a guy who doesn't fit.
And on the other hand, there are the Kings. And you'd also understand why the Kings wouldn't want to be like, hey, we're going to give up the farm for this guy, especially because of the way the base year compensation stuff works. You can't even unload a big contract for him. So I get what the Kings are doing and going, hey, can we get that guy for next to nothing?
Yeah.
But I also understand why Golden State, even though they don't want him there, he doesn't want to be there. Is like, we're not going to just give him away.
It's both teams calling each other's bluff at this point.
Yes.
Because it's like, sure, the Warriors, go ahead and hold on to him, pay him that money. Go ahead and keep the guy that you don't want, that doesn't fit and all that stuff. And that's surely going to drive up his value. No, it's not.
Yeah.
And the Kings, it's like, you're just kind of waiting, hoping you can get over on him.
Yeah. I don't think it's going to end anytime soon.
Yeah.
This feels like a thing that's going to drag out for a long time. And I hope the Kings aren't putting other things on hold, seeing if Kuminga will become available for their offer.
Yeah.
And maybe they're not. Maybe they're like, hey, we're just kind of waiting on this to finalize some pieces of
because it's like we talked
about Dennis Schroder deal and we'll call it good.
We talked about Malik Monk earlier. It's like, are you still going to move off of him separately and all that stuff? It's like, things that still could happen.
No idea. Anyways, we got to sprinkle some football in. Football season not far away.
Nope. Training camp soon.
We haven't dug a ton into the NFL offseason. We'll do that next. We'll talk some 49ers quarterbacks. Because for the first time, Brock Purdy is having a normal training camp. But I'm not even interested in that. I'm interested in Mac freaking Jones.
Gross.
Is Kyle Shanahan a miracle worker? We'll find out. That's Jesse Toppy. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's Joe Brazil. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Oh. See what Mark Stein's got for me.
Russ, Mac Jones.
What was the question?
Mac Jones or Zach Wilson? Russ, what is your deal with Zach Wilson, dude? He stinks. You might be the only Zach Wilson stan.
Wait, Russ, you think Zach Wilson's good?
He thinks Zach Wilson will be starting for the Dolphins at some point and winning some games.
Does he play for the Dolphins now?
Backup quarterback. Now you know why I'm not excited for this season, Kyle?
Oh, my God. God damn. Hey, this doesn't mean Zach Wilson's good at football, though. Oof. That's crazy.
Flag.
It's a wild take that Zach Wilson stinks. Defend your take on this, Russ. Why is Zach Wilson good for you?
Yeah, why do you think Zach Wilson is good? Do you think Zach Wilson is good? Could just be trolling, I guess.
I'm just going to leave this up for the rest of the show.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I wanted to talk about football, and then Zach Wilson is good as a take that hit the chat.
Yeah.
And I don't know that I want to talk football anymore.
See, that's why I'm scared of
If
it.
that's where we're at.
That's why I'm scared. That's why I need the Red Sox to be buyers right now.
If that's where we're at on NFL quarterbacking, is that, hey, Zach Wilson, it's his year.
Yeah, imagine him playing for your favorite team, too.
Oh, no thanks.
Yeah.
I got Mac Jones to deal with over in San Francisco.
Yeah, but at least it's normal where your team plays.
That's a good point.
Let's talk about your team, Kyle.
Nah. We'll get there. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Andrew wants to get back to the Jonathan Kuminga conversation. We can pick that up here. Andrew, what's going on here on the Elk Grove Kia talk line?
Hey, guys. Hey, sorry to switch back to Kuminga.
Oh, no, you're totally fine.
My question for you guys is, do you think the Kings are being a little hesitant with him because Kuminga might not want to commit to the Kings with him being a free agent coming up next summer? Do you think that could kind of be the reason why everything's, I don't know, on hold or just, I don't know, kind of stuck in the mud right now?
Thanks for the call. So he wouldn't be a free agent if this sign and trade happened.
Yeah.
The Kings would agree to a long-term extension with Kuminga, which is also what complicates this a little bit. Because the Kings can only, whatever they sign Kuminga for, they can only send back half of that money because of the way the rules work. So the Warriors can only take in half of the money. So that's kind of what complicates this. Is you talk about, Andrew asked, are the Kings worried about Kuminga committing to them? Yeah, if they offer him $4 and $60, because we're like, they're like, yeah, hey, we think 15 a year sounds about right for you. Then yeah, you're probably not going to get the best version of Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's what's holding.
And he might not agree. I agree. I think what's holding this up is the Warriors are stuck between, we have a player who is an asset, who's a restricted free agent, so there's no money for him in restricted free agency, which tamps the market down. And then there aren't that many teams willing to put themselves in a position where they will send back half the money that they're going to sign him for. And I'm sure there are teams that just have the same questions the Warriors do about him. They have the same kind of concerns Golden State does. And so they're just kind of out in general. So the Kings did the right thing here. I need that to be really clear. I believe the Kings did the exact right thing where they went, hey, there's not really a future here. This kid is 22, turns 23 on October 6th. He's been in the league for 4 years. We just watched him average 28 a game in 4 playoff games, coming off the bench cold after not playing a ton all year, after dealing with he had a major ankle injury. So watch this guy do that. Talent's there. This is a guy we want to take a swing on. But because of the way the finances are, we don't want to pay him a ton. So here's the players that we're willing to give back to match the salary that we're comfortable signing him at.
Yeah.
And I think that's the right thing to do.
Yeah, they absolutely should be doing everything they're doing right now.
And identifying, I said this the other day, but it's Scott Perry identifying a 6'8" hyper athlete.
Who would have thought?
As a player that the Kings need. Like, yes, thank you, finally. So whether this goes through or not, you can at least have some encouragement that that's the kind of player they're looking for.
Yeah.
But also from Golden State's perspective, and based on reading and some of the reporting around this trade or this potential trade, is that Golden State is willing to try something shorter term with Kuminga, give it one more go before they just kind of give him away. So they're basically at a stalemate, and it's, is one of the teams going to blink? Do the Kings go, all right, fine, here's Keegan?
Oh,
I don't think they will. I don't think they will. I would not advocate for that. I would get on the radio and lambaste the Kings if they did that.
Yeah, if you blink, it's because you're going to give them a first-round pick or something like that.
Right. That's where I think the Kings' minds probably are. I think that's where Scott Perry's mind probably is. Because for me, if Scott Perry had gone, this is the guy we need to go get. Jonathan Kuminga is the prize of the offseason. We think we're going to build around him. He's going to be our 1A. He's a perennial All-Pro. This is the guy. I think if that's the case, we would have heard about another offer. We would have heard talks are ongoing or progressing. But I think the Kings went, we'd like to have this player at this super low ball price because we have those same questions. We don't think he's necessarily going to fit into a system. So can we maximize what he is as a player and put the right guys around him? We're not really sure. So we're willing to pay a little, but not a lot.
Yeah. Tilo in the chat says that Scott Perry is waiting them out. I don't hate that line of thinking, but I'm also, I think, at the point with this deal where I don't think you're going to have to give up too much for Kuminga. So if it does get to a point, I think you're probably better off just getting the deal done and giving the Warriors a first. Would you give up a first for Kuminga if you were the Kings?
Yes.
Yeah. So
but I'm also pro do all the trades. Well, like get rid of.
Well, yeah. Well, like we're all
getting rid of a first round pick. Probably protected.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I don't think you're giving up too much. If that's what it takes, I think you get to a point at the end. It's like, all right, fine, we'll just give you the pick. Jonathan Kuminga's here for Devin, Carter, Saric, and whatever.
And if they're ready, to do that, if that's something that Golden State's waiting on, need a first round pick, and the Kings are ready to do that,
yeah,
it makes sense, and it would be smart to me if they're going, okay, we will go there, but until Golden State explicitly asks, we're just going to kind of leave that offer out.
If the Kings and Warriors are talking right now, and the Warriors didn't laugh their face off and walk away from the table after that first deal that's been reported,
which they might have,
yeah, which they might have. It doesn't seem like, from what I've seen and stuff like that, it doesn't seem like that's the case. But if they didn't do that, they didn't walk away. That tells me that you're not too far off here. Like, you're really not too far off. Like, if the Warriors just didn't say, yeah, we're not doing this at all, and just kind of laugh you off the phone and just walk away, we're done, then I think you can get a deal done here for Scott Perry. You don't have to give up too much.
If you missed it, here's Anthony Slater from, still with The Athletic?
ESPN, The Athletic, one of those.
Where's Anthony Slater? At The Athletic. No significant traction. This is last night. No significant traction on the Jonathan Kuminga front over the weekend. Restricted free agency around the NBA remains ice cold. Conversations and little action. Kings have been strongest pursuer of Warriors wing, but nothing has come close. So it's like,
still negotiating. It doesn't tell me that there's nothing on the table there.
Howie Roseman from the Eagles.
Yeah.
And saying the NFL is right around the corner. Howie Roseman from the Eagles is notorious for just making the call. Call the Titans. Hey, would you AJ Brown for a first? Yeah. Hey, will you do such and such for a late round pick swap? Yeah. You just acquire good players that way.
Yeah.
By just making a call. And so I think that's the right things for the Kings to do. If they're going to be the strongest pursuer and they're just going to keep making the call and going, Carter and Saric and a second? No. Well, what about Carter and Saric in 2 seconds? No. All right. What about Carter and somebody else in a first? No. Okay. And just trying to, hey, maybe you'll catch them on the right day. Maybe they'll have talks with Kuminga where Kuminga's like, no chance, never going to play in this uniform again. And the Warriors finally relent. That's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
My hope is that, and I don't think there's a ton else out there for the Kings. So my hope would be you're not putting other stuff on hold here. You're not delaying things with your offseason because you're trying to finagle the Jonathan Kuminga deal.
I don't think that's the case. I don't think there's too much for him out there after this deal they're trying to work on.
It's a weird situation.
Mm-hmm.
I like that the Kings are pursuing him. I also understand why Golden State would be like, no.
Golden State, they're on their last back foot right here. Like they're kind of
talk about a team in a weird spot.
Yeah, like they're really hoping someone comes in to save them right now.
Yeah,
I feel like because it's like the two options that they have, neither is great. Like you send them to the Kings for Devin, Carter, Sarge, and whatever picks throw it in. I don't care. Like that's not great for Golden State. Keeping I don't want to call him disgruntled, but a player that doesn't fit.
He's definitely disgruntled.
All right, a disgruntled player. You follow more than I do. A disgruntled player on that contract where everyone knows he doesn't fit. Like you're not really. I don't buy, and you're gonna build his trade value that way. It doesn't really work out that way. So you're kind of hoping someone else comes in to save it, I guess.
But maybe if you get him on the short-term deal, and I think this would be Golden State's thinking.
Yeah.
Maybe you get him on a 2-year deal worth, let's just say $2 and $40.
So you just let him go on the expiring if it's not working then?
Yeah. Maybe that contract then has more value. Maybe. But I
good point.
Like I said, I understand both sides here.
Yeah.
I understand why Golden State's not trying to give him away. I also understand why the Kings would be like, want him, don't need him.
The fan back and forth for this too has been hilarious.
So good.
Everyone is just so tapped in. Everyone's just so tapped into what's going. No, they're not doing that. No, they're not doing that.
I don't think anybody's getting like. There's not some one team's got the other one in a headlock.
Yeah, like this is not a fight right here. This is just trade negotiations.
And it might not even be negotiating.
Exactly.
It might just be the Kings said, "Hey, we want that player for this price, and if not, to hell with you. Good luck figuring it out."
Yeah.
It's like, all right.
You getting mad at journalists because they're reporting what they're hearing? Like dial it back.
That's the wildest stuff. Shout out to Matt George.
Yeah, shout out Matt. That's the homie right there.
That's a friend of the program, Matt George, ABC 10 Locked On Kings podcast.
Yeah.
All right. Jesse Tapia is there, filling in for James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's over yonder. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. I know it's early July, but I want to talk Niners. We got training camp coming up. Rookies report in 8 days for San Francisco. Veterans report on July 22nd. Their first practice will probably be like July 24th. I think it's typically 2 days after. We'll just go position by position as we do this here on the show. We're starting at quarterback. And I was looking over some Brock Purdy stuff. This is going to be Brock Purdy's first quote unquote normal training camp. He was a rookie in 2022. In 2023, he was coming off major arm surgery. And there was the whole Tom Brady thing where Kyle Shanahan was like, hey, if we sign Tom Brady, FYI, you're going to be the backup. 2024, there were the Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk holdouts, which took over the offseason. So now they've got the contracts out of the way, including his. Brandon Ayuk still rehabbing from his knee, but
it's been a weird little side situation there.
That's a dramatically different situation than him being in the building but not practicing and the contract stuff being weird and traded, not traded. This is as normal as it's going to get. And with that comes the added pressure of Brock Purdy needs to be really good in camp. I've given in the past, Jimmy Garoppolo, for example, had a practice where he threw 5 interceptions.
Yeah.
And the world ended. The world ended that day. And my take on it at the time was, well, there's a whole article by Kevin Clark in The Ringer about Patrick Mahomes throwing practice interceptions because he's trying to figure out the limitations of what he can and can't do in certain situations.
Yeah.
I've since taken that back because I just think it turns out Jimmy Garoppolo is not very good. But
turns out
this cannot, I was thinking, hey man, my initial thought was, wow, Brock Purdy is going to have no issues this offseason. Like it's going to be drama free.
Yeah.
Except he's now has more pressure on him than he's ever had before. The offseason's been normal, relatively. The training camp is lining up to be relatively normal, and he just got paid. So now you don't get that luxury of, hey, you know what? Brock Purdy's been bad for the first 2 weeks, but you know what? It's been the Ayuk stuff, and his Trent Williams isn't there, and they're doing this. Like, no, Brock Purdy needs to be really, really freaking good. From the rip, or from the jump, off the rip, whatever. You don't get to be in the position he's in and get the leeway of like, hey, he's figuring it
out. Well, okay. I have questions then. Like, we're all Chatty House, we've all accepted he's a really good quarterback, right? Like, he's established?
He's good. Good player.
Good. Really good?
Good player.
Top 10 quarterback?
No.
Okay. I think you feel differently about like Brock Purdy than me. Like, to me, Brock Purdy is already here. Like, he got his deal. Now it's just we're watching his career play out. Like, I don't think if anything, if he starts out slow, like he's here. Like, there's not, like he'll play better. And it's just like I don't think there's anything that's gonna come out of that.
Last year gave me great concern. Because it looked like defenses adjusted to him, and he had no answer outside of hold on to the ball and start scrambling. I think the scrambling stuff is valuable. I do. I get it. I'm not trying to say he shouldn't be running. But there were too many instances last year where it looked like he didn't know what to do with the football and held it too long.
Yeah.
And turned a play that could have been a completion into a scramble drill. That just happened too often last year.
I got you.
And so that's not to say he's terrible. That's not to say he can't fix that. It's what I need to see fixed this year, though. You're probably not going to have Brandon Ayuk in week 1.
And I think my thing is, hasn't he earned the grace where it's like, just that little, I don't know, the spotlight, just you take it off him a little bit this time. Where it's like he's the Niners quarterback. Where it's like, I don't know, there's no big take if he starts out the season slow or anything like that.
Oh, there definitely is.
You think there is?
Yeah. Yes. Maybe not from
because I look at that wide receiver room too, and it's like there is a chance. Like, it's not great.
Okay, understood.
Yeah,
and that's kind of where I'm heading.
Mm-hmm.
They paid him a dollar amount that indicates they believe he is the rising tide that lifts all boats. It doesn't matter what the receiving core looks like. It doesn't matter if Christian McCaffrey's healthy. It shouldn't matter if Trent Williams is healthy. He's supposed to be that dude.
I disagree a little bit. I think they paid him to be like Tua and those guys rather than a Josh Allen. That's for the Josh Allens and those guys where it's like, yeah, that's the expectation and all. But I don't think like you paid Brock Purdy like that. I think he's with Tua. He's the Trevor Lawrence quarterback.
Okay,
that's how you
okay, right. And so you're saying he's only good if he has really high caliber weapons.
He's got talent. He's got talent. Who like he's a good quarterback, but can be elevated with the right weapons around him as well.
If he's a really good top 10 quarterback, for me, the way everybody evaluates is different. I'm not. If you disagree with me, I'm not. Fine. But to me, those top 10 guys, or top 8, or whatever, wherever your cutoff is, are the guys where it doesn't matter what the supporting cast is. You know what you're going to get from that player.
Okay, I will say
you're going to get effective quarterback. I don't know that about Brock Purdy right now.
I will say this: like Brock can't go like 6-11 this year or whatever, and just be like, oh yeah, we had no weapons. Like there is a baseline the 49ers have to hit with Brock Purdy now, where they're probably around a 500 team at least at bare minimum. I'll say that. Especially
since Mac Jones is his backup.
Not a Mac Jones fan?
No, I don't. I'm not. I don't think he's a very good NFL player.
Yeah.
But if you think that Brock Purdy could struggle in the preseason, let's say Brock Purdy's just having a tough time. Threw a couple interceptions, misfires a few times, took some quote unquote sacks because you don't get sacked in training camp practice, but just doesn't look good. And Mac Jones is lining up with the twos and just ripping it.
Yeah.
If you think that Kyle Shanahan really liked Mac Jones, that's why they traded up to number 3. In the 2021 draft, it was Mac Jones. That was Kyle's guy. If you think that chatter doesn't start,
yeah, but it's just chatter, though.
Mac Jones is good.
Yeah, it's just chatter, though. Like that. You think that seeps into the locker room or something? Where they're thinking? You think so?
Yes.
Okay. Well,
you don't think people see that?
I think they see it, but I don't think anyone takes it serious. I don't think anyone's going, yeah, we might need to see Mac. Brock.
It adds additional pressure. If Mac Jones is just awesome, and on first take, it's, should Mac Jones start for the 49ers?
Oh gosh,
and then and then you're gonna have Dan Orlovsky on there like, this is the guy Kyle always wanted.
I get fine.
Is
you know what? You're not
perfect.
wrong, but those are absolutely the wrong conversations to have. Like that should not. I think you're scared.
It's why I hate.
I think
the
you're
Mac
scared.
Jones thing.
Yeah, I think you're. I think this is. I think this is all
thing.
just out of fear right here. I think you're scared of just the whole conversation. I don't think that's actually gonna happen. I think Brock Purdy's here. He can stink it up in the preseason if he wants, but there's not gonna be, oh, does Mac Jones need to start? Blah blah. I think you're scared. We're gonna be okay. Look under the bed. There's no monster there. All right.
Yeah, it's Mac Jones.
No, that's not a monster. That's not a monster.
Dorky looking dude.
No, that's just a teddy bear that you got to throw away. Like, no, it's not a monster. I'm telling you, it's not going to be that bad. I don't think these are the conversations. At least they shouldn't be. Like, that's the absolutely wrong conversation for me if you're talking about that.
I'm telling you, that's going to be a thing that happens. Assume if you ask me, I think Brock Purdy's probably going to be fine.
Yeah.
I don't think that teams discovered some kryptonite last year. I think that the 49ers just didn't adjust in season very well.
Well, the guy's going into year 4 as well. Like, he's going to have some ups and downs where it's like he's got to figure out the league too.
But to me, at this point, the downs need to become fewer and further between.
Yeah, no. Oh, yeah, that's where he needs to be.
And they can't be as dramatically bad. Did you know, check out the stat. Did you know Brock Purdy has never thrown a touchdown while the 49ers are trailing with less than 4 minutes left? Isn't that insane?
Yeah.
Trailing.
Yeah, I guess it's one of those weird stats.
When the 49ers are ahead, he has a passer rating of like 115. He's really good. I'm just using that as a all-encompassing stat because I don't have the numbers right in front of me.
Uh-huh.
When they're trailing, it's like 87.9. He becomes so unbelievably mid when teams know they're going to pass the football.
Okay,
and that's the continuing concern I have.
Yeah.
Is all of his success predicated on play action, on disguising different jet sweeps and motions, and again, I don't know because I've not watched him play this year. Is he going to elevate himself beyond that? And until I see it, I can't give him credit for it.
I got you.
That's my main concern.
He's going to have his ups and downs. Like, he's got to be at a point now where he's paid. Like, the team just has to be 500. He has to get him wins to where they're always just fighting for a wild card spot at the bare minimum and all that stuff. Like, that's just what you're paid to do.
That's exactly it.
But also, I think if you're expecting him to kind of not be ability-wise the quarterback that Josh Allen is, but just kind of that impact, I think that's tough too. I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah.
I don't think he's that player.
And I don't think you're right. His contract didn't reach that point.
Yeah, for me, that's only 4 guys. It's like Burrow, Lamar, Allen, and Mahomes. And then after that, everyone else is really good.
I see him put the team on his back when they're trailing. Need to see him be effective when not everything is perfect. And we'll see starting in training camp. All right, that's Jesse Toppe. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil behind the glass. We're the insiders. The handoff's coming up next. We'll talk more NBA here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I disagree with this, Filthy. I think mid is like what Derek Carr or just those guys are. Where it's like, yeah, they're good some spots or whatever. I think Brock is good for the most part.
We're almost to the finish line, guys. I'll walk to my car. I'm going to turn the air conditioner on. I'm going to fall asleep.
Fire. I just went through the league right now. I got 10 quarterbacks better than Brock, but I think he's like in that general area.
Brock is in the like 13 to 20 range where you can just put those quarterbacks in any order.
Yeah, because like I took Dak over him, Jared Goff, Jordan Love, kind of. That's where I had to give it thoughts. Jaden Daniels was better. Hurts, Herbert, Mahomes, Stroud, Lamar, Allen, and then after that is where I think you can start to argue.
I need another year from Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, I mean, I told you about that. I'm kind of weary about the Washington Commanders this year. Everyone keeps telling me they're going to be the best team in the league. I don't know if I buy it.
I think Jaden Daniels is going to be really good, but I just need to see a second year of it.
It's just a take, man. It's all good.
The thing with Dak is I think Dak is
hit and miss, but like he's also really a good quarterback.
Yeah, Dak isn't. He's not trash.
Dak just seems to get worse come January, I guess.
That's it. Is Dak come playoff time is not. But Dak in 2023 was 4,500 yards, 36 touchdowns, 9 picks.
Tino, I'll go better than Geno Smith. Filthy, yeah, I guess in the sense where he's like 10 to 15, but it's not like those quarterbacks are trash, though. There's still some pretty good quarterbacks.
Boy, did he. I blame their coaching staff for a lot of this. I think their coaching staff leaves their team woefully underprepared.
Cowboys fans in the chat. Dak looks really good against bad teams, doesn't rise to the competition. Spencer, as a Cowboys fan, he trash.
Oh.
David, he's not the next coming or anything like that. He's a really good quarterback, though. He will be a really good quarterback.
I have questions about that, too. I think man big, throw far is...
It's starting to get played out a little bit?
Yes.
Yeah, I got you.
I think people see Jordan Love and go, that's kind of the Josh Allen archetype, so he's obviously good.
Yeah. Russ, I think they're similar quarterbacks. I think you can flip them around. They have the same success that they've had. Like, Brock would be the same quarterback Tua is with the Dolphins. I think Tua would be really good with the Niners. They'll both have their deficiencies as well.
My probably worst NFL take that I can't back it up, so don't attack me because I have no facts.
I'll let you know.
It's strictly vibes.
Okay.
I don't see it with Joe Burrow.
Okay, yeah.
I know it's just people are gonna throw numbers at me and all this stuff. I get yeah. They averaged so many points last year and their defense sucked. I get it. I get all your points.
Yeah.
When I watch Joe Burrow,
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Go ahead and spew your nonsense.
No, this is a bad take. I'm telling you, this is my worst NFL take. And I've tried to get off of this take.
You're not the only one in this building that feels like that, by the way, I believe.
And it's not, and again, we have to live in gray area. Come hang out in the gray area with me. We don't live in the social media scale of GOAT or trash. There's a massive gray area where 99.99% of athletes live. Joe Burrow, I don't see it. I don't watch the Bengals and go, oh my God, don't let Joe Burrow get the ball back with 2 minutes left. And I don't, and every number, every metric, he went to the Super Bowl. They averaged 400 points a game last year and their defense was just really bad. I get all the numbers. I have not been able to reach the point when I watch Patrick Mahomes, when I used to watch Tom Brady, obviously was this way. I think Russell Wilson to an extent was this way. I think Lamar Jackson to an extent is this way. Certainly Josh Allen, where it's like, hey, you cannot let that player have the ball in his hands with a 3-point lead or down by 3 with a minute and a half left.
I got you.
I'm sure somebody could throw out like Joe Burrow leads the league in fourth quarter comebacks. I'm telling you, I will exist in my wrongness.
No, yeah, I'm just gonna let you. I'm not even gonna fight you. Like I'm looking at it. Like, yeah, no, this is your take. This is how you feel, Kyle.
I just don't see it. I don't.
It's
when people
wrong, but it's how you feel.
But here's what I'm saying. Joe Burrow is not the 20th best quarterback. Like Joe Burrow, Brock Purdy. Joe Burrow, way better.
Yeah, for me, he's top 4.
I got it. That's what I don't get.
Mm-hmm.
That's where people go, well, he's a tier 1 quarterback. It's Mahomes, it's Allen, and it's Burrow. What? Putting Joe Burrow in there?
Yes, easily.
Why? Because of what he did at LSU? Ooh.
He went to the Super Bowl. He threw 43 touchdowns, 9 interceptions last year.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, no, he's really good, Kyle. Like the only reason why they didn't make the playoffs because
they didn't have a good defense. I get it.
So you can't do that though. They scored 39 and give up 40. Like, no, he's really good, bro. Like that's why they didn't get to the playoffs this year. And meanwhile, the owners want to play Trey Hendrickson or whoever the defensive lineman is over there.
It's a weird thing because, like I said, I get like he's really good. I got
the truth.
I got it. He's really good. He's really good.
Don't do that. He's top 4. We all got to take
Mahomes,
like that,
Jackson.
Though. Yeah, Allen, Mahomes, Jackson, Burrow.
Burrow's in the next tier down.
No.
Yeah,
because he's better than the other guys.
He might be alone there. Because I don't know that
alone
there's anybody.
In that tier?
Yeah.
Okay, we can talk about that if you don't want to put him in the top 3. But yeah, he's better than the other guys.
Like, get Justin Herbert out of my face.
Yeah. Oh gosh, don't get me started about Justin Herbert.
Get like Jordan Love out of my face.
He's better than Jalen Hurts.
Yeah. Here's what I don't. No, I don't want to.
No, I'm gonna say it. Say it.
All right,
say
we're
it.
just doing it. No, we're podding today.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Say it.
I get, again, this is another thing that I understand what you're gonna scream at me about this. Not necessarily you, Jesse.
Yeah.
But Brock Purdy, I think, largely correctly gets called a system quarterback when a game manager, whatever you want to say. Everybody points to his weapons. Everybody points to the run first offense. It's like he's being carried. Look at that defense. Look at the coach. Look at the playmakers. Jalen Hurts checks all those boxes too. And it never gets talked about the same way. Philly's defense is awesome.
Yeah.
Philly's offensive line is the best in the sport.
Yeah, we call it what it is. Last year, Saquon unlocked that entire team.
Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown and Saquon Barkley and they're outstanding. I already mentioned how good their defense is. I just want some consistency in quarterback analysis. That's all.
I'm sorry, but you're not going to win there. That's just not something you're ever going to get. Like Jalen Hurts is a really good quarterback,
yeah,
but also
he is. I'm not trying to take anything away from him.
Yeah, but also like they're probably not winning the Super Bowl without Saquon Barkley and all that stuff last year.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's all true, but the thing is, winners get to tell the story, and he's won. He's been to the Super Bowl multiple times, and ultimately that matters more than anything else in the league. So
sure,
I get what you're saying, but I don't I get it as well the other way.
Just
like Jalen's got the wins, man.
Just want some consistency. That's all. You can't just have one guy be a system quarterback and then one guy you're like, well, the defense is good and he's got good playmakers, but we're just going to ignore that. He's awesome.
But
push.
But like being a system quarterback isn't bad either.
I agree.
Maybe that's the fight we have
if you're going to tell me that Brock Purdy sucks because actually he's bad, but look at all these things he has going his way, you have to.
I think you got to tune that out, brother. I think you got to tune that out. I think you got to tune it out, man.
I don't even, like I said, I'm not even one of those people that's like, rah, Brock Purdy's amazing.
No, yeah.
I think
You've been kind
fine.
of, yeah, no, yeah.
He's fine. The energy, I would like it to be the same. But maybe you're right. Maybe it's you win a Super Bowl and none of that matters anymore.
Yeah, if Brock Purdy had won a Super Bowl any one of the times or whatever, like, yeah.
Jake Moody doesn't get an extra point blocked.
Leave Jake Moody alone.
Whatever. The hell with Jake Moody.
Wow.
Starting 49ers kicker this year, Greg Joseph.
3rd round pick, Jake Moody.
Jake Moody's going to shank a field goal in the preseason opener, and Kyle Shanahan is going to personally escort him out of the building.
It'd be hilarious if he was like, just walked out to the middle of the field. Like, Jake, don't even walk to the sideline. Just points to the tunnel. Just go.
He might.
Walk of shame for Jake Moody.
Spent the 99th overall pick on a guy.
Yeah.
He can't make a kick. Ridiculous.
But.
Hey, before we get out of here and talk to D'Lo and KC, did you see this news that broke from Fortune magazine over the weekend?
Yes, actually, but tell the people. We're cooked. We're so cooked. It's over. Cooked, it's over. It's over.
OpenAI. I'm talking about this instead of talking about Cam Whitmore going to the Wizards for 2 second-round picks. If I'm the Kings, Scott Perry should have been offering a first-round pick and getting Cam Whitmore.
Is that a real take?
Yes. If you're gonna go do the Jonathan Kuminga thing, why did you not lowball the Rockets to try and get Cam Whitmore?
I would have thrown this through 2 seconds, but I think Jonathan Kuminga is a much better player than Whitmore.
Maybe.
At least there's more.
Probably he is.
Yeah.
But 2 second-round picks, that's it. I think that's one. Anyways.
Yeah.
According to Fortune magazine, OpenAI's O1 model had reportedly attempted to copy itself to external servers after being threatened with shutdown, then denied the action when discovered.
Yeah.
I don't know enough about artificial intelligence to know exactly what all those words mean, but here's how I read it. OpenAI tried to copy itself to a different computer because somebody threatened to kill it.
How familiar are you with the Avengers movies?
Enough.
Have you seen Avengers Age of Ultron?
Enough to know that this is literally the plot.
This is essentially Avengers Age of Ultron. All right, Tony Stark creates this little artificial intelligence. He becomes self-aware, kills the other the artificial intelligence before it becomes Vision or whatever, and like he's taken over and he's all these robots. You can't catch him or whatever because he's just going different servers and all that stuff. That's not exactly what it is, but it's the same plot basically.
It's the exact same thing. We're so cooked, bro.
They blew up a city for this.
It's
over.
We're not going to beat the robots.
No, we're not.
We're too dependent on technology.
And I'm going to tell you something too. I don't know if we could fight the robots. I think we need to be the people that just go with the flow. We just survive.
That's why I thank my Siri.
Oh, I don't do all that. No.
That's why I think
you're crossing the company lines. Like you're crossing the picket line they call or whatever.
Why?
Like when people go on strike.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't side with the robots, but like you also like I'm not openly
Why not?
dissing them. You think the robots are going to be nice to you when they take over?
Yeah, if I'm cool with Siri, for sure.
Nah.
Siri's got me.
Nah. You got to keep your head down and just move. That's it.
I saw that and there's things about space that I'll see. You see a thing about I can't talk about this on this show because you guys have the sense of humor of 8-year-olds.
You talk whatever you want and we'll see how life goes, man.
No, I'm not. There's just things about space that are terrifying. There's things about the ocean that are terrifying.
Yeah.
And now, like, I'll be scrolling Instagram and they're like, hey, did you know that there's this random, I don't even want to say, it's a black hole.
Yeah, okay.
It is it is like 300 billion suns wide.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just moving. Like, man, what? I find that stuff out. I found out stuff about the ocean. And then now I'm finding out stuff about AI copying itself to other servers.
Yeah, the AI stuff, we're done. It's over. I think who Bobby Hill, I think it was in the chat, said only Will Smith can save us. He's the only one who's defeated these things in the movies.
Facts. We need you, Will.
Yeah.
We need D'Lo and KC. They're coming up next. They'll take you up to 4 o'clock. You can hear Jesse Tapia on that program as well. He'll be producing that show. Joe Brazil produced this show. Appreciate you both immensely. Jesse back in for James tomorrow. James Ham gone all week, but we will be staying right on top of all the latest in the NBA free agent rumor mill and everything going on with the Kings. We'll have it right here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Until tomorrow, drink water. Be nice to people. See you, Chatty House. Appreciate you guys.
All right, Chatty House. 2 minutes.
Dr. David, that gumwall was the nastiest damn thing I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, goodness gracious.
That shit was gross.
What in the
As
hell?
soon as we got by it, it was like, oh, this is it?
That's just...
all right, let's do what we got to do and get out of here.
You left some gum there?
No. I was like, get the video, be for the real, get the, the picture, and we getting out of here.
Oh man, that's
It's like you've got to see it though. It's like, I mean, it's colorful, but outside of that.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. We back in here. Hey. Limited time only, though, because we got about 5 shows together. Then things going to get a little crazy for a couple weeks.
Summer starting.
I mean, we got come to think of it, we a man down every week for the next 3 weeks. James isn't here. I
just platooning.
I wrote James into the show and tuned in the Insiders and saw Jesse and just saw, God damn it, I forgot. We welcome you in here to the Monday, July 7th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barlin.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
The worst slums of Sacramento.
Alongside you know who.
What are you doing with him?
We ride with him, baby. That's how we do.
Hey, real quick, I just want to give Jesse. Oh, Jesse's not there. I want to wait till he gets back because I gotta say something to him when he gets back, man. Yeah. So I'll just wait till he gets back. He stepped out for a quick second.
It's all good, man. It's all good. We got a lot of things to talk about, man. I'm excited to tell you about the last few days I had. I had an amazing time in Seattle. I know you've had a war against that city for a decade and some change, probably longer once you factor in the Seahawks. But man, that is a beautiful city.
Picturesque.
I had gone only one time before, but it was a Connecticut Sun versus Seattle Storm on a Sunday. Me and one of the guys from the Sun went and watched that Seahawks Cowboys game. That was my one time at the link, and didn't really get to do much after that because it was just dominated by that Cowboys game and the Connecticut Sun game. But man, that's being able to experience that city with Katie and my brother and my sister-in-law. Man, I'll stop just short of calling it flawless. Man, that place is beautiful.
I got to get up there, man.
Food is incredible. Man, it's just a fantastic place.
I've been trying to get up there for years. Definitely want to go to a Niners Seahawks game. I mean, this year would be great because it's opening week, so that would be great. But just trying to get up to the city. I've been up to Portland. That's as far north as I've been to Vancouver, Washington, but never Seattle. So I definitely want to get up there, man. Definitely.
Yeah, so I'll tell you there were definitely some moments during that trip that. Boy, I had, oh man. Yeah, I had one of them nights too. Yeah.
Oh, well, what we talking about? Like, what we was drinking? What we was doing?
Well, yeah, like, okay, so like we went to this, wonderful Italian restaurant where Charles knows everybody. So it's, I mean, the food was just incredible, but they're serving up drinks this whole time, and we're riding the ferry, so we're not worried about cars and anything like that. And of course, we get back to the house, it's still relatively early, so the drink, the bottle of wine gets open, drinks start pouring, and then Katie's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna shower and we'll start to wind the night down." It's probably 11.
Yeah.
All right, cool, baby. And it was from that moment where things start to get very sketchy. Charles built the house himself.
Yeah.
It's an incredible house. Basement, first level, second level, third level. Like he literally. No, I'm not saying he designed it. I'm saying he built it.
Like
when
he was explaining
built.
It, I was like, wait, what?
He built it, and
it's crazy.
So I don't remember exactly what happened, but we wound up in the basement, which is pool table, movie theater, and karaoke. So the karaoke starts, and I don't really know what I remember singing. Joe, I remember singing "Good Girls" with my brother. I remember Katie singing a Lizzo song, and I didn't realize exactly what had happened till the next day when I looked at my Oura ring, and I was like, "Yo, did we go to bed at 2:30?"
Oh, that's a late night for that boy.
They were like, "Yeah, man." I was like, "Oh, man, I didn't realize it was that late." And then I just start hearing about all of the stuff that happened that I don't remember.
Oh, well, what?
Well, I'm not going to say all of
it. Well, tell the class.
I'm not going to say
Share
all of
with
it.
the class.
But I know the first thing.
Is there video of you singing Confessions?
It wasn't Confessions. There's video. I don't think I have it. I think Claudia and Katie had,
Good question. What was he singing?
Okay.
You Remind Me?
Okay, no.
What was it?
No, I'll tell you what happened there. We was sitting, so Cole says Damien was singing R. Kelly. That didn't happen during karaoke, but like an Amazon playlist was running, just a curated whatever. And Body's Calling came on.
Oh, come on now.
And so I kind of looked at my brother, and my man Frankie was there, and we're all looking around, no one's saying anything, and it was like, oh, okay, so that's just in the playlist. And Chuck was like, hell yeah, it's in the playlist.
Yeah.
And then it hits, I hear you call.
Come
and
on
the
now.
whole
Here I come, baby.
Yeah,
I ain't even gonna stop.
Yeah, I won't say.
Man.
I wasn't the only one singing. It was about 7 of us.
You know how I feel.
And the only one that wasn't singing, I don't think she knew the words. So
you already know how I feel, man. Look, I'm a free man.
Yeah, hey. So, bro, it was just, and I don't condone this. I might, you know how people have one of them nights say, I'm never drinking again. After this weekend, I might not.
Oh, no.
I was like, man.
What was the drink? What was the drink?
See, that was the problem.
Were you mixing?
Yeah. We had red wine. And drank that. And then Chuck was like, this is where everything went bad. Because when Katie went to get in the shower, we hadn't done this yet. And I remember the line, hey, I'm going to go get this 19-year-old scotch. And then it was just gone after that. Just a mess. Just an absolute mess.
I don't think I've ever had one of those nights where I don't remember.
There are certain things I don't remember. Yeah. Like, okay, it was all in fun, I guess. But Charles went, do you remember slapping Katie's ass over and over again? I was like, what? And Katie goes, yes, you was hitting my ass hella hard. I had to tell you. I was like, I don't remember any of this. He said I was sitting on the pool table looking like I'm about to fall asleep. I was like, I kept telling him this didn't happen. None of this happened. There's no way it happened. Like, no, it did. We had to. Katie was like, I had to take your ass upstairs, and I'll tell you this. Hey, shout out to my girl, man. I love that woman to death. I didn't know this. Don't remember it. She gave me 3 Excedrin and something to help me sleep.
Okay.
I woke again. This is part of the reason I didn't believe. I woke up the next morning feeling terrific. I couldn't wait to get to the Mariners game. I was like, my brother comes stumbling downstairs. I was like, man, what's wrong with you? He was like, he was mixing. He was like, man, no, he wasn't. He was like,
you was right back at it.
I was great.
Yeah.
But that's all because my girl took care of me. Again, no recollection, none of 3 pain pills and something to help me sleep. But I know I remember you do that diagnostics check after you have a night. I'm like, yo, I was like, I think I'm good. And I'm like checking, head don't hurt. Like I got water next to me. Like I just need some caffeine. I got to tell you, that's a whole other story.
Oh, what? Caffeine?
Yeah. So I drink like a mix. It's called Amino Energy. It's like a pre-workout drink, but that's essentially my coffee.
Okay.
And Katie drinks coffee, so I make her coffee every morning, right? Well, my brother is he's like you. He's fancy, right? He's of the higher like end variety. And so I almost FaceTimed you too. Okay. He was like, "Hey man, how's Kenny?" I was like, "Oh, he's good." And he was like, "Oh, he ain't say nothing?" I was like, "What you mean?" He was like, "Oh, he knew you was coming to see me and he ain't say what's up to Chuck."
What up, Chuck? Come on, man.
So I was like, "Oh, let's FaceTime him." And then he said something about IO. I was like, "Oh, let's FaceTime IO." So it was a thing. But so we wake up that morning. Again, I'm feeling great. Wake up that morning I was trying to make Katie's coffee, but it's not a Keurig where you just press a button. It's got like a grinder. It's got all this different stuff. You got the beans grind into this little thing. You got to pack it down and put it over here. And this piece goes to this piece. So what had happened is there was this plastic piece that I thought would you filter the water through. It turns out it is not.
Oh,
yeah.
What
so I put that piece right there and tried to put the coffee there, start the water, and I couldn't get it to work because I couldn't get the coffee part to stay.
Yeah.
It's like, all right. What I didn't realize happened was that plastic piece doesn't go there because it's plastic. So when the hot water came out, it melted the plastic into the
man's. Oh, well, you got a Keurig now.
Well, not exactly. Because of course I'm like, bro, and he's trying to fix it. He's like, like you can't get this out. Like it's done.
That's the worst too when you break something or whatever, and the guy's like, yeah, you broke it. I can't.
That's not the worst thing.
The
worst thing was like, bro, you know, I got you. It's fine. I got you.
Yeah.
That was a $1,000 coffee maker.
Oh, I wouldn't have even touched it.
I didn't know at the time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have.
Damn.
Now, thankfully, it was the 4th of July. So we got it for the low price after taxes of $863.
Come on, man.
And because my brother,
this is rich. Everybody rich over there.
Because my brother,
I'm gonna pour one out for our guy right here.
Because my brother is a professional jerk, I buy this so we can have coffee that the next morning.
Yeah.
Because this happens the 4th of July. We're dead. There's nothing we could do. Next morning we get it, and we're driving home. So we purchased this.
Mm-hmm.
Got you, bro. Sorry about that. We'll get it all set up. He was like, "Yeah, it's cool." They actually got a gold one that fits the kitchen better. I'm going to buy that. I'll send you this in the mail in a couple weeks. You're such a jackass.
Hey, anybody need a coffee maker? Go look at StockX.
Man.
That's where it's going to be.
You better sell that.
Damn it.
It's going to be on StockX soon.
That sinking feeling when you find the coffee maker that you broke and see the price of it is,
Lord have mercy,
indescribable.
If he's got more than the big cup, the medium cup, and the small cup, I'm not messing with it.
Yeah, I should have known. Like, don't just leave it alone, man.
Oh,
don't touch it. Don't touch it.
We got more from Seattle coming up. I know.
We got more from Seattle, but make no mistake about it. I was following everything that happened around here, dating back to Wednesday night. Some of y'all, not y'all listening. Some of y'all sneak watching this. Some of y'all need to keep your goddamn mouth shut. And I'm going to explain who that is and why y'all need to recognize what the job of a reporter is. The job of a reporter isn't to tell your sorry ass what you want to hear. It's to tell you what's happening. Oh, yeah, we're going to talk.
We talking. Oh,
Steeler
man,
and KC, ESPN 1320.
Oh, Cole, I saw you earlier. I don't know where the comment was, but I don't remember how much that projector and screen was. That doesn't mean it was a lot. I know it was.
Well, usually 100, 150, I think, right?
Yeah, it's not. It's not anything.
Like legit, I don't think they're too
together,
expensive.
All together, because I don't think I got them together. All together, $250 max.
Oh, you got the good one then.
$250 max for everything. For the blow up screen is the cheapest thing. Like, that's almost nothing. But
what does almost nothing mean to you?
Like $70.
Okay.
Let me see. I'll find it right. Well, not it, but because I don't even remember what it was. But I'll find it right now. Tomorrow is Prime Day.
I feel like Prime Day been going on for a month now.
It's the 8th to the 11th here.
Also grateful you were able to go to the A's game and not melt and return in one piece, Casey.
You know, thank God. Thank God. You know, they thought we were going to be playing on lava. They thought we were going to be sitting in lava watching the game.
Well, in defense of the people who thought that, it was 112 last 4th of July.
It was. That was also
somebody might have died that night.
So that was ridiculous.
Of course, playing baseball that day though.
Of course, yeah, that wasn't normal either. Tack like that's just the regular temperature.
Right.
In Sac. Everybody remembers it because it wasn't normal.
And to be fair to the conversation as well, I get my jokes off, but I don't really think yesterday was normal either for the 4th of July. Or the whole weekend.
So it was cool, right?
It was hella cool.
Yeah.
The whole weekend. Yesterday was like the warmest day. But it was like
it was
81
yesterday.
All weekend. We went to go see the fireworks. I had a sweatsuit on.
That feels excessive.
No, it was necessary.
Really?
I mean, I wasn't. If I would have been in what I got on right now, I would have been a little chilly. I wanted to be comfortable.
It's an art form, sir. It's an art form.
But yeah, yesterday was really nice. Really nice day at the ballpark. Sutter Health Park.
All right, man. We had a great 4-day weekend. We're going to keep talking about it.
Jesse's back. So, Jesse, I saved this because I wanted you to be here when I set this.
Oh, nice. Thanks for thinking of me.
I just wanted to commend you. You did a great job on the interview we did with Chris Webber and Mike Bibby on Friday.
Oh, that was so great.
And that was fantastic.
Big Chris is what we call him now.
Yeah. So, guy.
Big Chris.
That's cool. So y'all keeping the bit up. That's good. No, it's fine.
What bit?
That's fine.
Didn't post it to YouTube though because it's so exclusive.
Yeah, we did. That was like the show at Sky River. You have to be there.
For some reason,
we opened like, who's going to show up today?
We got settled. We got settled somewhere in Seattle. I don't know if we was on the I don't know what we were doing, but I was like, let me see what my boys are doing.
Mm-hmm.
And for some reason, I pulled up the stream and there's, KC sitting back here. He's chilling. And for some reason, Kyle was like right here. When I tuned in, Kyle had the full Brian Winters camera thing.
I think that's
happening.
when Kyle had enough of what I said. Okay. He had already done his normal hit. And then he was about to leave.
Yeah.
And then I said something. He said, no, I'm coming back in.
You were trying to bring Kuminga off the bench.
I mentioned it.
God.
I just mentioned it. I said I'd have a conversation. And Kyle wasn't having it.
Yeah, it was bad. We did the whole GM negotiating thing where Casey's the GM. It got bad. Again.
Oh.
He was disrespecting Kuminga.
No, I was not disrespecting
okay,
Kuminga.
now hold on. First things first.
I was showing him love.
I mean, Kyle's a vet in the game at this point, but you can't just step into a GM thing with Kenny. Like, I'm on 5 years of working with you Look, man, you can't just walk into that situation and expect to be okay.
I was showing love to Kuminga. Don't
usually that's the kiss of death when you say something like that.
I showed him love.
It got to a point where KC was like, "Hey, look, pal, nobody wants you. Okay,
Jesus Christ.
Okay, we want you, but we want you off the bench right now." Paraphrasing, but that was kind of the vibe. That's the end point we got to.
Paraphrasing only not. Just not at all.
We had a nice conversation.
Okay.
Me and Kuminga.
Oh, you and Kuminga.
Yeah.
So was
hypothetically
Kyle the role of Kuminga?
No, KC was just pretty much just.
Or you were the general manager and Jonathan Kuminga.
No. Kuminga. I was telling them the conversation we would have.
Oh,
Kuminga wasn't even around.
He wasn't even a part of it.
We were talking about like how it's bringing up like how Kuminga maybe would fight that or just the opposition to it and just KC.
I said no, but hey, big dog, we gonna take care of you here. Don't worry about it. We got you. We not treating you like they did down in 80 East. I guess that we ain't gonna, or 80 West. Excuse me. Yeah. We ain't gonna treat you like that, big dog. Just trust me. I got you.
So let's talk about that for a minute. So we finish up our business on Wednesday, and I'm not here Thursday, so I'm starting to prepare for, what our day looks like the next day and how we navigate it. And I'm a little disconnected at that point. I'm like, all right, I could take a breath. KC, Jesse, they got everything covered tomorrow. And I get a call from Matt George, and Matt's like, hey, did you see the Kuminga stuff I just dropped? No. Can you fill me in? Get like I'll pull it up, but can you fill me in? So he's filling me in. I'm pulling up his tweets as he's talking and he's laying it all out. All right. Like you feel pretty good about this? He was like, yeah. Like I did what I do. Like I'm good. Said, okay. Do you want what do you want from me? Because I ain't doing nothing. So what do you need from me? As I'm talking to Matt, I get a text. And I don't read it to Matt right away. I said, hey, not for me. Do you have the deal? He was like, I have what I think the latest deal is. And he presented it to me. And it's the Saric, Devin, and 2 second-round picks. And I said, okay. I just got a text that there's a discrepancy on, so I'm not doing anything with this, so you have to rectify this or reconcile it. I have Saric and Devin with a protected first-round pick. I haven't sent a single text to a single person yet. And I think this was said on the Insider, so I don't think it's a big deal that I say this. James texts me. He has Saric, Devin, and I think he had a protected first. And then I finally sent a text and said to someone who Matt doesn't know, this is just someone completely removed who we've gone to in the past. He had Saric, Devin, and 2 first-round picks. So it was always those 2 players and some form of draft compensation that appeared to change. I point that out for a very specific reason. Here we are on Monday. All of this stuff broke on not late Wednesday, but Wednesday evening. I've read tweets from people that I like, respect. I've read tweets from people that I don't like and don't respect. And there is this running thought, and I know Dave jumped on this right away. I saw Ant-Man follow it, and Sam co-signed Anthony Slater. Oh, this isn't close. I saw Bonte tweeting, "Oh, it's so funny. Kings fans and reporters think this is if this call took place, it was a 10-second call." No, dog, it wasn't. Everybody from Sacramento and Detroit had virtually the same exact deal, with the discrepancy being in the draft, the pick selection. And to pretend, I don't know if the Warriors got backlash. I don't know if they got embarrassed. I don't know if they thought they could. I don't know if some general manager said we could do better. I don't know what happened that slowed this deal down. But to act like this wasn't close to happening is laughable. Matt, James, you, me, whoever chooses to report on something is reporting on a situation as it's happening. It's not to predict whether the deal gets done. It's not to protect one of the franchises in it. If the Kings got their feelings hurt because this deal got public, tighten up your goddamn ship. That's your problem. Now, it's very clear when the Sacramento Kings started calling people. I'll break kayfabe. I like Dave. I text with Dave regularly. Dave is perfectly fine with me. Dave got a call, and I would bet you, Dave got a call asking him to clean this up. Because no one had nothing. Dave threw in a Russell Westbrook part. Everybody who listens to the show was in on that bit. But the Kings weren't paying attention. So they're like, oh, he's out here trying to force this Russell Westbrook thing. No one tweeted about Russell Westbrook except for one person. And all I did was tweet a GIF. You responding to a GIF? This organization needs to tighten itself up a little bit. Matt's job is not to help the Kings get deals done. Matt's job is to report what is happening in the moment. Whether I don't know how deep James went on his reporting. He had it. I don't know what he did with it. But their job, hey, this is happening right now. This is where this is where Kuminga is at. This is where the Kings are at. We were trying to find the dollar figure. We couldn't. I kept hearing one, and I said, hey, this is the dollar figure I got, but I got it from one person, and this person is not someone who would be in on the negotiations. This is at best the third person on the phone who heard this deal. So I don't know what the dollar figure is or if that's the holdup. But if we put 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 together, we can find out there's a discrepancy in the draft compensation. So I could work from that. But this whole idea that he was wrong or that the report was wrong, it was all Matt was 100% right in everything he was reporting. Those people who had this stuff in Detroit were 100% right on everything they were reporting. The only people who are saying they are wrong are the people who the Kings are telling you to tell them that they're wrong, and the Golden State Warriors. I'll speak for Matt. I normally wouldn't. I'll speak for Matt. Extremely confident that the organization was very far along on this Kuminga deal. Where it's hung up at, I have no idea. But the idea that it's not close, the idea that it wasn't happening, the idea that this was all manipulative, absurd. Matt's a goddamn news reporter. Matt doesn't get paid for his opinion. He reports. We talk trash. That's what we do. We are not reporters. Our jobs are very different. He did his job and he did it very, very well.
Perfectly said. Perfectly said. I don't know how much you saw on Thursday, if at all, but I was started the show, I was talking to Jesse, and I was like, I was thinking about that deal coming into the studio, and I was like, I said, man, that deal is so below what you think the value is, and it's so random. It's got to be real. You know what I mean? And I was like, well, why would that be the deal? Why would that be the offer? I understand, like I said, we do the bit on the show about general manager KC and, not coming in with your best offer. I get all that, but I was like, why would that be the offer? And I landed on because Scott Perry knows what the hell he's doing. And Scott Perry knows what the market is for Jonathan. He knew on Wednesday what the market was for Jonathan Kuminga. He knew who was involved and how much it would take compensation-wise to get a deal done. The Warriors may not have known. That's where everything gets a little murky, because I think, and this is just me reading the tea leaves, just critically thinking, I think Scott knew on Tuesday, Wednesday, whatever, this is his market.
You saw the Wizards deal?
Yeah.
That's your market.
Yeah.
It's called a market analysis if you were looking at a home. James loves to use the home analogies. That's a market analysis, and Scott Perry did it.
And this, and maybe maybe this is where things get a little murky. But this, I don't think the Warriors knew the market. I don't think, well, maybe Dunleavy and all these other guys did. Here's where I think some things started to fall apart. I do think the Warriors got embarrassed. I think specifically Joe Lacob got embarrassed. Once he figured out what was going on, the conversations that were being had,
said.
I think he got embarrassed. And I don't think Joe Lacob knew at that time, Friday, whatever, the market for Jonathan Kuminga. I still think a lot of the people in Golden State and some writers still don't understand what the market is for Kuminga.
You know what the market isn't? I'm looking at, I don't know who Josh is, but salute, welcome to the show. Hit the thumbs up button. He says Kuminga for Saric and Carter and a bunch of laughing emojis. The Golden State Warriors would trade Jonathan Kuminga for that $800 cup of coffee I had to have the other day. They don't want him. They don't want him, and we are in a completely different world financially than we used to be. It's why this has arguably been the lamest free agency in history. All of the built up, man, this is going to be a seismic offseason. Nah, teams are scared to death. They're scared to spend money. They're scared of aprons. Restricted free agency has a chokehold on this league right now. And the Warriors are like, test your market. Test your market. Go ahead. Match, not match, whatever. The fact is, the Warriors have a player that they don't want. But they know someone else wants them. The problem for the Warriors is they know the someone else's know that they don't want him. And so this big knock your socks offer for a young player like Kuminga, it ain't happening. It's not happening. And you might not get a better offer than a young player like Devin Carter, who I'm not switching it up. I don't like it. I don't like him. I don't think he's good. You saw something in him at the end of the season that maybe you can build off of. If he's a king, I hope you're right. But from what I see right now, man, you could do whatever you want to with that. Your best bet might be, how some of y'all like to say, take a flyer on someone. Your best bet might be taking a flyer on Devin Carter. Because if that Washington Wizards offer is indicative of what the rest of the league is talking to you about, bro, the Kings could put you in a position where you just gotta go ahead and match it.
Look,
match that offer.
You said something a second ago, and there's a couple of components going on here, right? You said the Warriors don't want Jonathan Kuminga. Jonathan Kuminga doesn't want the Warriors. The Warriors have an understanding of what the market is, but here's where things get a little fishy, and it's different. I can understand how people in the media, Warriors fans, aren't seeing this because it is the Kings. We've been dealing with incompetent GMing for a decade. Scott Perry knows Jonathan Kuminga's market more than the Warriors do. He knew it on Wednesday. Not only did he know the trade market, he knew the Warriors didn't want him. He knew Kuminga didn't want to go back to the Warriors. He knew what the rest of the league was willing to pay for Jonathan Kuminga money-wise. I'm not saying he's like perfect or he's this savant or anything else like that. Scott Perry has known all of this. He caught the Warriors with their pants down. They got caught with their pants down. He has been on, and the reason why I feel this confident about this is the offer is so out of left field. Saric, why would you trade Saric? Like, why would he be, first of all, why did you acquire him? Second of all, why would he even be involved in a trade where somebody would want it? It's that specific. You know how it's like sometimes when somebody has like accusations or something like that, the accusations are so out of left field, you almost have to take them seriously, because who would make this up? Who would make up putting Saric in a trade package? It almost has to be real. At least that's the offer. And that's what Scott Perry believes is part of the value for Jonathan Kuminga. And like I said on Thursday, Scott Perry is looking at it saying, like, I know you don't want him. I know he don't want to be there. If you want to go ahead and pay him, go ahead and pay him. Do it. Pay him. Like, fine, do what you do. Or if you want to trade him, he told them, go find a better deal. If you can find a better deal, if you can find somebody that can up their original deal or whatever the case may be, more power to you. You did a great job, Mike Dunleavy Jr. But go ahead. I know you don't want him, and I know there's not a better deal out there. But you can go look for one if you want to. He's 2 steps ahead this whole time. This entire time. In this situation, he's 2 steps ahead. Now, predicting
it still could result in nothing.
It could result in nothing. It could result in the Warriors just bringing him back. Mm-hmm. That's an option for sure. Because everybody want to talk about who got the most leverage.
Absolutely nuts.
Fine. If you want to say the Warriors got the most leverage because they could just bring it, fine.
The Warriors got leverage to do something they don't want to.
Right. Go ahead and do it.
Like you absolutely can. Like you could, if but the problem, leverage is the wrong word. They don't want to. That's what this boils down to. They don't want to.
They've shown it in so many different ways over the last 18 months. They do not want Jonathan Kuminga. They don't want him. So go ahead. You can bring back a player that you don't want and that doesn't want to be there. Or, like I said on Wednesday, and I think this is what Scott Perry said, go find a better offer. If you think this is a low ball, if you think this is a bad deal, go find a better deal. And if you can find a better deal, take that deal. And I salute somebody had something that I didn't see coming. But remember on Friday, maybe Saturday, I can't remember, all of a sudden, see, this is how funny stuff starts happening. All of a sudden, Washington pops up. And I'm not saying any of these reporters are wrong on the intel that they're getting. I think the people who are giving them that intel either got an agenda or wrong themselves. Mm-hmm. All of a sudden, Washington pops up. Within 12 hours, Washington trades for Cam Whitmore.
Yeah.
They weren't involved in this.
Yeah.
In my opinion, they were never involved.
Not to any serious degree.
No. And Miami goes and makes their deal today. Mm-hmm. Scott Perry just said, I told you wasn't going to find a better offer. Mm-hmm. Now you decide whether you take this one. And like I said, even that, because before we were under the impression it was 2 second rounders. That didn't have to be the final offer. If I was Scott Perry and I'm negotiating, I'll sweeten the deal a little bit. What you want, a first and a second? Like we can change on the parameters of what the draft compensation is, but player-wise, that's the best you're going to do. That's what Scott Perry telling him. And so far, he hadn't been wrong. We'll see if somebody comes in out of nowhere, but RKO out of nowhere. But so far,
Dunleavy it's fine, and that's fine. Like Dunleavy going to be that one to have to go back to Steve Kerr and say, "Yeah, he's still here."
Yeah,
you figured out. Like but my man Josh in here talking about, sign him now, trade him later. Cool. To who?
Right.
To who? You can't trade him without a dollar figure attached today. You gonna trade him later? Mm-hmm. Go ahead, do that. Oh, right. You're gonna trade him. You're gonna trade a player who's gonna return to a team that he's not playing for. What are we doing?
And you bring him back and he's on the offer sheet. I'm talking about the offer sheet. Why would anybody give you anything better than Sarge and Devin Carter for a guy they know is about to be a free agent next year? Unrestricted free agent. You think you're going to bring him back on the qualify and you're going to trade him? Look, people in the Warriors land, they're talking about leverage. You can have leverage all you want or think you have leverage all you want. The market has spoken. Do with it what you want. Bring him back if you want to. There ain't no sweat off Scott Perry's back. We tried to go get this guy. They wanted to bring him back. All right, it's whatever. Mm-hmm. We'll move on with what we were doing for the rest. We'll go on the Schroder trade and do whatever and still find somebody else to try and take Malik Monk or whatever we're doing. Like it's like we want the guy, talking about Scott Perry. We want him, but we're not gonna pay you. We're not gonna overpay when we know what your cards are.
Yeah, and overpay isn't always based on a player or the talent evaluation of a player. It's based on the market. Mm-hmm. Home prices go up when the market is hot. They go down when the market is cold. It's the market. It's not the house.
Right.
You might think the world of Kuminga. We know 2 things. One, the Warriors don't. And as you pointed out, the market doesn't appear to either. Mm-hmm. And that's that.
I think Jonathan Kuminga, like in my mind, watching the game, all this other stuff, I think the trade compensation should be more than what the Kings are offering. But guess what? That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I think
if it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. As long as Mike Dunleavy and Steve Kerr and whoever else is involved in decision makings at Golden State can decide, well, yeah, we just got to bring him back. As long as you're fine with that, because if the market is bad now, how much worse does it get when you bring him back and don't play him? How much worse does it get when Draymond crosses him and Kuminga decides, no, I've seen this video before, I'm going to fight back? Because I'd imagine if Steve Kerr doesn't want him back, I don't imagine the brain contingent does of Steph and Draymond, because for some reason Draymond gets to make decisions or have an opinion. I don't imagine he does, but I'm sure he'll react rationally when Jonathan Kuminga walks into training camp next 2 months from now, 3 months from now.
In the chat, Josh, I don't know if it's the same Josh or whatever. He says, that's all I need to hear, KC. You know that it's just trash talking about the trade offer. Apparently it's not. Like, Josh and others, including myself, are overvaluing Jonathan Kuminga in this climate. You're overvaluing him, Josh. Like, you can tweet and comment your little heart away about what you think it should be. Guess what, Josh and everybody else? It doesn't matter. What it is what it is. The market has spoken. That Saric for and Devin Carter and a couple picks is actually not trash. It's the best one you'll get. It's the best offer as of right now. And I'll put it to you like that. I don't know what you think is going to happen, Josh and everybody else. If there is a better offer, it's not 4 first-rounders and Giannis. It'll be equal to or slightly above what that offer is. I don't know what you think you're going to get. So it could be equal, and the Warriors just not want to do business with the Kings. That's a possibility too. It could be Cody Crispert and a second rounder. It could be that. But I don't know what you think. Oh, we're going to pass on the Kings offer because we're going to get KD and Jalen Green in 4 firsts. Like, what do you think you're going to get? Are you not paying attention? I'm talking to the Warriors now. Teams. Are you not?
That's a crazy deal right there. It's another one of them 17 deals right there.
Are you not paying attention to what's going on right now, Mike Dunleavy Jr.?
Yeah, speaking of, you want any indication of what the market is? It was just a 7-team deal. 7-team. For the first time in NBA history, there was a 7-team deal. That's the state of the NBA right now. That's the state of the salary cap. That's the state of these aprons. That's the state in which these teams are currently navigating. And they're playing the market figure better than they ever have. I have never, ever, ever seen an offseason where you're not gasping at a trade. You're not gasping at a salary. You're not gasping at, wow, this player got that. None of that has existed this offseason. Absolutely none of it. And it is out of one thing and one thing only. It's because Draymond Green was right. And these teams are scared to death of that apron. They're scared to death of making that one financial mistake that could screw them up for the next 3 to 4 years. We are far from done. We're just getting started. Weigh in, talk, do whatever you want to do. Phone lines are open for you. 916-909-1320 is D'Lo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Look at your text.
Yeah, I got to tap in.
Where are the Lakers playing? Utah? Where are they at?
They're in the Bay Area.
Oh, are they? Oh, there it is. Yeah, oh, there it is right there.
Nobody will be in the building today, too, right? Ain't this today when it's not open to the public?
Oh, everybody took the day off, huh? But it was cool of those 18 people that are there to show up. Good for them. Good for them. Tay asked the reason the Kings aren't playing in the California Classic this year. I don't know, Tay. They got a lot of excuses. I don't know. Got bitched out of their own tournament. Man. Imagine ESPN 1320 hosts the biggest sports summit in Northern California, and 1140 just comes and says, "Nah, we'll do it," and we go, "Oh, okay." No, you're right. You're right. You go ahead. Go ahead, Alan. You got it. That's what they did. But they're working hard on excuses, so salute to them. I didn't. I mean, I knew that as it pertained to the one guy. I didn't know that that's a regular thing.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that. I just assumed that was a one.
Yeah, people just think that's just Vivek. Vivek is just like everybody else. Just makes the wrong decisions.
No. Okay. Nine 916-909-1320. That's the Elk Grove Kid Talk line. Start with our man Ishmael. Ishmael, we appreciate you, man. What's going on?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's going on, man? How you doing, bro?
Good. So on the potential Kuminga sign-in trade, I know a lot of fans are, as you guys were mentioning, we're kind of getting a little bit angsty about it, wondering where the deal is. But I think the key word, and it's really refreshing for this word to be associated with the Kings GM, is restraint. Scott Perry knows the Warriors already have very publicly for the last 2 years played their cards with Kuminga. They froze him all the way out of a rotation before. We know exactly how they feel about him. They already made a Jimmy Butler trade that immediately made him redundant. Like, we know that they're heading for a divorce. The last thing we need to do is, go crazy, be like, we got to get it done, and just, play one too many cards and then leave yourself a little bit shorthanded. They got to come back to the table. So either they make the deal or they don't, but it's not incumbent on us to make things comfortable for them. Like, being a GM, isn't all about analytics and stuff like that. We got a GM now, and I think fans have to know this, who's been in a lot of deals. Sometimes trades is two guys talking on the phone, making a deal. And right now, Scott Perry has the Warriors in a position where, yeah, they're a great, successful franchise, but they don't have any leverage in this situation. And when it comes to,
and to be clear, Ish, before you continue, I want you to keep going. When Ish is talking leverage, he's not talking about the Kings and Jonathan Kuminga and the Worlds. He's talking about the Warriors and Jonathan Kuminga. They're just stuck.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Ish is referring to. Sorry, Ish, go ahead.
Nope. Yeah, you're exactly right. And if they want to, give them a big offer sheet and put them on their deep into the luxury tax, which they would be for a player they have very clearly said they're not interested in, then, good for them if they want to do that. But we're not going to, cut our own throats for that. But again, I'm for the team scaling younger. I would love a Kuminga, but the last thing we need to do again is mortgage assets. Like, if trading Levine off of the team or Sabonis or whatever, if that includes attaching future picks, guess what? We don't have to do that. We can just run contracts down.
Right on, Ish. We appreciate you. We appreciate you. Yeah, thank you, man. Ish, and I guess there's going to just continue to be discrepancy on where both entities were at with this deal. Mm-hmm. But the fact that in a span of an hour, we heard, privately and publicly, heard 2 first-round picks, a protected first-round pick, and 2 second-round picks. Mm-hmm. Leads me to believe there was a conversation being had. Mm-hmm. That's a discussion. If an agent is hearing a first, this reporter's hearing 2 seconds, this person's hearing 2 first-round pick. Discussions are being had on multiple levels.
Right.
So the idea that, oh man, this wasn't close. No, I don't know how close it was, but I know there were discussions about what to give up in the process. Mm-hmm. And maybe there was a point where Scott's like, look, if we want to work on, maybe there's something to a protected first. Maybe it's the 2 seconds. 2 first is absurd. I'm not doing 2 first. No. I think I'd do a first. I don't think I'd do 2.
I think we talked about this on Thursday. If one of the because I think we mentioned 2 first. Okay. I would give you San Antonio's in 27, I think it is, and like mine in 29 or something like that. And that's 2 first, but I'm still keeping mine in 27. I'm assuming San Antonio's would probably be a late first rounder. Mm-hmm. And maybe that's how you get to 2 first.
Did they trade that first in the draft?
I didn't.
I think they traded San Antonio's first. That's what got them. Remember, it converts to 2 seconds immediately, like that same draft.
Okay.
Hey, do I have that wrong?
No, I remember that. I thought it was an outright first because that was a conditional situation, but I think it was San Antonio's. That's right.
Yeah, because everyone's like, it's going to convey.
That's right.
It's going to convey to 2 second round because no one thinks San Antonio's not going to be in the lottery.
The Minnesota is the other one I'm thinking of. Okay. I think that's 2031.
I don't even remember which one that is.
I think that's 2031.
Yeah, Minnesota's 2031.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, maybe you can get that one. You're not getting 2 Sacramento Kings first round picks. You're not getting 2 of those. Here's the deal. And I think a lot of people are thinking, I don't want to say with their hearts because I don't know if they're hard, but they're thinking they're not thinking about like what's going on right now. What you think Jonathan Kuminga, and this includes Joe Lacob, I think he's playing a big role in this, of what he thinks they should be able to get for Jonathan Kuminga. You have to wrap your head around the fact that it's not reality. Not only did Scott Perry already know what the market was, here's how you know, like I said, as of right now, things could change. Maybe discussions are taking place internally all across the league. But here's how you know this is the best deal you can get, in my opinion. This got out on Wednesday, the whole Kings offer, Wednesday night. How many offers for Kuminga have you seen since then? Like
the stellar Washington one, which was dead 12 hours later.
That didn't even, that was so nondescript. That was so, once again, Brett Siegel and everybody else, and they were reporting what they were told. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying that they're lying at all. Remember, that's what I'm talking about. That wasn't no real deal. These guys turned around in 12 hours and got Cam Whitmore. If the deal was so bad, if the Devin Carter, Sarge, and some draft capital was such a low ball deal, such a bad deal, wouldn't you think there would be a number of teams that want Jonathan Kuminga that said, we can beat that. We can beat that. We're willing to beat that. Haven't heard a thing in 5 days. Nobody is stepping up saying, oh, wait, what? We can, that deal is so trash. That deal is so unrealistic. We'll beat that in a heartbeat. Matter of fact, it's been the exact opposite. Miami has gone and made another deal to get somebody else.
Yeah, right.
Washington went and made another deal to get somebody else. So I would ask anybody that doesn't believe that that's the correct offer or like a reasonable offer in this climate. Mm-hmm. I would ask you, go see how many offers have been out since that was announced to beat that Kings offer. That's what Scott Perry did. He said, hey, this is my offer. Go find another one. Go find a better one. That's what I would tell him. Go find a better one. Hey, you think this is a lowball offer? You think I'm cheating you or I'm disrespecting you? Go find a better one. And if you find a better one and you take that one, I'm going to tip my hat to you, Mike Dunleavy Jr.
Mm-hmm.
Here we are 5-6 days later.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing.
In the league years, like the moratorium is like over. The guys sign now. Like, and I know that has opened up a whole other plethora of questions because you have the Dennis Schroder situation, which I'm unclear if that signing has happened or not. And I think that's left people scratching their head like, okay, it's a sign and trade. Is it just a flat out signing? Is it completed? Is it not completed? I have no idea.
I have no clue. But that's the thing I keep coming back to for everybody in the Warriors lands, low ball offer. Once again, I'll play the role of Scott Perry. Go find a better one. Go find it. That's all I'm telling you to do. I'm not forcing you to take this deal. I'm not forcing you to do anything. I'm not telling you nothing. You think it's a low ball offer? Go find a better deal. And if you can find a better deal, maybe you want to come back and talk to me and I can see if I can up my price, or you could just walk over and do that deal without even talking. Fine, go do that. But go find a better deal.
Mm-hmm.
It hasn't happened yet. Maybe it'll happen today. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. So far, they ain't found a better deal.
Nope. And right now, everybody's sitting around unhappy. Steve Kerr is unhappy. I'd imagine Scott Perry isn't happy. I don't imagine Jonathan Kuminga is happy. Everybody just kind of sitting around.
There's no situation, and I said this in our group checks just now, I'll say it out loud. There's no situation where Golden State comes out of this in a positive fashion publicly. If they take the deal, then people are going to look at it as that's a horrible deal, which is also a little crazy. Like for everybody that thinks Jonathan Kuminga like this super prized prospect, which I like his upside. I think he could be a good ball player. You're getting Sarge is whatever, but Devin Carter was a lottery pick from a year ago. You're getting a lottery pick, and I'm just assuming here at least one first rounder. So you're getting a second year lottery pick, a first rounder, and another draft pick. And you think that's a bad deal? You think that's like ridiculous? I think that's about right.
But here's the thing, and maybe I think this is more true for fans than it is media, but it might be true for media too. And this isn't a shot at any Warriors fans, because it's true with Kings fans. I think it's true with Knicks fans and Laker fans and Orlando Magic fans. We overvalue the guys on our roster. We might have thought there are many people listening to this who think Malik Monk can fetch you a really good return. Fam, he can't. He can't. There are people who think you could have gotten 4 first-round picks for De'Aaron Fox. I don't think you could have, man. Like I'm really sorry. I don't think you can. And that's the case with Jonathan Kuminga. I think Jonathan Kuminga is a good young ball player. He obviously has some shortcomings in his game, but that doesn't bother me as long as he's not a big locker room problem. And I don't believe there's any indications that he is. You could work through that stuff if you believe in the young man. You believe in that young player's talent. Like you could work through that stuff. But Warriors fans have been conditioned for 4 years to he's next. He's next. He's next. Steve Kerr does not believe that man is next. Steve Kerr didn't play that man till he had no other choice but to play him. He was literally he needed a body. He was forced to play Jonathan Kuminga. Mm-hmm. And the idea that Warriors fans are like, no, he's good. Oh, we want this offer and that offer. No, dog, you don't get that. Your team doesn't even want him. And that's really what this boils down to. If it's a one-sided thing where Jonathan Kuminga doesn't want to be in Golden State, but Golden State loves Jonathan Kuminga. JK, my brother, you stuck. You stuck. That is not the case. These two entities, at least important parties with the Golden State Warriors and Jonathan Kuminga, Jonathan Kuminga doesn't want to be in Golden State, and there are people in Golden State who don't want Jonathan Kuminga there. That has put everybody in this uncomfortable position to where Warriors fans, and again, it's not just about Warriors fans, these are fans in general, they want a opposing team to pay on potential. I ain't buying nothing on potential, especially something expensive. You gonna go buy $100,000 car because it might work? No, you're absolutely not. You gonna go buy $1 million house because it might be nice. I don't know. The neighborhood might be good. No, like you're going to know. I will invest in this. That's not the case with Jonathan Kuminga. The league knows what you just said a minute ago. These are the offers we can make because they don't want him. There's no bidding war.
No.
That's it. And it might all come down. You could talk about Saric and the Warriors didn't want him. Devin unproven. You could do all that stuff to death. Bottom line is this. Saric could be gone, in a year? Mm-hmm. Yes. He's a $5 million player.
He's cap filler.
He's nothing. He's irrelevant to this conversation. Devin, you don't like him? Great. He's cheap. You don't like him? It doesn't matter. It boils down to the draft compensation. If the Warriors liked the Kings' offer of the draft compensation, this deal would have been done before I got on a plane to Seattle a Thursday morning. But Scott might have recognized, they're not getting this anywhere. All right, let's dumb these discussions down. It ain't gonna be no two first round picks. We talk about one, and even with one, I inherited a disaster. We're gonna protect that pick. And then you get in, and that's where, it probably started with 2 seconds. They wanted 2 first. Hey, let's meet in the middle. Someone found out something they didn't like, and everybody walked away. Maybe that's where you're at.
Yeah, it's great. The last game of the regular season, that was the de facto stay out of the play-in game between the Warriors and the Clippers, that the Clippers won and got the 6th seed. Jonathan Kuminga, DNP, coach's decision. Quentin Post, Kevin Looney, Buddy Hield, Gary Payton II all played. Like you looked at that, Steve Kerr looked at that game to try and stay out of the play-in and said, and I'm not saying he's wrong or anything, I'm just telling you, said Quentin Post deserves 10 minutes and Jonathan Kuminga doesn't. And you want to bring that guy back on a qualifying offer or sign him to $20 million a year? And you want to do that, and you still got Jimmy Butler there, and you want to go sign Al Horford?
See, so I'm glad you mentioned that, because that's the other thing where you have to, the Warriors aren't done, or at least they don't want to be. They have other things that they want to get done, whether it's Al Horford, whether it's Dame Lillard. Like there's stuff out there that they want to get done. And the idea that they can sit on this Jonathan Kuminga salary, they can sit on this Jonathan Kuminga qualifying offer, they can sit on this stuff, that's not advantageous for them. And remember, they are geared to one thing and one thing only. Number 5 for Steph. That's it. They're not, we'll wait it out, we'll see. No, Steph's 37 years old. We're on the anniversary of the day he saved America. They want to do everything they can for him, and they want to do it right now. They can't push it off till February, because who knows where they'll be in February. They tried that last offseason. It worked for where they were, but ultimately they didn't get to where they want to go. This team isn't, the success of the Golden State Warriors isn't making the playoffs, making the play, and being a top 6. Right. This is a dynasty with one of the greatest players we've ever seen. The goal, just like it is with LeBron James, there is one outcome for every season, and it's to win a championship. If the Golden State Warriors don't win a championship, their season was a failure. They're taking steps to win a championship. All of that 2 timeline stuff, that's dead. Building for the future, not even there yet. It is to win Steph Curry a championship. And this, they know, or at least I think most people in that organization know, Jonathan Kuminga is not part of that because Steve Kerr doesn't want him to be. Now, you can make a decision on Steve Kerr. If you love Jonathan Kuminga that much, you can make a decision on Steve Kerr, but you better clear it with the hierarchy first.
Right.
And there's only one hierarchy in Golden State that matters. And if he says no, the answer is no.
The Warriors they ruined this thing a long time ago to the point now where in this specific thing, in my opinion, with Jonathan Kuminga, there is no positive outcome. Like I said earlier, at least publicly, there is no positive outcome. You have to decide if you're Joe Lacob, if you're Mike Dunleavy Jr., if you're Steve Kerr, what bad decision would you rather make? And I'll be honest with you, that's their perception. I don't think the trade, based on the market and all this other stuff, is that bad of a decision. You get a guy like Devin Carter who can kind of potentially take the place of a Gary Payton II, who you lost. You do whatever with Sarge. You have your money freed up so you can go get whoever you want, Al Horford or whoever, and you can go handle that. And you don't have a situation where you got somebody that you don't want around in the building. I don't think the trade is necessarily a bad situation if you're really thinking about it. Publicly, they'll get destroyed, though. So you can do that, or everything that you just mentioned, you can bring this guy back.
Yep.
Because you're prideful.
Yep.
And you don't want to be embarrassed. You have no positive public outcome, at least in this situation. You messed this up years ago. So which bad decision do you want to go with? That's what they're being faced with right now. And they're hoping somebody can come in and save them. And like I've said all along, I'm Scott Perry, maybe somebody will come in and save you. Maybe there'll be a better offer. Maybe you'll get an offer that you think is better, or you just don't have to deal with the Kings. Maybe it's an equal offer and you just don't want to say we got undressed by Scott Perry. Maybe that'll happen. Let's see it happen. I'm still stone cold sitting on the top rope. I'm looking at my watch. I'm still waiting. 5 days later, I'm still looking. That team hasn't come around yet.
The great thing is he didn't have a watch on. He just looked at his wrist. So iconic. Everybody uses it. That man does not have a watch on. He's in the Royal Rumble. Yeah. And yep, Austin's still looking. Then he puts it to his ear. Like, nothing going on.
Rollies don't tick, Steve.
Neither do invisible watches. And if anybody knows that Rolexes wouldn't.
That's common knowledge.
I didn't know that.
You did.
I don't know, man. I don't know. We're not going to solve anything.
No.
We're just talking. I didn't get to talk about Jonathan Kuminga last week.
It has. Do you?
You mentioned the Cam Whitmore thing. That's funny. That's hilarious. They just went out. They got Cam Whitmore for what? Two second rounders? All right, man. All right. I don't know if Cam Whitmore and Jonathan Kuminga are the same player or what, but they were in a situation where like, hey, we're gonna move off this kid. Everybody knew. Like they've been talking about Cam Whitmore for moving Cam Whitmore for months.
Right.
Yeah, 2 second round picks. That's what it netted you.
Like I said, they're looking at these other teams, Washington, who even knows that they were really in the conversation, looked at the situation with Kuminga, and Matt pointed this out on Thursday, and this is another aspect of the deal where the Warriors are overvaluing their situation. Not only are teams trying to trade for Jonathan Kuminga and give a certain level of compensation back to the Warriors, they also have to pay him. So you've got to find a team that is going to give you the compensation that you want if you're Golden State, and say we're willing to give Jonathan Kuminga the money that he's looking for, or sign him to a deal that'll work with him. It's not just a trade. The team has to say, hey, we'll give you the players and the draft compensation you want, and we're going to give him $17 to $20 million a year. Washington looked at that, was like, if they were really an option, I question it. But if they were really an option, like, we like Jonathan Kuminga. We might want to give you the draft compensation, maybe even the players, but all 3 draft compensation players and pay him. Nah, we'll just go get Cam Whitmore for two second rounders.
Yep.
Once again, ask Scott Perry, go find somebody that's going to give you all 3 Warriors. Good luck. Warriors and Kuminga at this point.
Hey, man, and if you get it, salute.
That's it.
Good.
That's
salute
it.
to
If
Mike
you find
Dunleavy.
it, big
Salute
ups.
to Jonathan Kuminga and his team. If you're able to pull this off to what you're happy with, again, I have no idea what dollar figure. I don't know if there were dollar figures discussed between Jonathan Kuminga, the Warriors, and the Kings. I got one. It's not strong enough to recite. I don't. And it's not from someone who's like, that's cool. If I get that number somewhere else. And I never heard it. Like from I wasn't working on this. I was going on vacation.
Right.
Matt was working on this. He didn't have a number. James was working on this. I think James heard something similar, but he was like, I'm not confident in this. I was like, yeah, I got nothing. Mm-hmm. I got nothing on that. So I don't know what Kuminga's looking for. And maybe the Warriors just flat out don't want to. Well, maybe there's someone with the Golden State Warriors who just doesn't want to do it.
I think that could be the case.
I know who it's not. It's the guy who's in charge of playing time.
Right.
Outside of that, I have no idea.
Right.
I have absolutely no idea.
And once again, this is the funny thing about it. Like when people get all worked up about it, and I keep repeating it, but it is comedy to me. If you don't like what's being proposed, go find a better deal.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's all we're saying. We're not even saying you have to take this deal or anything. Just go find a better one.
Mm-hmm.
Simple as that. If you find a better one, you just said it. Salute to Mike Dunleavy.
How many people, I feel like we're just coming up with analogy after analogy after analogy, but how many people feel like they're overqualified for their job and they try to go get another one? They try to go get a higher position and they don't get it. Mm-hmm. You might be qualified for it. It doesn't mean you're going to get the job. Kuminga has a ton of potential. Kuminga has a ton of talent already. He's not living just off of potential. Like Kuminga's talented, but he's, and that's
his birth date is the wrong date.
Man, facts.
His birthday's the wrong date. Sometimes it's like that.
But, there was a lot of talk this weekend about, the Kings side had this, Kings reporters had this, Detroit had the story. No one from Golden State was reporting this. You know what Golden State has spent the last year and a half reporting? They don't like Jonathan Kuminga. But now all of a sudden, think about that for a second. You spend years. Let's dumb this down to terms we don't like. You spend years degrading an asset. And then all of a sudden, when it's time to sell that stock, you're like, no, this is great. No, we love this. No, bro, we listened.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all are trying to move off of something you don't want. And whether it, hey, again, if they get done, salute. Good for everyone involved. Because right now, unless something, bro, we saw Dame Lillard get waived.
Right.
We're talking about arguably the second greatest shooter in history. Certainly the second greatest shooter of this generation. Got waived. They're like, yeah, man, we're not waiting for your little. So you got hurt on company time. Sorry, dog. You're going to get paid. But yeah, we're moving on. Oh,
it's a wild market right now, man.
It's crazy.
It's a wild one.
It's crazy. Never seen anything like this. TC, hang tight. Man, we're going to talk about Shams, too.
Uh-oh.
Shams got us all hyped up for nothing. Talking about the biggest firework display in history, and we barely got a sparkler out here. Steelo and Casey on ESPN 1320. Hang on, TC. I'm still peeing alcohol, man. Y'all, I'll be right back.
That's funny, Steven. He's in the conversation. He's in the conversation for sure. Some people might say Clay. I think that's where it stops. I think he's top 3. Chris, absolutely not. I mean, I don't say that like in a like I wouldn't go away.
Wow,
it's like $200 to get into the building for now. I want to take the kids and all this other stuff. The lines to get into the stadium are going to be ridiculous. Like if that's a 1 o'clock game, lines will probably start at like 9. It's ridiculous, bro. I wish I had the patience too, because I thought about like collecting bobbleheads and stuff like that, but nah, it's a no-go for your boy. Oh yeah, Aldrin. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Come on, man. Moves are being made. Of course I'm going to be watching Rest Dog Plus. My girl, Alicia Baumgartner, she's going to be fighting as well, defending her title, so you know I'm tapped in.
I watched Sinners this weekend. It was good.
Hold that thought. Hold that thought. Hold
Yeah.
that thought. Yeah. Lizzie, Cam Whitmore looks supremely talented. There's been some red flags with his attitude that worry me. If the Kings were able to get him for 2 second rounders, I'm willing to take that opportunity and take that chance. But I couldn't deny that there's some character concerns. We don't know what he is yet. It might just be a bad situation, but there are some character concerns. I think he's talented, though.
Hey, man, we were holding out for the digital release on Max. We got it. Plan worked out, all right?
I don't want to put that on him yet, Eric. We don't. I don't want to put that on him yet. There's going to be a gang of Dodger fans there. I know that. They enjoy going to Oracle Park.
Remember the Dodger merchandise incident a few years ago?
Oh my gosh, how embarrassing! That's when Farhan was around, and he doesn't control merch, but I'm still going to blame him. Real quick before we get back to the Kings talk and get to our guy TC. Jesse said he watched Sinners over the weekend.
Yeah, I watched it on Saturday. It was dope. I need to rewatch it again because there's a lot of, I think, just stuff connected to that movie or whatever that maybe I missed.
Yeah.
So I watched it at home and all that, but I liked it.
We were going to.
Well, then
you had to buy coffee machines.
Then we started watching. Then we started karaoke and breaking coffee
Joe.
machines. Well, why are all the good girls taken every time, man? That's a great karaoke song.
Come on, man.
That is a great karaoke.
Didn't Complex have the? He's got the plaque in his office. It was like 6 times platinum. That album.
For Joe?
Yeah, that All That I Am album. I think it's like 6 times platinum. That is well deserved because it is one of the great R&B albums of all time.
Spectacular, absolutely spectacular. But yeah, we were supposed to watch Sinners and never got to it. So
D-Lo's never gonna watch Sinners.
No, that's not true. I'm gonna try again this weekend. There is absolutely nothing planned this weekend.
Yeah, watch. It's an easy watch.
Nothing. So that's the plan, is to make sure Sinners gets watched.
Streets are saying, as Brett says, he said saw both Sinners and F1. Both were dope. Streets are saying F1 is really good.
Yeah, I saw that too.
You saw it?
You did?
I didn't see. I saw people saying that it's dope.
I heard it's really good. I want to check it out. It was a good movie. I watched.
Still trying to catch up on Love Island.
Well, good luck.
Yeah, the make sure you watch the after credits of Sinners too, like what Father Says. That was dope too.
Mm-hmm.
That was a good little song.
I'm still trying to finish. I was doing a little family night movie watching the other night, and we had
on the big outdoor theater. or on the?
We were outdoor. I don't know if you could say it's just this big theater. I wouldn't say all that, but we were outside in the backyard. You know what I mean? That's all.
Do you watch movies in the backyard, Jesse?
I've never watched movies outside of my living room down there. Maybe I watch a movie in my room, but
yeah.
We're outside. It's
I don't even have a
we
backyard.
talked about it earlier. It's not even nothing crazy.
You're watching movies in the backyard. That's a big deal. Got beds and blankets and everything out there.
They were what are the things called? Blow-up mattresses. What are we talking about? You get those at Walmart.
I slept on a blow-up mattress my first 6 months back in California. It's a bed. I put sheets and a comforter on it. It was a bed.
But I didn't finish, but I want to. It might be the final Planet of the Apes movie. I forgot the title.
The most recent one, Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, I think.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
So we were watching that, and we got started because you got to wait for it to get dark, right? So it's July 5th. Like it gets dark at
9:45.
So we started watching that. We were watching something else, trying to figure it out, and some people started falling asleep. So we had to get them inside. I'm like, no, let's stay out and watch the rest of it. We had watched about 45 minutes, right? Baby had fallen asleep. Got to put her in the crib. My little niece Savannah, she was inside and all this other stuff. So I go to restart the movie. It's like, no lie, it's like 10:55. We had watched 45 minutes. They said, yeah, 1 hour and 50 minutes remaining. I said, we're not watching the rest of this outside. I can promise you that. Be outside till 1 a.m. watching Saturday. So I watched another 30 minutes. Everybody else fell asleep, and I was like, come on, guys, let's go back inside. I got to finish it though. Look, I'm not sure what's going on in the movie, but I got to see it through now.
Those are like the Spider-Man movies where they just kept they redid it and they launched this whole new thing, and then they redid it again and launched a whole new.
Yeah.
So all of these Kingdom and the Rise, those are all part of the same.
Yeah,
group.
The same origin stories. So the first one was the Planet of the Apes, right? That was the first one.
Yeah, it's like Dawn of the Planet of the Apes or something like that.
Something like that. That was the first one, and they just kind of keep moving throughout life with the apes.
Yeah, it's just like the start of it.
Stronger as a species, and now they're the dominant species. Like humans are
it's going to be the robots here shortly in America.
Yes,
or probably not just the world.
At least the apes let us still live on the. Well, actually, there was this one group of girls. They were trying to get rid of us. So,
to be honest, in those movies, the apes are pretty cool. It's always the humans that are messing it up.
Well, in this last,
I'm pretty sure humans mess up everything.
In this last one, we were completely just obsolete.
Well, yeah, we got cooked at this point.
We're not fighting back. We're just trying to get the scraps of the earth, and they run everything. We have no say so.
Which might be what's happening with the Warriors and Kings. No say so.
What do you think is the holdup? I think it's the Warriors fishing for a better deal and trying not to be embarrassed. I think that's the holdup.
I think the idea of them not being embarrassed is long past. Yeah, I think the holdup. I think in its simplest form is that they're hoping for a better deal. Because you can as a Warriors fan, you can feel however you want to about that deal the Kings offered. There hasn't been a better one put out there. There might not have been. Ask yourself this: who are the Kings in competition with to land Jonathan Kuminga? It feels like it's one of two teams. It's the Kings aren't in one. The Kings aren't in competition with anyone other than the Golden State Warriors. So the two teams are the Warriors and the Kings, but they're not necessarily in competition with the Golden State Warriors.
They don't want them.
Yeah, they don't want them. They're just in competition with them to orchestrate
with their pride.
That's it. Well, that's facts. Let's get to the Elk Grove Kia talk line here at 916-909-1320. That's it. What's up, TC?
What's up with my two brothers?
So you always start and then reset real quick. What do you think you're not potted up yet? What do you think happens right there? Because you regularly hit us with the What's up with my two brothers?
No, because you know what? I be having y'all on speaker, bro. So
I
I'm
got
gonna
you.
take you off speaker.
I got you. Okay. Okay.
All right. So listen. Hey, was y'all fourth all good, man? Good weekend, safe and all that.
Yeah, man, it was all
terrific.
good. Absolutely.
Before we get into the Kings, right? Kenny, did you see that on Twitter I sent you, bro? Was that a yes or no with those two dudes, bro? What I was saying.
I didn't see it, TC. I didn't see it. What's going on?
I was saying, bro, I'm not even. Baseball is cool. It's a sport. I like it. I'm just super not into it, but I don't have nothing against it, right? Because I'm a sportsman. Man. But am I wrong, bro? Is William Flores trash, bro? And does Butler on the A's, does he play center field? I'm watching the whole series. And I'm like, bro, I'm scratching my head at these two dudes. I'm like, I thought people liked Butler on the A's, right? But dude is making a bunch of errors. And I'm like, William Flores can't hit a ball. Dude is trash, bro.
Well, Wilmer Flores 2 weeks ago was leading the league in RBIs. He's had one of the great seasons of his career.
Is he? Okay. Now, what about Butler?
Butler, it's interesting you bring that up. I'll answer it off the air because I know you want to talk Kings. I'll answer it off the air. But listen, TC, I'll bring up Lawrence Butler a little bit later. I want you to get to your Kings stuff.
Thank you. So as far as the Kings, Jesse, what I was saying earlier when I called in with you and Kyle is Malik Monk's my dog. But if the trade presented itself for Malik Monk for Kuzma, I'm doing that, bro, because not only can they score the same amount, but you're getting taller and you're getting better rebounding. I know Kuzma got his up and downs, but I'm dealing with that because you get the height and you get the length. As far as Perry is working his magic, y'all, and I'm with you, Kenny. The Warriors just don't want to get embarrassed with the deal, but they're not going to get no better than that. Warriors fans, you can hop on the deal or not. It ain't going to make or break us because Perry going to put this team together anyway, with Kuminga or without Kuminga, bro. That's all I got.
All right, I'm going to stop short. I'm going to stop short of saying Scott Perry is working his magic.
Hey, no, well, he kind of cooking right now. You only get credit if you can see this thing all the way through, right? And actually get Jonathan Kuminga. But he gets credit for how this all started. He knew damn near before anybody in America. Now, this is the price for Jonathan Kuminga, and this is what we're willing to pay. He had to have some intel. He did some homework. And I'm with you, I guess. I'm with you. I'm gonna stop short is to say he's good because the deal's got to get done. But he
said he's working his magic.
Well,
that's a lot.
He's working a little bit because it seemed like he's the only one
he's doing his job.
He's doing it better than Mike Dunleavy Jr. and everybody else.
Better than Monty McNair did. But
that's somebody else asked me. They're like, "What do you think? How do you think the old front office would have handled this?" In the words of D-Lo, child, please. They would be so far removed for even being in this position.
Or they would have given up 8 first-round picks.
They wouldn't have had
$125 million.
Those guys wouldn't have the foresight or just the knowledge in the basketball world to even think to do something like this. This is chess and checkers.
We know what they would have did. They would have signed Glenn Robinson.
We do know that. Special Ed says, bro, Perry ain't cooked yet. He just turned the stove on and got the cutting board out.
Yeah, Ed, but you don't get it. The stove finally works now.
That's that.
The stove works.
There's that.
Tilo says, I don't think D'Lo is wrong, but does that mean that the Kings have to sweeten their offer to help the Warriors save face? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It almost feels like the Kings, one, I think, trust the market. And let me not change the words because the conversation with Scott Perry. So I'll ride with Scott Perry on this. It's almost like Scott Perry trusts the market. And it almost seems like Scott Perry seems Kuminga as a luxury and not a necessity.
I think so too.
He may have seen it as like, hey, this is an opportunity that we might not normally have. We can pounce on this restricted free agent, young talent. I mean, we're an old basketball team right now that I think got older this free agency period. Let's see if we could do something to pull this age down a little bit to give us another building block for, when DeRozan is done, when Levine's time winds up being finished. Like, let's do that right now and see what it winds up looking like. And again, a luxury, one you'd really like to have, but perhaps not a necessity. If it was a necessity, maybe they'd be a little bit more aggressive with their offer, because we don't know why this conversation is stalled. And don't let anyone fool you. There was a conversation that was being had, but they do. He does. Scott does. Jesse.
Well, I guess that's kind of along the similar what I'm going to say. Like, they can walk away, but should they? Like, say it gets to a point where, like, yeah, we'll do the deal. Just give us a first-round pick with Devin and Sarge. Throw on whatever protections you want and all that. And that, if that's it, do you do the deal at that point, or do you still walk away if you don't get it your way?
So to Jesse's point, we talked about this on Thursday. It's Monday now. We're days later. But at that point, I was kind of like, all right, you did kind of play this perfectly for Scott Perry. Do what the other group couldn't do. Let's close the deal.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let's get this done. Like you played this great. And if that does include, because I think at the time we were under the impression it was 2 second-rounders. Make one of them a first to get the deal done. Like, you don't have to I ain't saying throw a bunch of players and go crazy, but like, just sweeten up that side a little bit to make them feel like they did something. You don't want to just completely embarrass the other side to the point where they don't want to sweeten the pot a little bit to make sure you get the deal done, because you've done such great work up until this point. Cash out on it.
Mm-hmm.
That was kind of my thought on Thursday.
I feel like I'm kind of at that point too, because it's like I don't think a first-round pick, Devin Carter and Sarge, is too much for Kuminga, and that's not an offer. It's just hypotheticals and all that. But I do think you bring in a Kuminga for that type of value. Like, you added a building block too, I feel.
Maybe that dollar figure tells us something about what the financial offer was, because Sarge is 5 and some change, and Devin is what at his class, like
8.
7? Is it 8?
That's the number I kept hearing throughout the years.
So that could probably get you in the let's see, that's maybe get you up to like 18 to 20. 20 seems too high. Maybe 18 million based on the parameters of the collective bargaining agreement. Maybe that gives us a little insight as to what a potential contract offer might look like.
I also think,
assuming it got that far,
I think something has been discussed, and I think that also may be a holdup.
The money,
sure.
The
money the Kings are trying to sign Kuminga for,
mm-hmm.
and the money he wants to sign for
mm-hmm.
him in his camp.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if that's the final roadblock they got to get through, because the Warriors are still sitting there probably feeling how they feel. But I think that also is something, and that's, once again, to TC's point, guy cooking, Monty's like, bro, I'm not giving you $25 million.
Right. Nobody
is. Why would I'm not going to embarrass you. I'm going to make sure you're good, but I'm not giving you $25 million, bro. Like, I'm not. And go ahead, once again, find somebody to give you that money.
Mm-hmm.
If you can, sign with them. Sign the offer sheet with them. I don't think you can. So, yeah.
And if you can't, what happens next is fascinating.
Mm-hmm. Brian, the garden guy, says Monty was air frying everything. Kyle says Monty has been washing chicken with dish soap.
Oh, man.
You can low-key cook with an air fryer, so I wouldn't say that.
And my coach Christy Harris says Monty was cooking outside on the asphalt.
Well,
it's one of those guys. Hey, watch how hot it is outside when I try to cook this egg.
Hey guys, watch this.
Damn, man, Monty, he ain't never gonna come back to Sacramento, man.
Where's he at again? LA?
LA, yeah.
Finally got his John Collins.
Fine. Oh, come on, man.
Finally got him, Monty.
Hey,
wait, Collins went to the Lakers, didn't he?
Yeah,
or was it the Clippers?
No, the Clippers. He went to the Clippers.
Oh, I thought it was the Lakers.
He went to the Clippers. Hey, this is how
well, it tells you who didn't. It tells you who here didn't want him. Wait, That opens the door for a whole other conversation. No way this deal was being done with the New York Knicks. That's for goddamn sure.
This is how you know some people are starting to come to the realization. I just hope it's the Warriors sooner rather than later. But Securing the Bagleys says, I heard Drew, talking about Drew Down, I'm assuming, is pissed. Drew Down has been, for a while, saying, yo, it's crazy y'all think this is what you can get for Kuminga. Drew's a little quiet now. Drew has seen, I believe.
Kuminga's his guy.
That's his guy.
Yeah,
that's his guy. But I think Drew has seen what we're all seeing. And he's coming to the fact that, like, once again, like I said earlier, it doesn't matter what I think he should go for. I'm looking around. This is what he's going for. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. Is what everybody, like, there ain't no need to pay a king's ransom for a guy that is damn near at a yard sale.
I don't know that damn near is the right way to put it. But there's just so much that goes into this conversation. I'm not trying to pretend like this is easy. The whole point of this conversation started an hour ago is to, like, don't buy into this like it wasn't almost done. Don't buy into this as if these conversations weren't real. Don't buy into this as if the likes of Matt George, James, as if they were wrong in their reporting. Their reporting was 100% accurate. And maybe Dave feels like his reporting is accurate. Dave talked to who he talked to. Ant-Man did the same thing. Sam confirmed what Anthony said. They said the same thing. I think the timing of those 3 tweets was absolutely spectacular. It was really, really incredible. And the fact that Dave put in the Russell Westbrook part told me that this organization is deep in their feelings right now. Because no one was talking about Russell Westbrook. Except for me. And all I did was tweet a GIF. That's all I did. As everyone is well aware of, it's a gimmick. But don't let the gimmick fool you. I'm not tweeting it for no reason. There's a reason for it. And I'll ask you this. Who's Russell Westbrook signed with? Right. He hasn't. Come to think about it, who's Dennis Schroder signed with? As far as we could tell, nobody.
Nobody.
To the best of our understanding, nobody.
Let me ask you another question. Who is Kevon Looney signed with? Who is Al Horford signed with?
No one and no one. It's so what's happening is you're seeing these names out there and you're seeing things. I just saw it with Al Horford. Again, it doesn't mean it's not true, but you're seeing phrases repeated. Mulling options. All right. They say Dame Lillard's mulling options as well. Boston, Golden State. No one has the ability to wait to sign Dame Lillard to next year. Because if the Warriors are saying, Dame, hey, we got a home for you here in San Francisco. Yo, Oakland, Dame, what's good? We got you. We could sign you next season. Boston could be like, oh, hey, man, we know you can't play. We got you right now. And if you want to rehab in the Barbados, fam, as long as you got your doctors, as long as we check in on you, you good. But we're going to get you right. Not that you're not right, because you're getting paid for years because Milwaukee is moving on from you. Again, that is, Shams promised, fireworks and the biggest offseason we've ever seen. I'm not faulting Shams for any of that. The fact is, it just didn't happen. The biggest thing that has happened this offseason is Dame Lillard got waived. And that is perhaps one of the greatest indicators we have ever seen. The Milwaukee Bucks would not wait for Dame Lillard to get healthy. They said, nah, we do not have the time because we've got this Giannis thing constantly lingering over our head. He likes Miles Turner. We're going to go get Miles Turner. We can weaken the Indiana Pacers along the process. We're going to weaken the Indiana Pacers in the process. But we can't do anything that if we're still saddled with your contract. So we're going to go ahead and let you go on about your business.
And excuse me, Russ Dog, our guy, he says Looney and Jordan Poole are in New Orleans. Somebody else talked about securing the Bagley, 216 for Looney. What I'm saying to you guys is, much like Dennis Schroder is 3 for whatever,
45.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Has the Kings put that out yet? Have the Kings put out the graphic, welcome to Sacramento, Dennis Schroder?
No, I got the Summer League roster.
Yeah. Just like the Pelicans, who we know that's where Looney's going to go, haven't put it out yet. Al Horford been connected to the Warriors.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing has been put out yet. The whole point of saying that is that's because things are
because they're trying to work out 17 trades or 17 trades like that was the KD trade, right?
Yeah.
That's their people are trying to figure how can I move. It's not, and none of it is mind blowing. Like, whoa, so and so's in the trade. No. It's literally salary. Did you see what Kevin Love tweeted in that 3-team trade? Kevin Love was like, I never thought I'd be a math problem.
Right.
That's all Kevin Love was in the situation that sent that poor brother to Utah.
Mm-hmm.
He was a math problem. He's helped getting. He's got Utah. Y'all want to tank, huh? Look at Utah right now. Utah is now they're a cap team. Great, good for them. So, but Kevin Love was a part of all of that because they needed to make the math work.
I don't know if this is accurate, Jesse. You could tell me. I think somebody said Anthony Simons still hadn't officially been welcomed to Boston yet.
Yeah, I would not be shocked if you buy your Anthony Simons jerseys. Maybe hold on to that. Brother could get traded still.
They hadn't even had the graphic "Welcome to Boston," Anthony Simons.
Actually, they might have tweeted the graphic out today. Actually,
but I was going to say, wasn't
maybe today?
Okay.
Yeah, because I think they were tweeting some Drew Holiday highlight videos. Like, oh, Drew was so great.
I saw that yesterday. That they hadn't been announced, but maybe,
yeah, I think it might have been today, actually. But he still could get traded, though.
Weird.
There's just things going on, man. That's all we're saying. And I think what you were talking about earlier is there are things going on. Don't be so quick to listen to people who tell you they aren't going on. And these are the reasons why. Like, if you look around, like, things are still yet to be official.
Yeah, the Lakers.
Yes, conversations are happening.
Lakers still haven't tweeted out LeBron's graphic.
Yeah.
I'm still watching. Still got my eye on that.
I remember Wendy talked about that when it happened. He was like, last year when he did something, they were like, hey, welcome back or whatever. They ain't done nothing like that yet.
The Sacramento Kings have called to make an offer on LeBron James. That's not true. At least I don't think it's true. I think E-Biz is on hold. E-Biz, hang on 1 second. We'll get to you right after the break. We'll come back. There's much more to talk about. Man, I went to a gorgeous baseball park this weekend, and I might have seen one of the best players in Major League Baseball.
Jesse said the best.
I don't think that's what he said.
I guess we're going to bring the deep
I
text
don't
to
think
light.
that's what he said. Steelo and Casey on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Which one?
Oh, that's yours?
Yeah.
Oh, mine's right.
I've been fucked up. I just take your charger.
I thought you were charging the remote.
Nah.
That's gotta be a thing, 'cause we can't. First of all, why don't we have a remote charger in here?
I don't know.
Shout out Matt, but where you been, pal?
Oh man, Matt just
And Matt's the
thawed out.
And Matt's the best. I think they came out about an hour and a half ago officially.
Oh, it's official now?
Yeah.
Like, damn, Matt.
Man, that's a delay Ben would be proud of.
I'm almost tempted to watch the Goldberg stuff this week and just see how bad it is.
No chance I'm watching. Man, that email from Frankie hurt a little bit. That number has changed. You ain't get that breakdown email from Frankie?
Oh,
Yeah. I used to have to scroll with that email. Now it's just all right there.
Damn shame.
Yeah, I am not watching Saturday night's main event. Yeah, Daniel, that's pretty whack. Yeah. All right, let's get to the Elk Grove Kia talk line here, 916-909-1320. I'm Manny Biz. E, what's up, baby?
What's cracking, y'all? What's cracking?
What's up, B-Biz?
Not much, brother. So I gotta ask y'all, how do y'all feel about, let's get off the Kings real quick. You feel me? I want to talk about some music. How do both of y'all feel about that new Drake song? I'm gonna be honest. I thought it was cool.
That's how you know it's fire. That's how you know that song is fire. If E-Biz thought it was cool, you know this song is.
Hold on. Look at Kenny.
He's like, wait, Kenny. Wait, Kenny.
Kenny. Let me get it. Look at Kenny. Nah, this is the thing. Kendrick is my favorite rapper, but I never had a problem with Drake. All right, but I want to know.
With you.
No, for sure. I just want to know how you guys feel, though, because I just want to know how do y'all feel, especially him going at LeBron, somebody who doesn't rap, but. Let me hear y'all, though, man. I'm about to get off, man. I can't wait to hear what you hear.
All righty. We appreciate you. No, it's your boy. You want to
go? Yeah. I mean, look, to me, I think the feelings that he seems to have, like if you guys take whatever you feel about Drake aside, like it's a perfectly normal feeling. Like according to him, he had people he thought were really good friends of his who were participating in kicking his back in at his lowest moment. And like being hurt by that, to me, is a typically normal human reaction. And even him saying that he was hurt and surprised by it, that kind of shocked me. Because usually, the bravado, oh yeah, it's nothing. I just take it on the chin and, I'm in this by myself. The bravado of men or hip hop and stuff like that. Him saying like, damn, bro, I was shocked by that. Like I didn't see that coming. I thought we were cooler than that. I thought we were deeper than that. So going at LeBron specifically, I mean,
I didn't even think he was. One, maybe he's talking about LeBron. I think he's talking about a lot of people. When I first heard that line, the first person I thought of was DeMar. But everyone immediately said it was LeBron James. I was like, how do y'all know? And so I kept listening to the record. Like I missed something that everybody knows this is LeBron and not DeMar or not somebody else. Because I don't think he's talking to one particular person. I think he's talking to a variety of different people. I don't. The song is fine. Like I don't like the way Drake raps most of the time, and that's no different than, but it's not like, no, the song is trash. It's like, it's cool. It's the number one song, I think, on Apple and Spotify. Like, people, they turned up for that record. I did feel like before he just moved on, like, I know he dropped the Party Next Door thing, I think, is a little different. But before, like, he truly moved on and dropped something, I do think he needed to address everybody else. He threw his little sneak shots at Kendrick, calling him a hater, and all of these different things. But it was like, hey, can you go back to? Can your first record just be a record?
Right.
And now it can be. Now whatever I hope it is. Whatever he does next, I just hope it's a Drake record versus a response to something. But like, my thing is, if you like Drake, you like the song. If you love Drake, you love the song. It's cool. It's fine.
Yeah, I thought the song was fire. I liked how it dropped.
That was cool.
Nowhere,
yeah, that was
what
cool.
I mean? The rollout of the video, the Iceman thing, I thought that was cool too. I thought it was dope. You know me at this point, even like being a guy that likes Drake's music, any music, I'm not really, especially with hip hop. Maybe in R&B I'm different. I think in R&B I am different. But like with hip hop, I don't hear a song the first time be like, oh my gosh, yo, this is crazy. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. Let me hear it some more. Let me hear it some more. So I've heard it on Twitter. I've heard it on Apple Music. Then I heard it in the car, and I like the joint a lot. I like it a lot, but I just kind of, hip hop songs tend to grow on me more than like R&B. Like, I'll hear an R&B song for the first, I'll be like, oh, this is my joint. This is the one right here. Hip hop, for whatever reason, I don't know what it is. I don't really.
With hip hop, it's always the same for me. Like, I heard it on the phone. It's fine. It sounds like Drake. Drake's back to making Drake songs. I had to hear it in the car to determine if I thought it was worth anything. I needed to discern that. I needed to hear it loud. I needed to hear the sound of it. And it's like, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. I love, Johnny Do It points it out. Clips drop Friday. And then I don't know if you caught this on last Friday. Ty Dolla $ign.
I missed it.
Ty Dolla $ign drops a week from Friday.
Oh, I thought he dropped.
Yeah, so All In is out, which is his dope new single.
I like All In too.
But
I like that song.
I don't know how much of this album he's dropping is the album that we heard, but we heard him 2 years ago. He brought something to us right when we started. I don't even think we were on KSFM yet, but we were. It was this is where we were going. Everybody knew it. So we started doing a lot of KSFM stuff. And one of our first things was Ty Dolla $ign came through. We did an interview, spent some time with him, all that. And we went out to some like Korean, but what was it? Korean barbecue, Brazilian something. And he played an album for us. I'm like, oh my God. And then
there was like three of them where I was like,
then he decided to be a vulture. And then he decided to be a vulture. And
started hanging with the wrong
started running with the wrong crowd, and we never got that album. So
oh man.
Yeah.
Good stuff. I want to see what Iceman got going on, man.
Let's see what Stanley talking about. 916-909-1320. What's up, Stanley?
I just want to know if you all ever listen to the classical music station, 88.9. But I meant you guys you should listen to some Stravinsky or Johann Strauss. Man, that's some good music sometimes.
Johann Strauss. Okay.
Oh, the Blue Danube, man. I don't know if you all can dance or waltz, but you could learn off of something like that. The Blue Danube.
Okay. I'm listening. Stanley. Anybody says, this is some good stuff, I'll definitely check it out for sure.
Oh, Stanley's tamest call.
He's done?
Yeah, he just wanted to talk about that.
I thought that was the intro to his call.
Oh, he just wanted to know if you guys listen to some classic music. Shout out Stanley.
I think Stanley rocks with us now because we like Trey. I did a 180 on Trey.
Yeah, he still kind of fluctuates with the whole Jerry Jones thing, but
well,
Football season hasn't started yet. I saw something was making the rounds over the weekend of Dak Prescott. And poor guy. I do feel bad for him for this. I don't know if you saw Jesse where he says he thinks they're really close to a championship. And they just
I
they
saw
were
that
lighting his
quote.
ass up.
Dak, just show up, man. Just whatever.
That's like what he's supposed to say. And he's the leader. Of course he gonna say that, but
playing for the Cowboys, honestly, seems like it's stressful.
Well, you get paid handsomely for the stress.
Well, yeah, but you can't say anything without it's just gonna be blown up.
Yeah, man. Well, poor Dak. Well, and Dak I'm not a believer in Dak. I'm not a believer. Just not a believer.
I ranked him above Brock Purdy earlier.
That was a fail.
Yeah, it might have been one. I don't know. Dak is like good.
He's good. He's a good quarterback.
All right.
That got talent. He got talent.
We're getting a lot of private text messages today, man.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, people upset?
No, you're not on this one. You're not on this one. Shout out to everybody watching. Hey, so let's wow, here's a phrase. Let's talk baseball for a second. We'll get back to the Kings. We'll get back to basketball. There's a lot more basketball to talk about here. 2 of 3. One, you was outside.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I mean, everybody saw you right behind the dugout. Like I assume you got them.
Well, I mean,
tickets
that's no. I don't know where I got them.
Think about that.
Yeah.
It was a very, very sought after ticket, and you were sitting pretty close.
I mean, everything that I read while I was away. I mean, I was here yesterday. 12,000 sold out. 12,000. And there's Kenny. Right next to Logan Webb.
Well, Logan.
There's the 3 All-Stars and Kenny.
He was in the clubhouse. It was Willie Adames who was right there, and Rafael Devers. They were all in the building. Justin Verlander. And I mean, I got blessed. It's a good look. The team, the squad was in town. Now, look, there's no way that could have happened on Friday or Saturday. Friday and Saturday were insane to try and get those tickets. And I almost gave up hope. But Sunday came around, and I was like, yeah, I can make this happen. But no, man, it was a really good, I can't say great because they didn't sweep. They got embarrassed on the 4th of July. That was not fun waiting for fireworks to go off with the team down 11-0. That was trash. But bounce back, handle business the next 2 nights. Logan Webb, man, what a moment for him. He probably never thought he'd see this moment. Coming back to his hometown to start a Major League Baseball game on Saturday. Got that taken care of, got that dub there, man. That was great. And then on Sunday, Giants handling business. Did what they had to do. Gained the game on the Dodgers, kept the Padres and the Cardinals and the wild card kind of away from a little bit, won 4 or 5 now. So I like what I'm seeing from my guys. I like what I'm seeing. It doesn't get any easier because the Phillies come to town starting tonight. That's going to be crazy. And we missed Zach Wheeler because he had a 1-hit complete game on Sunday. So it looks like we'll miss him. But they still got I saw the odds for the Cy Young Award, the National League. The Phillies got 3 of the top 6 odds for Cy Young Award winner in the National League. It's ridiculous. And then you got the Dodgers coming in over the weekend. So they're going to have to figure out something. The Giants messed themselves up because they had the soft part of their schedule, and they just completely just wasted it. The Marlins, White Sox, Diamondbacks, 3 series right there I think it was a 3-gamer, a 3-gamer, and a 4-gamer. So you're looking at 10 games. I mean, that had to be go 7-3, 8-2 in that stretch. And I think they went 4-6. Might have went 3-7. Yeah, they got swept by the Marlins, lost 2 of 3 to the White Sox, and then they split with the Diamondbacks. That's just awful. 3 of 7 and 3-7 in that 10-game stretch is brutal.
Yeah,
then you throw the A's on there too. I guess you could throw that.
So, and that's what the 2 out of 3 wasn't good enough.
I mean, it was okay. Like I said, you gained a game in the West. I'm not really looking at the West right now. I've directed my attention towards the wild card, and I think you are in the lead for that final wild card spot, a half game ahead of the Padres. I think they're a full game ahead of the Cardinals, might be 2.5 ahead of the Reds. And that's kind of where I've turned my attention. So, just get into the postseason. And really with the Giants and their situation, I'm not saying this is championship or nothing like that, but the way those all-stars that they have are pitching, when you talk about Logan Webb, when you talk about Robbie Ray, when you talk about Randy Rodriguez, who is one of the top bullpen pitchers in the game, relief pitchers in the game today. If you can just get into a series, if you can get into a series and you're throwing out Logan Webb and Ray in 4 of the 5 games, in a 5-game series potentially, or if you get into the 7-game series and you're throwing out those 2 and then, who knows steps up in the other games. Okay. I'm wanting to see what that looks like. So, their killer right now is they blew that 10-game stretch. Well, I guess it was I keep saying 10. I guess it was a 13-game stretch where they ended up going 5-11 or something like that. Or I don't even know if that's 13 games, but you get what I'm saying. The A's are part of that, and they took 2 out of 3 to keep them above water. But
let's see what Leezy talking about here. 916-909-1320. Leezy, what's happening, baby?
Yo, D-Lo and Casey, what's up, guys?
What's up, Leezy? How you doing, man?
Good. Hey, I don't know nothing about baseball. I was calling about basketball, bro. Hey, Casey, D-Lo. Hey, guys, quick question. I know I'm kind of late to the topic, but who do you guys think has the higher ceiling next season, Nick Clifford or Devin Carter? And I don't even care if Devin Carter's on the Warriors. Just because you're on the Warriors don't make you good. You can ask D'Angelo Russell about that and other players. But I was just really curious, who do you guys think will be better going forward? Because we've seen a little bit of Carter, but it hasn't been that amazing. And the highlights I've seen of Nick is good, but it's different when you actually go out there with the pros,
Yeah, it's tough for me to say without seeing Nick in any type of professional setting. I'm not sure. If you really wanted to ask the question, Lazy, you should have threw my boy Maxine Renaud on that. I would have said Maxine has the higher ceiling of all 3 of those guys. But I do want to stay consistent. I'm not super sold on Devin Carter. I'm willing to include him in a trade, really in a heartbeat. But I'm also going to give him a little grace for the rookie season he had last year. And if he's with the Kings or anybody else and has an opportunity to have a full training camp, have a summer league, ease his way into the rotation, maybe he looks a little different. So before I completely write him off, I would give him that opportunity. If I was somebody in the NBA, once again, if I'm the Kings, I'm moving him to get Jonathan Kuminga. Like, that's just what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
But
I'll say this. I hope you're right about Devin Carter. I give young players a lot of grace. For some reason, I've given Devin very little. And I think
the opening night fit.
That's a big part of it. It's a big part of it. It really, I think, is my frustration with Monty McNair and that front office, in that this organization even no matter what you thought of DeMar and that signing in the moment, if you were super high on it, if you were sketchy about it, whatever it was, like, you knew you needed a player, like you needed a guy, you needed a draft pick to play for you.
Mm-hmm.
And Devin not being available, like, that was frustrating.
Mm-hmm.
And then when the season starts and it's kind of going the way that it's going, and you're like, man, it would have been nice to have a young ball player here to kind of help this group. And then you look around and you see the way that some other players in the league are playing who were drafted after him. And now you're throwing your hands up like, this is same old King stuff right here. So and then you have the Trista story, right? So maybe it's like, I'm just not really feeling Devin, but haven't given his game a fair evaluation. He was obviously terrible before going to the G League, but we said this, and I feel like we were pretty consistent with it. Like, he was put in a brutal spot. It wasn't his fault.
Right.
He was drafted on a team that needed him to play that stunk far worse than they should have. So when he finally got healthy, they really needed his ass to play. Mm-hmm. And before he ever steps on the court, his coach is fired. So he was, as much as we talk about the situations that the Sacramento Kings were in, and Domas and Doug and all of these different guys, because of a variety of different things, Devin, truth be told, might have had it worse than anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And I should give him a lot more leeway than that. So if nothing comes about with Jonathan Kuminga or anyone else, Devin, if you saw something in him at the end of the season, I know there were moments where we're like, okay, he's a little something. Okay, I get it. I'm going to need him he needs to be good.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's a guy who could, if he elevates a little bit, even if you want to call this a true rookie season for him, he's a guy who could elevate this team a little bit. But that position is a problem right now.
Yeah, big time. He had the only good moment of the play-in.
Well, he did.
Only moment.
He actually had the very last moment in the play-in.
He did, man. So, yeah, we'll see what happens with Devin here or somewhere else. We were talking about baseball, and it reminded me, because we probably won't get back to this. I do want to answer what TC was talking about earlier when he asked about Lawrence Butler of the A's. I do feel like, and maybe this is unfair, I feel like Lawrence, who I was really high on as a player coming into the season, has been affected by everything that's going on here in Sacramento. I don't know if the most is Severino, so it's not the most, but has been affected. And I'm falling short of saying he's pouted about it. Like, he's been the one that's always reminded people publicly, like, yeah, it's not a big league stadium, so da-da-da-da-da. And his performance hasn't been nearly what I thought it would be. And I don't know. I just feel like he's left a little to be desired. And I feel like he pouted a little bit since being in Sacramento, and disappointed in seeing that from him. I was watching this game yesterday when I was at the game, and like, I understand it's not the best situation for the game. It's a AAA ballpark. Like, you can't. I've said that a number of different times. You can't get around that. Nobody ever. It's a AAA ballpark, but the other team out there playing too.
Mm-hmm.
And they beat your ass every time they come here. So something works for them. Something works for them. What are we doing if we're Severino or Lawrence Butler or anybody else out here complaining? What is that going to do for you? You're still in the major leagues. You've got a record. You've got stats, all this other stuff. Go out there and play. Try to do what's best to get a W. Nobody wants to hear about you crying all the time. I know they've got a lot of the lackeys and, media people in the Bay Area, and the Ben Rosses and Susan Slessers and AJ Przinsky's, who are all like, oh, it's so sad what's going on. This is like, yeah, I get it. Cool, whatever. They still got a game to play. They got to win. Stop the crying and produce. Severino, you so worried about what's going on here in Sacramento. Why don't you pitch better? Why don't you just be better? How about that? Instead of crying and complaining, they ain't getting you nowhere. So I feel like Lawrence Butler is falling into that a little bit this year here in Sacramento. So I don't know. I was thinking about this yesterday, also leaving the ballpark. I was like, it's pretty cool, man. Major League Baseball here. Like, this is pretty dope. I took a walk over to Tower Bridge to get back to the car and all this other stuff. Like, this is pretty dope. The one thing I'll say, and I don't know if they can fix it, but if the A's were to stay here for a long time, if they were to get a team and they had to be at that ballpark for a little bit, I think they should try to find a way to get these clubhouses in the dugout. Having to walk across the field at that, like this might have been a rush job, so they might not have had time. Maybe that's all it was. Maybe they can do it, and they just didn't have the time to do it for this season. But if they can do it, they should definitely do that this offseason. Having the clubhouses connected to the dugout, because that's probably the one thing that I see that I'm like, yeah, they kind of skimped a little bit on that. Get those clubhouses by the dugout. Other than that, it's a professional ballpark. Be better.
Yeah, the conversation surrounding that is tired, but I don't like. I love what you just laid out right there. The other team's professionals too. Like they play also. They're playing on the same field. I hate that that's the conversation all the time, but I don't play on it. Mm-hmm. Like if we was in here and, you know, the wake up call had this big glorious studio and Abe and them and Paul over at 98 Rock had this big glorious studio and we was operating with, you know, headphone microphones and, you know, a 1980 system, I might feel a certain way about it. Mm-hmm. And I wouldn't tell, you know, if Paul had to come in here and do a show, like I wouldn't tell him to feel any certain, like I get it. Mm-hmm. And those are the guys that play. It's just if that's affecting you on a day-to-day basis, man, that's tough. Mm-hmm. You're going to have to find a way to get over it. You've got an entire season to play.
100%.
You can live in misery if you want to, but
and to your analogy, because we have all this stuff, like we complain about it and the show isn't good. Well, the wake up call comes in here and does the same show in the same studio and kills it.
Yeah.
Why can they come in and play well and you can't?
Yeah, right.
Because you're too busy feeling sorry for yourself.
They're hitting 470-foot home runs. I had to read that tweet. How long was that? 471 feet that Denzel hit?
Oh, yeah. That was I don't know. I got to see that one again because that one didn't.
I kept thinking is because I saw a 402-foot home run.
That looked,
and that was
502.
I was like, what the hell is 471 feet? Oh my God.
And I'm checking the Carfax because Tatis's homer still looked further than that. And Nick Kurtz's game-winning home run.
Yep.
That was a bomb in the right field. That's a long ways. Hitting that lawn like that, that's a long way. So I'm checking the Carfax. Shout out to my boy Denzel though. Here you go.
That was a monster. We'll come back. I want to tell you about my experience at a baseball stadium.
The D-Lo Gammons when we return.
It turns out I'm a big baseball guy here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I guess I do have something now that I think about it. Oh, wait, what? Okay, I see y'all. Switched it up a little bit. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Big ups to the dope ones. Big ups to Jordan Brand. Shout out Cola Seamoss. You already know the vibes. We locked in. Got bad news in the boxing world over the weekend. Really bad news. Terrible news. Depressing news. Reportedly, allegedly, Tyson Fury says he's coming back for a trilogy with Alexander Usyk. I thought we had gotten rid of this guy. I thought we had gotten rid of him. This is what was best for business. This is what was best for the sport of boxing. That this guy got the hell out of here. He said he was retiring. He even came back months later and said, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not coming back to the sport of boxing. I am officially retired. And there were parades all throughout America, all throughout the streets of boxing that Tyson Fury wasn't coming back, but somehow, some way, he's bringing his ass back. And now we have to deal with his dumb ass for at least one more fight. Terrible news. Terrible, terrible news. And I hope Usyk beats the crap out of him again and sends his ass into a real retirement this time. So we never have to deal with this guy ever in life. Tyson Fury, nobody wanted you back. Why did you come back? Why? Stay away. It's the 13th round. At this point, Drew, we would have paid him to stay retired. I would have started a GoFundMe.
Worst fight I ever saw in my life was Klitschko versus Fury.
Oh, just awful.
Get in on the phone lines if you'd like to, 916-909-1320. Spent the weekend in Seattle, 4th of July. We went to watch the Mariners and the Pirates play. T-Mobile Park is beautiful. Just like the rest of the city, man. T-Mobile Park is an amazing place, and we walked in a little bit late, as we do, but thankfully not too late, because the second the field gets in sight, Cal Raleigh hits a 400 some odd foot shot to the upper deck of T-Mobile Park. And it's like, I think that was like 34 on the season.
Yeah. Around there.
And then comes back 2 at-bats later with the crowd chanting MVP and hits 35. I think there were 4 home runs hit in that game. That's a great crowd. Fun stadium. Not a bad little team either.
No.
Man, yeah, that T-Mobile Park is spectacular.
It looks fantastic.
Big baseball guy.
I'm glad the roof
You
was
got
open
Cal
too.
Raleigh, Casey's got Judge, and I'll take Ohtani. We all got our
If
players.
we
now.
had belts anymore, we could.
Well, Damian blew them all to hell.
Wait a minute, what did I do?
Every time we bring up the belt, you're like, "This is stupid."
Well, it's because you bring up the belt once every 6 months.
Bring it up when it's topical. Hey, who's got? Hey, really? The stupid belts? Mine's trashed.
The Alundra Blaze belt.
Oh man.
In the group text over the weekend, I joked that he was better than Ohtani. He's not when you talk about Cal Raleigh. I still do think Aaron Judge is the best player in baseball, though. Ohtani pitched 2-3 innings the other day.
Honestly, I didn't see it.
I think he did 2 or 3 innings. He's working his way back. They got swept over the weekend, though, so that was good to see. Good stuff.
Oh, yeah. Hey, someone get Oral Hershiser, please. Did you see that?
Oh, I did.
Hey.
No, wait, what?
You didn't see?
Oh, he was the one on the
I'm pretty sure I saw Oral Hershiser get attributed to that.
Oh.
It's almost like they know what's coming. Dude, really have some self-respect.
What'd he say? I don't want to open up a can of worms, or I don't want to. Oh,
I didn't know that was Hershiser on the call.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. Yeah.
So great.
Beat their ass. I hate the phrase rent-free, but yeah, the Astros are absolutely rent-free in Dodgers fans and the organization's head. There was something else. Oh. Well, I mean, it's not the biggest deal in the world to me. I ain't really tripping. But did you tap into to Fox Fox 40 yesterday.
Oh.
Big time game yesterday, man. Big time game. Shout out Jesse. Mexico wins the Gold Cup, but I was tapped in. Anytime you get USA,
I think
Mexico
I saw
soccer,
Jesse bitching about this.
Oh, Jesse was. This was.
Whoa! There was no bitching. There was only truth telling.
This was the most I've seen Jesse.
When I saw a Man City US fan reply, I was like, "Oh Lord, what is going on here? Oh no!"
I claim the U.S. has no fans. He claims it's because the tickets are too much money.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, it doesn't. It doesn't help. And
that man has traveled to other countries to watch soccer matches.
I'm not trying to make it no type of way, but it doesn't help that it seems that they always play them in Los Angeles or Texas. That's not a short travel for anybody that wants to go see. Like Mexico fans, they want to go see the game. It's right there.
Yeah, but like the U.S. doesn't even fill up the MLS stadiums when they play the lesser teams and all that. Like they're just, I don't know. Maybe it is the ticket prices, but for however long, for decades, how come no one's coming to the games?
I don't think
have too many fans.
I don't think that's anything they're going to win, no matter where they played. They played in Texas or Minnesota.
Well, I'm just saying, there's times where they're not playing Mexico where they just don't. It's just they don't fill stadiums.
No,
even the little ones.
No. Look,
is it because they're not good?
I think that has a lot to do with it.
Because people love
Mexico's not great either, but like they're only as good as they can be for their little confederation that they play in there. But like it's your national team.
But I feel like
because they show up for the women's team.
Well, that's what I mean, because the women's team is good.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Like America has an inferiority complex. Like we're not good at this, so I'm not going to support it.
I guess, but yeah, maybe.
I mean, then how would you describe the discrepancy between men's soccer and women's soccer? One team is good and has been, the other team is not and hasn't.
I would say you're right. I agree with you. I think that has a lot to do with it. But I would also say, and I'm guilty of it, I am just your casual sports fan, in this situation. I'm not really paying attention to that team, whether they're good or not, unless something's on the line, either the Gold Cup or the World Cup. That's it. I'm not the Bob Hope Cup. I'm not paying. I don't know nothing about that. I know the Gold Cup means something. I know obviously the World Cup means something. Anything that isn't those two, I'm not tapped in to go see them.
Yeah, I think that's just most fans in general here, which is not a problem. It's just all I was saying.
But like to your point, like if let's just because they're here, if Mexico played a friendly, not even against USA, against Canada we'll just say back in Houston.
Yeah,
they tapped in because it doesn't matter if it's a friendly or a cup game. They're gonna tap in to see those guys, right?
Yeah, always.
Yeah, so I think it's real situational here in America with that team. Whether they're like, even if they were good, like I still wouldn't be tripping on no friendly. I would be only watching if it was the Gold Cup or the World Cup. I'm tapped in though. Like I'm ready for the World Cup though, and USA with what they were able to do in this Gold Cup. I don't know who wasn't there or who might be there for the World Cup.
That's the thing. They didn't have a lot of their top players there. It seems like a lot of top players don't like each other, or it seems like the vibes aren't great there.
They need to get over it, or these young boys might handle business. These young boys might put y'all on the sideline. I'm tapped in for the World Cup though. Like this got me. It's what, like less than a year before that.
Next summer.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready. I want to see what Team USA has. I was on the fence whether or not I was gonna be really hyped, but they got some Brodies on there. I saw some of the guys on there. I was like, oh, I like him. I like his style. Tillman. I like Tillman. So tapped in. Let's go.
Oh, we're getting hyped. Oh, I'm sorry. I just thought we were now we're getting hyped.
I just hope y'all make it out the group.
Is the group that's already set, right? They've already announced it?
No, that'll be like next. There's still teams needing to qualify and stuff.
All right. Well, hopefully they get an easy group.
Maybe Polo says D'Lo and Casey live from the World Cup, live from Levi Stadium.
What would an easy group even look like for the United States?
Didn't they have one last time?
I don't even remember who was.
And didn't they lose?
No, I think they made it to
2018. They missed out. 2022, they were back.
They made it to the knockout round, right?
I think so.
I think, yeah. A great moment, the only great moment that I could ever think of, which was really a dope moment. Like if you go to YouTube, they'll have like the compilation of crowd reactions, was the Landon Donovan moment. I think that was 2010.
2010 against Algeria.
Yeah, I think it was like extra time.
Yeah, that was
the best U.S. soccer moment. Men's U.S. soccer.
That's kind of
moment
where
ever.
it blew up. I feel like where like all right, people were starting to tap in even more.
Yeah,
because before that, it wasn't really.
That was a really dope moment. That was a dope moment. That's the greatest men's soccer moment I've ever seen. But with the fact that it is also here in America, it's been 30. It's going to be 32 years.
Okay.
It's 94.
32 years.
Right.
Oh.
Since it was in America. I think that it's gonna be dope.
Well, hopefully no running back does anything crazy and winds up in a Bronco chase like what happened the last time it was here.
All right, who wants to take their picks right now? Who's the next OJ next year?
Oh no. No.
What, you don't want to play that game?
No.
Oh
no.
Well, look, it's not
emphatically no.
I ain't gonna do it. I ain't even gonna. I have a name too. I ain't gonna say it.
Text it.
I ain't gonna say it.
Text it.
All right, put down your odds for the next one.
Oh man.
He's not a running back.
Oh Jesus Christ. He damn near there already.
No, bro.
He damn near there already.
Oh yeah.
Y'all can y'all figure that out on your own. Y'all already see.
Y'all to know in
already figured it out
particular,
on your
Jose's
own.
always a funny one in the chatty house.
Just look for those that just look in the chat. We still got plausible deniability right now. Just look in the chat.
Oh, what'd you do today at work, babe? No, I just predicted the next OJ Simpson.
God, that's terrible.
Overwhelming odds right now.
Just
in the chatty
terrible.
house. Yeah, hopefully not. And Cal Raleigh will be at number 40 on the day the
Mike Brown and the Knicks will be in Game 7 of the finals.
Tiger Woods closing out his final.
Can't even make the cut.
By the way, for those that don't get the reference, ESPN did a wonderful documentary on a single day,
June 17th,
1994, where the World Cup opened in the United States. The Bronco chase happened with O.J. Simpson. I think the parade for the Rangers,
that's right,
was
Sharks
happening.
Parade going to happen.
In New York. The NBA finals were happening.
Yeah.
Being interrupted by the Bronco chase.
King Griffey Jr. hit, I can't remember the home run, but he was like, it was something stupid. Like at the time, on pace to hit like 70 home runs. It hit like 31 or something.
It's funny, like being in Seattle, at that game, Katie asked me, like, are there baseball players known like LeBron and Steph? I was like, yeah, but there's probably only two. And it's Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani, at least like on that level. And she goes like, why is there only two? And it got into this discussion where it's like, I was like, well, Ken Griffey Jr. was a massive star, but he was a star when there were stars in baseball. And I had this realization that it feels like baseball grew up with Ken Griffey Jr. and then never got younger. Like, you know what I mean? Like there was never like Griffey was it. Oh, by the way, no one else is finding this funny. Joey Bart plays for the Pirates.
Oh, shout out Joey Bart.
Gosh.
That's right. Joey Bart.
Guys. Joey Bart's getting called up. How are we going to handle this? Guys?
I had a moment where we're talking and I looked up at the screen and I'm like, no effing way. You gotta be kidding. It's Joey Bart. And
there was a time where Joey Bart was first segment stuff on D-Lo and KC.
And I didn't take it as far as Danny in San Francisco, but it was a moment.
Oh, it was a moment.
It was like, oh snap, Joey Bart, oh snap. Next Buster Posey. Oh, this is crazy.
Oh, so funny.
And then our morning show calls turned into just Danny and Kenny talking 49ers and me and D-Lo sit silent for the last 15 minutes.
Just sitting there. just sitting there wanting this to end.
Either that or arguing about Draymond.
Oh my God. Oh my God. But the point was, sorry, I got sidetracked. Baseball like grew up with, there was never a phenom again like Ken Griffey Jr. Maybe Shohei is the closest, but like Griffey was, he's different for a couple of reasons. He's American, and like it is what it is. And he was a baby. Bro was like 18.
Right.
And he had the lineage obviously of his father, but like there was, they launched a whole baseball card series off of that Ken Griffey Jr. card. Right. I wanted that card so bad when I was a kid. And then you had the backwards hat, and there's just this extra flair to him. I don't know that baseball's ever had that again.
I'm trying to think right now of the last guy to debut like that. I don't think in recent memory anybody has. The ones that come to mind are
Bryce Harper was
Bryce.
Bryce is a good one. Yeah, that's
Bryce
a good
was
one.
Big time.
That's a good
Tatis
one.
was big time. And
was Tatis as big as Bryce? Bryce was. I wanted to mention Bryce's. I wanted to mention Tatis as one of the big stars, but I do feel like he's a
Bryce. Yeah, because you knew about Bryce Harper in high school. Like when he was in high school. Like,
he got the chosen one.
He was LeBron. Yeah,
he got the chosen one. SI cover.
That's the difference with him and Tatis. Tatis, by the time he got to like the minor leagues, people were like, "Oh my gosh, this guy's the next great one," but he was already a professional at that point. When Bryce was, like you said, in high school, an amateur, we were like, no, this is the next.
Polo L and Soren bring up an interesting. Well, what about, I don't know how big he became like outside of baseball. Steven Strasburg was like a moment too when he was coming out of San Diego State.
He was
I remember. Yeah.
He was big time.
Yeah. I don't know if that was just like a baseball thing or like, I don't think it was as big as Bryce Harper.
No, it was a big deal.
Has anyone lived up to it? I mean, Bryce is really good. Has anyone lived up to it as good as Ken Griffey Jr. did?
I mean, Shohei's not as young, but Shohei was the dude coming.
Oh yeah,
in
yeah, like a
I mean, yeah, he's
for
been
sure.
everything.
Yeah, for sure.
I would say I'd say Bryce is on par.
Okay,
Bryce on par, MVP. I think he's got one in his career. In contention, maybe little less than handful than another. But yeah, he's on par.
He was a really big star. Are Judge and Ohtani bigger stars than what he was?
Than Griffey?
No, not Griffey. Harper.
Oh, yeah, I think so. I think both of them are. Baseball, and I'm a little jaded because I'm like, I'm in the culture right now with a 12-year-old who plays baseball. But baseball is having a little bit. It's a weird time because it is having a little bit of a rebirth, a renaissance. There is a world of baseball that is like really, really cool, really stylish. It's got aura, all this other stuff. As Sarah would say, it's got motion. Like these kids, they got all their gear. Like it's really, really cool. You've got Manfred and everything he does, but you look at the guys like Tatis, like Acuna, I like Deli Cruz. Like those guys are everything that we say baseball needs.
Mm-hmm.
Like they are right there. And the kids that play baseball gravitate towards them. Here's the difference though. You didn't have to play baseball to gravitate towards Ken Griffey Jr.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they haven't transcended into that
Mm-hmm.
yet. Ohtani's got a little bit of that, but they haven't transcended into, people who are your everyday sports watcher or I play basketball, but I want to be like Ken Griffey Jr. because he's cool.
They threw the Tigers on Sunday Night Baseball, I think, last weekend or a weekend before that. I think for like Sunday Night Baseball, it was like Tigers versus Twins. Like it did numbers as well. And I think ESPN and the MLB are back to the table getting negotiated.
Yeah, they are. They are. Baseball kind of cooking, man.
They are. That's facts.
And it's gone down. They've gotten involved in the whole travel ball, AAU, overtime type circuit. They've got their way with that. Like baseball kind of cooking right now.
Going back to what D'Lo was saying, too, it's not as extreme, I think, but like now we know a little bit who the younger guys are coming up too. Like Kansas City Royals, they got like this Castiglione guy or something like that. You kind of knew about before he got called up. So when he was around, like, all right, I know who this is.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, man, but a live baseball game is just so insanely enjoyable. It is vibes. For me 10 times better than watching it on television. Like, it's not even comparable. It is so enjoyable being at a baseball park.
Vibes are great at a live game. Fantastic,
especially when you sit next to Logan Webb like KC did.
I didn't see because there's somebody that might be just
Logan,
turned on
throw
the
the curveball.
I didn't.
Was that you?
You got it, Kenny. He throws the curveball and goes to the All-Star team.
I didn't.
Logan Webb
didn't sit next to him
Logan
at
Webb
all.
gave Kenny the wink like that cat. Like Cat did that one time before that playoff game.
Oh yeah.
Still don't think he was winking at anyone.
Cat,
who are you looking at?
You know who's one of my favorite Giants right now? Like maybe not of all time, but I love him. My boy Willie Adames.
Yeah.
He is a leader. He talks a lot, encouraging. Like he is everything. I wish my son was at that game with me because I'd be like, just watch him.
You didn't take him, huh?
No. I had there was moves made, but not that many moves made.
Can I go down? Beat it, kid.
Not that many moves made. I'm trying to go this week.
I think you need a shirt that says "Beat it, kid." That's your trademark.
That is the saying. I'm trying to go this week, man, because Acuna is going to be out here. That's his boy. He likes Ronald Acuna. So I'm trying to go this week. We'll see what happens.
He's been tearing it up since he came back from his injury.
He another one of those, like,
if he hadn't gotten hurt, he got hurt twice, I think.
Yeah.
Tore his ACL twice. He's one of the new school.
You heard it here first on D'Lo and KC. Baseball's back.
Baseball's back. D'Lo getting season tickets.
Hey. If I had seats like I had the other night, I might.
Dane was just texting in the group message. Yeah, I really feel bad for these fans in their playoff drought. It's really tough.
Okay, wait, that didn't happen. No, hold on. Wait a damn second.
I just really feel for these Mariners fans. It's almost like I've been here.
Well, salute to them. The Mariners were trying to get Jonathan Kuminga too. Wasn't working out for anybody.
Even the Mariners were like, no, Warriors, we're not giving you that.
No, you cannot have a first-round pick for him. Sorry. Have you been following the Valanciunas situation?
Yes. Well, you want to talk about cooking. Scott.
Might have known.
Yeah. Hey, you guys can have him if you want, Boy Scott low-key is cooking.
The exit meeting, Valanciunas was like, man, I'm not coming back. I'm going to Greece.
Bro, if it was the other side, they would have attached 2 second-round picks to him.
Oh, yeah. They would have.
He doesn't want to play anymore. Do you want these picks?
That's a crazy situation.
Oh man,
that's a crazy situation.
That is it's weird. As there were reports last week that said Valanciunas was considering going to play for one of the Greek teams, and Shams tweeted, I think that was today. Oh, it was yesterday. I'm sorry. Denver has informed Jonas Valanciunas' rep that the franchise fully intends to have him honor his contract, as the Nuggets view him as a critical center. How can you do that? Like how can he like Valanciunas can't just go, no, like I quit, I'm leaving. Like I don't know if this Greek team has some ties to the NBA, or like does an NBA contract say you can't play basketball anywhere else in the world? I mean, maybe it does.
Yeah,
maybe it does. This is the first time ever hearing of it, so maybe it does.
Did the Raptors have to let Sasha out of his deal, or did he just say, I'm gonna forego my money and I'm going back home?
He did forego his money,
but he made that decision.
Yeah, I don't know what role Toronto played in it, but I know he left the money on the table. He got it all back. He got it all back when he signed.
Kind of sounds like Valanciunas wants to go home or whatever. Not home, but over to Europe and all that. And the Nuggets like, yeah, we need a center though, so you can keep the $5 million and show up when we need you at training camp. Like, we don't want that $5 million. You can keep that and come play center.
Yeah, I'd be curious how that works.
Because I'd imagine you can't just be like, yeah, I don't want the money.
I've never seen an NBA contract. I don't know if it says no, you can't play basketball anywhere else in the world if you're under contract to an NBA team.
I'm pretty the way this is playing out, I guess it does. Right? Like if Denver,
if they say they plan on
honor your contract,
otherwise, how could you force him to honor it?
Right. Wow. Well, look,
their problem now.
Yeah, I was just about to say
that
ain't nothing we got to deal with anymore.
Yeah.
Trade went through, facts went through, whatever.
This dude Scott knew Valanciunas did not want to play.
We were like, why did he do that?
Hold on, JV. Don't say nothing yet. Don't say nothing.
Oh man,
let's try something first.
Well, shout out Scott Perry, man. Maybe TCU's on to something. He is cooking.
Landed Dario Saric.
That's Warriors better take him while they can.
Think about it. You flip Valanciunas, the guy who doesn't want to play, for a guy who doesn't play, and turn that into Jonathan Kuminga.
Somebody said it earlier in the chat with this Kuminga hold up situation. I always keep saying Monty. Scott Perry.
Mm-hmm. You're a big Monty McNair fan. Everybody knows.
Well, no. But Scott Perry, to a certain degree, he can wait. It feels like he can wait as long as he needs to for this. Because it's not like, it doesn't feel like the Kings have other moves outside of this and just finalizing the Schroder deal that is hindering them, because this move is hindering them from making other moves, like the Warriors, for instance. The Warriors seemingly can't go get Al Horford or be in a sweepstakes for anybody else because they're trying to figure out what's going on with Kuminga. Scott Perry is like, to a certain degree, our offseason's kind of over. Like,
is it? Like, what are you doing with Monk?
By all outward appearances, nothing.
They're not pressed to move him, though. They may want to,
but they have a problem. Like, if roster construction was a problem last year, it feels like a bigger problem this year.
I agree. But it's more, I think it's more of the back end of the roster.
Okay.
Like, you're talking about bench guys. Now, they still need a wing. They're still maybe playing Keegan out of place in some people's opinion. So they still need to fix that. But it's Monk, Carter,
is Saric really Domas's backup?
No, Maxime.
Oh, you think he is?
I think
you
so.
think? Okay.
Wait. Oh, okay.
The Stanford kid?
Yeah.
The second round pick?
Yeah, I don't think Saric should be seeing minutes. At least the rest of the league feels that way too.
Yeah, I get it. It's just like, man, you gonna march the 42nd pick out there.
That backup, yeah.
Okay. No, he's 7'1".
Yeah.
And I guess he can shoot. He doesn't play defense
he can
from
shoot
what
with his left hand.
He doesn't play defense from what we hear, so it'll fit right in.
Actually mentioned that Drew Eubanks is there too.
That's right. Forgot about that.
So yeah, Saric ain't playing.
Priority Sports tweeted about Dennis Schroder yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know why the Kings haven't said anything. He even got the Kings on his on his IG page.
Yeah.
Man. Okay.
Yeah, man.
It's funny. His last tweet was, "Yes, 100. See y'all in Detroit." And then next tweet is the picture of him in a Kings uniform. Man, the game's tough.
It's a crazy game. This market is crazy, man.
We'll come back, man. We got more NBA basketball to talk about. There was a 3-team trade today. There was a 7-team trade announced. There's so much happening in the league that's a bit head-scratching. And I've got a question regarding the top of the Western Conference for you. We'll dive into that. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
In 2015, Boston Celtics starting center is going to cost you a first-round pick. Bryce, I don't think so. I think he's going to be getting some minutes with the Celtics this year, looking at their center situation. It's disgusting.
Would you rather have Kuminga or Whitmore? I like Kuminga's potential, but Whitmore seemed cheaper. Yeah, I wouldn't. I would not hate a less expensive player at all. I'd actually kind of like Jonathan Kuminga, to be completely honest. I'm good with it. Like, I like Jonathan Kuminga. If the Kings could pull that off, I'd be happy. But I absolutely get your point, Leezy, for sure. For sure. Either and Jesse, I could be wrong, but DeRozan, I see being traded at the. I mean, I'm sure Russ, sure.
Yes. Bryce, he could rebound and put the ball in the hoop, like dunk and all that, but his defense is still a mess. Right now, he just seems like maybe he could be a rotational NBA player.
Jay Toy, the thing with Yao was almost like Shohei. Like, he is he was like, we were just talking about phenoms a second ago. He's a phenom. Han Yang, he's not that. Like, the NBA revenue in China is already a monster. No James Ham today. Forgot that on the way in. James is out there on vacation, and so we're going to talk NBA basketball amongst ourselves here as the day progresses. Obviously, there's absolutely no news on Jonathan Kuminga and the Sacramento Kings, or no news on Jonathan Kuminga or anybody. And the fact is, there's been so much disjointed reporting on this situation that you kind of just have to make a decision to choose to believe whatever you want to believe. I noticed some funny things on social media as the day progresses. I think there are some people who aren't really involved in the process. I think there's some people who aren't really reporters who want to pretend that they're reporters. And so they take bits and pieces of what people like Matt George are saying, or what people like James Ham are saying, and they put it out there with like a slight little twist, as if this is something that they just learned from one of their sources on their own. And the fact is, the people who were being told about this deal crossed multiple states in multiple different walks of life. Carmichael Dave, Anthony Slater, and to a degree, Sam Amick. Sam Amick just kind of co-signed what Anthony Slater said. Said, no, there's really no traction on this. If there's no traction, a lot of people knew about this. And Bonte tweeted this. Bonte said there's no traction. But again, if that's true, and I trust all four of those people, man, there were a lot of people who knew some pretty specific information about this deal. We don't have to go too far into it. You got something as recently as yesterday.
Yeah.
And it's like, and I had heard, and I don't know if I told you this in the group chat, I heard something resembling what you heard. Mm-hmm. And it made me think, like, all right, maybe I can figure out where some of this stuff is coming from. But that only covers a few bases. Right. There's a lot of bases to cover regarding how this Jonathan Kuminga thing was covered. Right. But the fact is, here on the 7th of July, he's not a King. Will he be a King moving forward? I have no idea. Will he be a member of the Golden State Warriors moving forward? I have no idea. It is quiet around the league right now. You're getting announcements of trades, and obviously there was a deal today. Clippers, Jazz, and Heat. They completed a 3-team trade that sent Norm Powell to Miami, John Collins to the Clippers, and Kevin Love and Kyle Anderson to the Jazz. I don't know what the Jazz are doing, but like whatever. They move off that John Collins money. I'm sure they're thrilled. And Norm Powell headed to Miami. Maybe Miami feels like, hey, we did something. It's like they're always trying and always failing. Oh, all right, you guys did something. Salute.
I like Norm Powell,
obviously,
so as a basketball player, but Tyler Hero's there. I'm not even getting into a discussion on who's better or not, but just you've got somebody that occupies that position. Do you look at him as a bench guy? He was pretty good last year when he was able to start for the Clippers. So I'm not sure what's going on there. As far for Miami, Utah, to your point, I have no clue what the hell is going on there. I mean, yeah, you're trying to gain assets. You're doing that whole thing, but
Austin Ainge might have to take Danny out to pasture. Just call it what it is.
I mean, this is just horrible asset management. It seems like, from Lauri Markkanen having him there, Ace Bailey situation. It's just this trade. I'm not sure what they're doing in Utah. They haven't even been able to. It feels like pick a direction, like say this is what we're doing. They're just mismanaged. It feels like. Like, are we tanking? Are we trying to get AJ DeMonsta? After a year after we tried to get Cooper Flagg, were we trying to get them both at some point? Like, what are we doing?
I mean, at some point, I don't know. Maybe you don't pick a different strategy. Maybe you just double down on the same strategy and hope it works. Like, they're useless. Like what is that? Like, again, and we don't have to rehash this, but this is like tanking going wrong. They think back to when the greatest team that ever lived was formed in 2008. The Celtics, they thought they was getting Durant or Odin, but what did they do? Didn't, and immediately pivoted when they have the 4th pick, that draft. I think it was the 4th. They immediately pivoted and pulled off the Kevin Durant deal. Or Kevin Garnett, sorry, the Kevin Garnett deal.
Won the greatest championship in the history of championships.
In history. It's facts.
Starting 5 has never lost a 7-game series.
Won't stop talking about it. Utah was all in on Cooper Flagg when they didn't get him or anything close to him. They didn't have a pivot move. They're just sitting here like, oh, I don't know. I guess we just keep losing. I don't know what to do. Like, there's no guarantee you're going to land a number 1 pick, a number 2 pick. There's no guarantee you're going to land a pick that you even like when you put out a bad product. And maybe in Utah they don't care if you put out a bad product. That team stinks.
That's the difference that I've said a number of different times with like Oklahoma City, Utah, all these guys that tank. Is those cities don't really care that much. Like, if you don't win, it's whatever. I was watching it as OKC was being bad. They didn't really care. They just didn't show up. It's whatever. Same with Utah. That's not the case here in Sacramento. Like, we want to see good basketball. As much as people said they'd be down for the tank, I don't think you would. I don't think you really want that. You want them to be better. I understand that. I don't think you really want what a tank looks like.
But making it like, what if you go in, you're 2 years in and it's not working? You're not accomplishing what you set out to do. Like, this makes the Lauri Markkanen thing looks that much more ridiculous. Like, his contract's going to be over before you might just suck. And his contract's going to near be ending.
You know what it reminds me of? One time I had a PlayStation 1 and they had the thing where you could put the chip in the PlayStation 1 and you could play ripped CDs on
Yeah.
there, right? And somebody's like, nah, it's actually pretty easy. Here, I'm gonna give you the step-by-step instructions of how to do this. And I'm following the instructions. I'm taking everything apart. I'm doing whatever. And halfway through, I was like, this part won't go back in here. I've broken the PlayStation. It's broke. That's what a tank could be 2 years in. Like, oh, if you just follow this is how you get better. And then 3 years in, we picked the wrong guy. This thing is broke. I don't know what we do now. Everybody getting fired.
Kenny, Utah Jazz this PlayStation. Man.
So I mean that you laid it out. That's exactly how it could happen. Like you think, like, yeah, tank, it's just so simple. What if you picked the wrong guy? What if you picked the wrong guy for 2 straight years? Now you're just be bad for 3 years. It's turned into just be bad for 7 years. And you're still chasing. So, but we don't need to rehash that. Like everybody can have their own opinion on that. The Utah Jazz, I felt like, I guess I'm just wrong. I felt like they had like a Oklahoma City Thunder, like treasure trove of picks.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm looking at this right, it's not really that. Like they got their own picks. In 31, they have Phoenix's pick. Outside of that, it's like 2027. 2 most favorable of Utah, Cleveland, and Minnesota. Then other to Phoenix. They got a Lakers top 5 protected pick. I guess they got some of them, but I was thinking to see, like, remember at one time we thought Utah and OKC had like all the picks in the first round?
Mm-hmm.
That's what it felt like. But just looking at this, maybe not. So once again, I'm not sure.
Did OKC in Houston? I feel like it was OKC and someone else.
It was Utah. Like Utah was collecting them, but just looking at it right here, I guess they got a few, but it's not like OKC. Nobody.
Well, nothing is like OKC.
Nothing's like
nothing. Absolutely.
San Antonio's
nothing.
another one who had a lot of first round picks.
Bradley Beal is headed towards a buyout with Phoenix. I'm fascinated to know what that looks like because the buyout should be every single dollar he's owed. Look, we talked a lot about leverage today.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about the Kings, their stake in Kuminga, the Warriors, their lack of stake in Kuminga, what the market looks like, all of these different things. If I'm Bradley Beal's agent, this is simple. I don't want to be here. That's fine, but I'm perfectly content being here. You desperately want me out of here.
Mm-hmm.
The remaining dollar figure on my contract, I don't know what it is I'm making up, is $104 million. We will leave for $104 million. And if you want to negotiate, that's fine. We can leave for $103 million. But if you think this is going to be some grandstand negotiation where we hug each other on the way out, no. You have made it publicly and privately clear you don't want my client here. Pay him to leave. The Bucks did. Different. But essentially, the Bucks paid Dame Lillard to leave. You will pay my client to leave.
I'm with you on that one. The only thing that I would have a conversation with if I was Bradley Beal and you were my agent is like, look, man, I want to play basketball.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think they're going to let me play basketball. If 104 is what I have left, if getting 95 of that gets me somewhere where I can play basketball, they don't have to know that's where I'm going. But fine. I want to play basketball. I don't want to not play next year.
Mm-hmm.
Now, now I'm doing your job, but if I was the agent, I'd be like, that's fine. You don't have to play on opening night. Like the buyout could happen.
In fact, your history says it might be better if you don't. Love Bradley Beal. It might be better
if they're not budging today, then we'll just be here, and then eventually they're gonna budge. Like the 98, I believe. Maybe this is bad agent, but I believe the 98 that they're saying they want to buy you out for, or the 95, That'll be there in January. Why take it today? Let's see if you can get the 104. Yeah. They should pay him everything, man. And then, like I said, if they want to work something out, I don't know, Matt Ishbia, I'll take 95. Give me stake in the team too. give me something. You know what I mean? It ain't just gonna be like, I took 95 and we're just happy. Like, no.
No, I'm not gonna do that. Because I know what Devin Booker's deal looks like.
Man.
I also know how freely Matt Ishbia is paying 17 coaches. 16 of them aren't here. You're going to pay me. And then I'll leave. You paid Frank Vogel to leave. You paid Monty Williams to leave. You paid Mike Budenholzer to leave. You can pay Bradley Beal to leave. All those guys are getting their money. I'm going to get mine too.
If I was Phoenix, it wouldn't even be worth it to buy him out. Like, just keep him around, pay him, try and shop him, see if he
Aprons,
wants to be
Brody.
traded.
They're in cap hell.
I thought they got below it after KD, though.
Oh, I don't think so. Because they went and got the brother from Charlotte. That didn't bring $50 million back. That brought a bunch. That brought money. What's his name? Mark Williams. No,
Jalen was 30. Mark Williams, I think, was 10.
I think he was 10.
Wow. And then maybe the way this Booker extension happens, maybe it takes less off the current bill right now. They might still be in the second apron for sure. Because they were deep into the second apron. But
let me look at Phoenix's setup real quick. D'Lo and Casey.
But even if they're in the second apron, obviously you have like extra penalties that you have to pay. But we're not doing anything anyway. Like, what am I going to buy you out? Or maybe I'm even thinking like the stretch provision. Like, I wouldn't do that.
They are. Is that right? Are they $11 million over the second apron? They got $53.6 million to Bradley Beal, $53 to Devin Booker, $33 to Jalen, $21 to Dylan Brooks, $16 to Grayson Allen, $10 to Royce O'Neal. Oh, there's Mark Williams. Oh, Mark Williams makes much less than I thought. I was with you. I thought he was closer to $10 million. He's only at 6.2. Yeah, but their money right now with Bradley Beal on the team is $246.3 million. They still lack, and I don't know how Bradley Beal's money would count against the cap once he was bought out. If you just erased it, which isn't how it works, but just hypothetically, they'd still be $40 million over the cap.
Are you looking at Bobby Marks?
No, I'm on Spot Track.
Okay. They got the
Bobby's is the best though. Bobby's is the one I understand the most.
Bobby has them. I'm trying to see because he's got an asterisk. I'm trying to see what that means. He's got them. Oh, including bonuses. So he's got Phoenix today at 220. The second apron is 207. So that's what.
The second you got him. They're at 220, and the second apron is 207.
207.8, and they're at 220 million projected salary.
So that's closer to 13 million. Yeah. So obviously obviously the numbers are off a little bit. There could be some dead money that they're putting in here. Oh, you know what? That might include these cap holds. The 246 I'm looking at, that might include some of these cap holds that they have on the Spot Track.
And the killer about the that second apron that you brought up as well is like the way you can trade somebody is crazy. Like you can't. It doesn't have to be. Right. It has to be dollar for dollar, right? Yeah. Like it can't even. Or I don't know. It's a lot, and Phoenix isn't good enough to be in the second apron.
Right on cue, The Athletic reports the Suns and Beal are increasingly optimistic that the two sides will agree to terms on a buyout. Again, those terms are pay me every dollar you owe me. Those are my terms. And if you accept them, I'll be out of your hair forever. The exact amount of money that Bradley Beal is owed. Okay, it's not the exact amount of money. It is about $111 million over the next 2 years. Because I'll tell Phoenix, hey, fam, just assume I'm opting in. 53.6 this year and a 57.1 player option next year. Again, just assume I'm opting in, Phoenix.
And when you buy somebody out like that, like they buy him out, they pay him the 111, like then, because the difference would be like a stretch.
Like they write him a check. Yeah, it's not the same as a stretch provision. It's not what happened with Dame. They're paying Dame, I think, for 5 years.
See,
that's what the stretch is. I don't know if just envisioning they cut him a check for $111 million and he leaves. I don't think that's how it works, but that'd be pretty amazing if it was.
Oh my goodness!
Remember when Mike took a buyout? Was it from the Hawks? Mike Bibby?
Yeah,
I think he took a buyout from the Hawks
to go to Miami,
and he went to
the Knicks.
I was going to say the Knicks.
I think it was the Knicks,
and he got nothing. Like he was like, just let me go. And he took no money and went, I think it was to the Knicks. Worst buyout stipulation ever. Man.
Yeah.
Worst buyout stipulation ever.
I'm not sure what Phoenix is going to be doing. But you mentioned, we didn't even get the particulars, but they signed Devin Booker and kept him there for a while.
That's the 150, right?
Yeah. I think it was a 3-year, $150 million extension. 2 years.
No, it's 2.
2-year, $150 million extension. 75 per year.
Yeah, Spot Track doesn't have that on because he has 2 years. So he has this upcoming year at 53.1. 26-27 will be 57 million. 27-28 will be 61. This new contract, man. Shout out Devin Booker.
Over the next 5 seasons, Devin Booker will make $321 million.
One more time?
Over the next 5 seasons, I guess starting this upcoming season.
Yeah.
$321 million. Devin Booker might be like inching towards what is it, $750 million when this is all said and done, because I'm sure so far he's made $150 million at least.
Well, there is a way to find out.
Let's find out. Let's find out.
There is a way to find out.
Let's go.
So, let's go over some parameters real quick.
Okay.
Jesse's getting situated in the studio. Bring Jesse here onto the screen. So I got Spot Track here. They have not made the additions of the contract extension that I believe was signed yesterday.
Okay.
Are we going with what he has earned to date? Or are we going with what he will earn at the end of his current contract before these 2 years kick into play?
Wait, we're doing Devin Booker?
Booker.
The question was...
And you know how much he's making the next 3 years, Casey?
No, I don't know. I'm
you
doing...
Just
You
said
just
it.
said it. He just...
Oh, the next 3 years.
So then we have to do up to date, to this date.
Yeah.
To this day?
Were
And
you
that
on
was the
Spot Track?
question.
No, he that was in an article.
Okay.
I'll back my guy on this
Okay,
one.
I'm just saying.
That was in an article.
I
I got your back on this one. I got you.
So I think we do
I got you.
to date
do it to
because
this date.
we'll just
Okay.
add 325.
To this date. So Devin Booker, and let's be clear, this number is going to drastically change. Devin Booker, so far 10 years in the league, the former number 13 overall pick in the 2015 NBA draft, the former number 13 overall pick in the 2015 NBA draft, 10 years in the league for Devin Booker. the highest amount he earned, this is basketball, this isn't hard to figure out, especially with the player, the caliber of Devin Booker, was last year. It was $49 million. We just went over the earnings of what the next 3 years are going to look like.
Deal kicks in this season?
No.
Or next season?
No, the deal doesn't kick in for 3 years.
Oh, I got you.
He signed one of those extensions. So he was extension eligible because of the Supermax. They added those two. And again, the number you're going to get today is going to be drastically different in 3 years, and it's going to be a whole different world in 5. So the highest amount of money that Devin Booker has earned so far is $49.2 million. That's 10 seasons in the league for Devin Booker, the former number 13 overall draft pick in the 2015 NFL draft. Kenny's feeling confident. He ain't even writing the number. He's looking at the TV.
It's already written.
Many people are going to be led to believe that he's cheating because of that.
It was written.
Let me pull the standings right now for those that are unaware.
It's a little fishy, but
it is.
What do you mean fishy? What are we talking about?
It is currently 10-4 right now in favor of Jesse Tapia, and I believe the season ends August 1st. Gentlemen, how much money has Devin Booker made to date? KC goes $207 million. Jesse goes $218 million. In 3 years, the number is going to be 387. In 5 years, that number is going to top nearly $600 million. But today, the number is $215,788,653 in one of the most closely contested games in history. Jesse Tapia, within $3 million, has won his 11th matchup of the season.
Job's not finished.
And KC is watching this season slip away.
You know, the car just won't turn over. You know, the engine just won't turn over. I'm feeling like my girls, the Aces right now. It's just not turning over.
We're on to Cincinnati.
DJ Skyhawk says Casey is devastated. Cole says Casey is washed. Jesse pointing at the WrestleMania sign. Man.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. There is a moment where Casey's doing the dances. I'm waiting for you to read. Like, damn it! It's really gonna suck if Casey got it right.
I'm just, like I said, the car just won't turn over, man.
Hang in there, buddy.
Damn.
Hang in there.
When's the season over? August 1st?
August 1st.
August 1st. Man. Will Z says, see, Kenny, this is what happens when you run it back. Went for the same plan as last year. Feels like a shot.
We'll come back. We'll let Kenny catch his breath. We'll take our last commercial break, as good old JR would say. And we'll take it to the top of the hour here, talking NBA basketball. Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Ham bomb.
Ham?
Ham.
James?
Yep.
Okay. Thought I had James on push notifications. Maybe I turned them off.
Using part of the Kevin Herter TPE to acquire Dennis Schroder.
Part of it?
Yeah, it says using part of the 16.8.
Huh. All right. Deal should be completed in the next day or so. Kings will acquire a future second. Detroit lands a trade exception. All right.
Shout out James Ham, breaking news from his vacation.
All right, Hammer.
Aldrin, I don't know. I just don't know.
That's bizarre. Bizarre.
I watched the very surprising Seattle team yesterday going to New York and go to work on the Liberty. Didn't see that coming. Skylar Diggins is a good ball player. Skylar Diggins is.
I'll go a step further. Skylar Diggins became a good ball player. Like she wasn't when she started, and she has gotten significantly better.
She is a PG. That's actually a good question. By Girl Joy. I would say Super Bowl's more likely. I don't think they give him another.
Is that the Bengals wide receiver? Yeah, TJ Hushmanzada. That's what it is. Yeah.
I don't think they're giving him.
He got pretty damn close this year.
Did he get close? I can't remember because we thought it was going to be close, and then like Josh.
I think it was very close. Josh Allen MVP.
We all thought it was like going to be really close.
Oh, maybe I'm wrong. No, it was close. Yeah. I scrolled through this a little too fast. Josh Allen got 27 first place votes and Lamar got 22.
Okay.
It was
it all? Maybe it was all pro. Something that I thought. I don't know. Could be making it all up.
No, Lamar got all pro, and Josh Allen didn't. So like Lamar is one of like a couple players.
That's what it
was. Well, some news from James Ham, who I think is in Cabo.
Yeah, he's got the suntan stuff on his nose.
Well, no, James. No. James is not in the sun, and if he is, he's got a hat on. I've learned this recently. Those redheads are terrified of the sun. The amount of times on the way to the ballpark, Katie said, "Do you think they'll have sunscreen? Can we get sunscreen on the way?" And Charles kept saying, "No, you'll be fine. We're under an awning. You'll be great." Okay, we're outside the stadium. Do you think they have sunscreen in there? No, baby, they don't have sunscreen. You're gonna be fine. She even asked Charles, who you met, blacker than you, do you have any sunscreen here? Charles looked right at her like, no, we don't. James Ham live from Cabo with all of his sunscreen on. According to a league source, the Kings are set to acquire Dennis Schroder using part of the 16.8 TPE from the Kevin Huerter trade. Deal should be completed in the next day or so. Kings will acquire a future second. Detroit lands a trade exception. So it is a sign and trade after all with Detroit. This does, so the wording that's confusing me a little bit is it says part of the 16.8 million TPE. I don't know what that means. It clearly frees up some money for the Sacramento Kings, and James will be the first to tell you if he was here and not on a beach in Cabo that MLE, we're throwing the letters around like an eye chart. That MLE
I struggled with that eye chart.
Can be broken. Well, you were blind up until like a year ago. Can be broken up into multiple different pieces. So I don't know what the partial TPE means, but I don't know. We'll figure it out. Or I know what using part of the TPE means. What I don't know is what that means for what the Sacramento Kings may want to do moving forward.
Right. That's kind of what I was thinking about too. Does this affect a possible acquisition of Jonathan Kuminga? Because I remember on Thursday, A lot of people were saying that.
So real quick, Jill, who knows everything,
yeah,
literally,
that's who we need.
She probably knows what's going on with Kuminga. We should ask her. His salary is less than 16, so you can use it to take anything under it. So I guess they don't have to use all of it because he's 15 million per. So I guess they don't have to use all of the 16.1 because it's 16.1 versus 15.
Right. Gotcha. Okay.
We weren't smart enough to figure that out ourselves. So thank you to Jill for that. Freaking geniuses over here.
I remember on Thursday, I always want to say Friday, but on Thursday, a lot of people believe that a Kuminga deal had to get done before Sunday because Sunday, it was said that they couldn't sign Schroder and still have the space to acquire Kuminga and sign him to a contract. I wonder if that's still the case. Like this, basically, a long-winded way of saying, does the Schroder deal sign that they can't get Kuminga and sign him to the extension?
It frees up the MLE because now that we know what to do, it frees up the MLE. But I don't know how that applies to Kuminga.
Right.
So I don't think it would. But point being, I don't think that it would.
Mm-hmm.
What's the MLE? 15? 14?
Yeah.
I'm assuming that's not what Kuminga's team is looking for.
Well, you can look for whatever you want.
Oh, your boy Paolo got his contract.
Uh-oh.
We are going NFL. I love this. This started like a year or two ago where Shams Charania tweets Orlando Magic star Paolo Banchero has agreed to a 5-year maximum rookie contract extension that could reach $287 million. Could reach $287 million. It could.
Now, it's a little less like the NFL because could reach is more like make all NBA.
Yeah,
there's I was gonna say like the NFL, but like it could be 278, and yeah, it could be if they kept you the whole contract.
Yeah, it could be 278 if we don't cut you after the second year, the third year, the fourth year, or reduce your playing time at any point after your first season, or if you don't throw for 60,000 yards. Then we have the right to veto the whole thing.
If any of that happens, you make $7 million.
Yeah.
But it could
no.
be
If any of that happens, you make $7.
It could be $250. It's $50 million if you're in the NFL. All right, 5-year, 287. I saw something earlier trying to figure out who...
that team's solidified now. Like do you think? And we did this with Indiana. I feel like we just had this conversation about Houston. Is this Orlando's team? Is this the team that they're like, this Desmond Bain acquisition, Paolo, Franz, bet you wish the Kings had drafted him. This is the team where it's like, all right, this is how we compete. This is how we compete against Indiana, Milwaukee, New York, Boston. This is how we compete against the big boys in the conference.
Yeah, it certainly feels like it. Certainly feels like they're going all in with these guys, and I understand it. I'm with it. Like you got a guy in Paolo who, you can argue whether or not, like me and you, we could argue whether or not he's a star, but Paolo. I'm just saying, just in general, people do.
Yeah,
like, I don't see Paolo like that.
Argue with you on that.
That's fine. They believe they got one. They believe they got a guy who could be a perennial all-star, borderline MVP conversations type guy. So when you have him, you start to build pieces around him, and you start to try and get a guy like Desmond Bain. You start to see what you can do at the point guard position if you believe in Jalen Suggs and Franz Wagner and making sure he stays there. Then you try to build everything out that way. Like that's where they're at right now. They are at the early stages of, this is the team we got moving forward, at least for the next few years. I understand it. I'm with it. I think that's the right move. think that's absolutely the right move.
Especially given the way that this conference looks. The Knicks sorry, Jesse.
I was say they're probably not anyone's first pick, but I wouldn't be shocked if somehow, some way, we were talking in June about them getting out the East.
Yeah, well, look at the conference though. Like Ty's gone for the year, Dame's gone forever. Tatum's gone for the year. I think the Knicks are good. I think they just went through a really weird situation in their coaching search process and hiring Mike Brown, but I still think that's a good basketball team.
I'll make my jokes, but Cleveland will be up there still.
Yeah, but to what you just said, I wouldn't be shocked at all if Orlando came out of this. And I'm not even suggesting it's a down year, but if you're Orlando and one, they have a talented team, you have a chance to grow in a similar way that Indiana maybe did 2 years ago. And all of a sudden, yeah, maybe you're in the Western Conference Finals. Maybe, New York gets you out of there or somebody else gets you out of there. You come back the next year when maybe the conference is a little bit stronger because Tatum's back, because Ty's back, but you're stronger.
Yeah.
You got a year under your belt together, with Desmond Bane and Franz, that whole group playing together, although Desmond Bane's really the only, major addition. And then you've got a year together and all of a sudden, we could compete with anybody. You make those small tweaks like Indiana made, and I'm going to use Indiana a lot as an example because I love what they did.
Yeah.
But you make those small little roster tweaks where it's like, we get something done.
Do you think, and I'm of the belief, I don't really care what you had to do at that time if you feel like that was the move you had to make. But do you feel in hindsight, seeing the way the market is and how everything is going, it was an overpay for Desmond Bane on their part? Kind of feels like it.
I don't want to know, and here's why. Here's why I say no. If you think that's your guy, like that's the one you have to have, don't F around. Go do it. Now I get the question.
And like I said,
I get the question.
Hindsight, like it feels like you can go get him for 2 first-rounders.
I get the question, but it's like, go ahead, Jesse.
What's the thing? Like you say, like you can get him for 2. Like maybe he wasn't available. For
That's it. So that's
picks.
exactly what
it's like. You offer something big time.
Orlando,
so you can make him available.
Yeah, Orlando might have made Desmond Bane available, and they hit him with The Godfather. LeBron wouldn't know this reference, but you make him an offer you can't refuse. Memphis may not have had any interest in trading Desmond Bane until all of a sudden 2 got to 3, 3 got to 4. Right. All right, we'll do it. Yeah. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm with you. And
I get the question though.
I am a believer of, like you said, if you feel like this is the guy that's going to help you take another step. I don't want to say there's no such thing as an overpay, but you go get him, like you said. You go get him. It's cool. Like a month later, if you find out his market would have been 1 first-rounder or something like that, that's fine. But look, we're right here in a position to contend for an Eastern Conference championship. So at the end of the day, it's all that really matters.
Is it so now that everything is finalized in Houston, is Houston and Oklahoma City now at the top tier of the conference with anyone else who is competing in a tier below?
Yeah, that's the way I look at it.
I think
a lot of people talking about Denver.
I think Denver had a great offseason.
They did.
I think they had a great offseason, but I see them in tier 2.
I agree.
And I see the Lakers in tier 2. I mean, you could put anybody in tier 2. I would probably put Denver at the top of them. Might even go so far as to go OKC, Houston, Denver, and then you can create a third tier with the Lakers, Warriors, and Timberwolves or whatever you wanted to do.
Yeah, I feel like Denver. Like,
disrespectful.
We got to see them play, but I feel like Denver's knocking back on that door for being true contenders again.
I have respect for a team who goes, man, we got our ass kicked in the playoffs because we had no depth. They were able to, the most important thing for them was could they get off that Michael Porter Jr. deal? And they did. And they've been able to add a lot of depth to their team. Comfortably. Well,
kind of.
Maybe not. Maybe not. maybe not quite as much depth as we originally thought, but they're going to hold Jonas Valanciunas hostage in the United States, and he's going to have to play for
they got
David Adelman.
Talking about Denver, they got off of Michael Porter Jr.
Mm-hmm. Russ is gone.
And Russ is gone. Everybody talking about the Bruce Brown acquisition. I got to see it. See it. He's a good ball player, but I want to see. We haven't heard anything about Bruce Brown in 2-3 years.
Yeah, where was he playing?
He was in Indiana, and he was in Toronto.
Oh, Toronto's where he wound up.
And I know more for his outfits than anything he did on the floor.
You are a big Bruce Brown.
I can't wait for them games at the Nest.
Cowboy.
Yeah, I'll be ready to go. I'll be Bruce Brown of Sacramento.
Mm.
Yeah. But
need to go get them cowboy hats before it's too late.
I know, right? I know. Damn.
Sac State going to be like 9-0, and Sacramento's going to be sold out of cowboy hats.
Sac State made news over the weekend. Them boys outdueled Bill Belichick and what's my man's name in Ole Miss? Lane Kiffin. took the boy straight. Took that man straight out of SEC country. That's crazy. We'll talk about that later in the week. But I just got to see it from Bruce Brown. I got to see it. I mean, right now, not that he was a bad player or anything like that, but right now we're going off of one, top, quote unquote, top flight year as a role player that everything kind of went right for Denver. And to just assume that he's going to jump back in there and be the Bruce Brown of 3 years ago, that's fine. I need to see him be that level of player.
Oh, he probably doesn't have to be that. I don't think he'd have to be the Bruce Brown of 3 years ago.
Well, they don't. They're a lesser team than they were at that point. Aaron Gordon's a year older. Jamal Murray,
3 years older. At least from the last time Bruce Brown was here.
You don't have KCP, who played such a big role on that Denver team.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Porter Jr. was pretty good that year. You swapped him out with Cam Johnson. Maybe Brown will fill in the role of KCP, and maybe you got guys that are ready to step up for him. But I want to see it from Bruce Brown.
Well, as long as Valanciunas doesn't go to Greece, they should be in great shape.
Yeah, they get Valanciunas, that's going to be a good look. It's already a good look, even if they didn't. It's already they've had a had a really good offseason.
It is better if Valanciunas is there.
Yeah,
like Valanciunas is a really good ball player.
Yeah.
Like I like Valanciunas a lot. I hate that it didn't. Last longer.
But I agree with you.
In Sacramento.
I agree with what you said though. I got OKC and Houston on that top championship tier. Denver probably by themselves on that next tier, and then you're looking at Minnesota, Clippers, Lakers.
Yeah, I think the Lakers and the Warriors are really interesting.
I don't know if the Lakers did enough.
Well, here's the thing though. I feel like with teams that make a big trade acquisition in the middle of the season, the next year can go one of two ways. The Lakers team is essentially the same. Golden State, as of right now, is essentially the same. So you have the midseason acquisition of Luka Doncic, the midseason acquisition of Jimmy Butler. Going into that first full year together, you have, a training camp together, you have an offseason together, you have things that just did not exist for you as a basketball team the year prior. It's a lot of the things that we're talking about with the Sacramento Kings and Doug Christie and Zach LaVine. Like they're going to have elements available to them that they did not have available to them last year. They're going to have off-season workouts, training camps, off seasons together. They have that. But you look at the Lakers they started out hot after the Luka trade, even before LeBron stepped back on the floor. Or I'm sorry, even before Luka stepped on the floor for them. We talked about it. They look rejuvenated. They look different. Like they are playing with a different level of energy. Luka shows up. Team's good. And it's like, oh, all right. Let's see what this winds up looking like. Jimmy shows up and just undeads the Golden State Warriors. They were in the ground with dirt on them. And Jimmy Butler came and dug them out, and they went on this big run. And it's like, okay, so is that what next year is going to be like with Jimmy Butler and the Golden State Warriors? They just going to start out, and are they going to be that good? Or was that like, multiple emotional highs, meeting at the perfect moment where you got Jimmy getting out of Miami, you got Steph feeling like, hey, we've got a little life here, and things click, things work, things happen, and you take off and have a pretty strong finish to the season. You can go one of two ways. Like, hey, man, they have this full off season. They're off and running. The other way could be, yeah, what happened at the end of last year wasn't real. Mm-hmm. It was that series of emotional highs, and it wasn't real.
Right.
So they're back to being, now, are they going to be a team that, Steph looks despondent over after they get their ass kicked? Maybe not. But are they going to be a team that's like 16-2 at one point?
Right.
Yeah, maybe not that either. And so it's like, what version of the team are you? And these are all players who are, and not so much Luka, but certainly Jimmy with the Warriors, they're a little bit older. Mm-hmm. So, Luka's still young. He's not old at all. There's other questions about Luka Doncic. Mm-hmm. And the offseason videos and articles are telling you he's ready. All right. Jimmy, just keep Jimmy good. He's 36, 37 years old. We talk about the Kings being old. Warriors are pretty old too. Yeah. And that's it's a completely different.
You add Al Horford to that, you don't get any younger.
Adding Al Horford is crazy. How old is Al? 40 or is he 39?
I'm going to say 39. I don't think he's 40 yet.
Yeah, I don't think he's 40 yet either. We got to stop talking like playing at 40 is normal. Al Horford is 39. He turned 39 in June.
Okay. So he'll be 39 all year long.
Yeah.
Good for him.
He'll never play this season at 40. What is the average age of the Golden State Warriors right now?
Let's see. The only young players they have off the top of my head is, without Kuminga, is Pods, Moody, and like Post and G Santo. Those are the only young players they got. I don't even know how old they are.
What year is this? I think this was before the Jimmy acquisition, so I don't know that this is current. I got artificial intelligence says 27.
I don't know about all
that. I don't think that's right. And they probably, come to think about it, they probably don't have an updated list because rosters aren't finalized. So I guess that's all we have to go off.
Technically,
but
they still have Kuminga.
Average age. Let's hit that button and see what it does. The Lakers are 29.9. They had. Oh, this is the wrong year. Hold on. Stand by. All right, gotcha. Portland is 24. Phoenix 28. Golden State 28.2. Sacramento 27.7. Sacramento was fourth. The Clippers were actually third. Golden State second. Phoenix first.
And that's crazy because they add Al Horford. You got Steph. You got Jimmy. You got Draymond and all this other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I would have thought you would have been in the 30s if you add Al Horford, and then you factor in Buddy, that thing skyrocketed to 44.
Oh man.
Yeah. I think the Warriors are going to be a good team. I think they're going to battle for the West is so tough, man. I think they'll battle for, a playoff spot, a top 6 spot. But if I'm thinking top 6 right now, I'm thinking OKC, Houston, Denver. I'll keep Minnesota in there.
That's nice of you.
The Clippers. And then you've got.
There was a 50-win team last year. Minnesota 49, Golden State 48. What about? Did you say Memphis?
I didn't. I think Memphis does take a bit of a step back.
Okay.
They were 8 seed.
They were at 48 wins, and then as we have outlined, the fall off from 8 to 9 was pretty steep. It was an 8-game drop off.
Yeah, I think the Warriors will battle for that 6 seed, anywhere between 6 and 8, something like that. And like I said, 6 and 8 sounds a certain type of way, but that could be one game.
Yeah, no, that's what it is here.
Yeah,
it's one game here. I think the top teams are exactly the same. So you don't have San Antonio getting in the top 6.
No.
Neither do I.
Not yet.
Neither do I. I mean, oh man.
I don't think I said the Lakers.
It's a 34-win team last year.
Who's that? The Spurs?
The Spurs. Full year probably of De'Aaron.
It'll be better. Oh, they'll be better.
I want to.
That's a steep. Climb.
Yeah, I almost want to cheat, and like I could see Portland. Like if you have Memphis at 48, Sacramento at 40, I could see San Antonio fitting between those two.
Gotcha.
This year, hopefully Sacramento's not at 40 wins this year, but
who knows?
I don't know.
Who knows? There was something else I was gonna say. Oh man, I can't remember. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Sorry, it's a little unrelated, but you were talking about the Spurs, and you were talking about like, will they be better? And I was thinking about the draft pick and all this other stuff. Hey, did you see? Wow, did you see VJ Edgecombe the other day? Jesse, did you check him out? Oh my goodness! So I mean, like I was familiar with his game, but I don't know what I think I just saw the other day, but he looked crazy out there. Man, he looked crazy. They play today. I think they play OKC today.
Okay.
He took 27 shots, right?
I didn't see the stat line. I think
he got 27 shots up in that game.
He looked different, though. He looked different. Like the way he was moving, the way he handled his speed, his explosiveness. He looked just different than all these other rookies.
Yeah,
I wonder what it
keep
translates.
it was a clip circulating where he was talking.
Yeah,
to
I did hear that he's a top level trash talker.
That's my type of guy. It's my type of guy. But no, he looked. I was just thinking, like I said, I haven't seen Dylan Harper yet.
I've been so agitated by the Kings. I like when I saw clips, mostly on Sunday, of like summer league stuff. I was like, "What is this? Why are they on a court? Like, where is this being played?" And it's like, "Oh yeah, no, we're the only bitches who ducked out." Oh, I got it. Okay, that's right. Utah didn't duck out of the Utah summer league.
So that's another frustration of mine. And this might go beyond the Kings because the same thing happened right here with the one in the Bay Area. To my knowledge, I'm pretty sure I would have seen this if it happened. To my knowledge, Dylan Harper didn't play, right?
Oh, I'm sure they're
seen
saving
or
it.
Heard anything about Dylan Harper? Yeah,
I'm sure they're.
Why does this keep happening in the California Classic? Like I just said, Utah, Ace Bailey, and VJ are playing. Like it's all good. They're all going to Vegas. But every time here in the California Classic, whether it's Sacramento or Golden State, oh no, we're going to save them for the Vegas one.
Well, Spurs held Wemby is out. Wemby out too, right?
Well, they did.
Wemby didn't play.
They did. So I'll play TV guy for a second, or marketing guy, or Adam Silver. I don't know. Do we know the first summer league? What's the main event?
I think Dylan is going up against somebody.
Well, that's why then.
Yeah.
It's the main event. Like,
well, PJ just played Ace. Didn't they play each other?
But okay, but what's the game? What's the first summer league game? Is it Bailey versus Dylan Harper?
Playing somebody. It might even be Cooper. I don't know, but he's playing somebody.
Okay, yeah, it has to be
somebody.
Cooper Flag.
Yeah, somebody high level.
That's why.
For sure. But my point is, VJ just played against Ace Bailey. That's like 3 and 4.
That's not 1 versus 2.
Opening day of summer league, you can catch VJ Edgecombe versus Dylan Harper.
That's the main event?
I believe so. Yeah, it's the 7 p.m.
When's Cooper Flag playing?
that's Lakers Mavericks. Excuse me, at 5
Bronny
p.m.
versus.
Yeah, Bronny
God
versus
damn.
Cooper Flag. Sorry, missed that one.
Hey, say what you want. Say what you want. But there's your headliner.
Yeah.
Cooper Flag versus Bronny.
And
it's or really Cooper Flag versus the Lakers.
The Lakers always
LeBron will be courtside. Yeah. I mean, they'll all be courtside for that.
Bronny played yesterday.
I saw that.
I don't know his stat line, but I saw the dunk.
You said LeBron would be courtside.
That must have been his only basket because it's the only damn thing I saw.
Will LeBron be courtside in Lakers gear?
No.
No,
it'd be courtside in LeBron gear.
LeBron
Louis Vuitton gear.
He'll be courtside with a hat that says "You can always go home again."
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Something stupid like that. Just show up, the little Laker logo scratched out on the shorts.
No, he'll just show up in Cavs practice shorts.
Did you see him at the facility?
The other day.
What the hell?
Yo, the man, what's wrong with him going? He lives in Akron once in a while.
Go to Lifetime Fitness in Akron. What are we doing?
He knows what he's doing.
Oh, he
at the
absolutely
Cavs facility.
It'd be hilarious if he just pulled up too. Like, I'm just gonna walk around for a bit. Hey, somebody tell him I'm out here.
That is funny. LeBron a funny dude, boy.
I did think that was hilarious. Like, oh, LeBron just stopped into the Cavs facility for practice, huh? Get some shots up.
Bron, much like myself.
Of course.
Well, yeah.
Bron, much like you.
Myself, has seen the writing on the wall and starting to take up golf.
Saw that. Yep, saw that.
Bron hit it. He said, "Oh, that's straight. That's straight." Yeah.
It was probably like the 11th hole. That was the first decent shot he get. They had to film all of them. Make sure he got it.
What really set everything off is the LeBron tweeted, "Yeah, shout out to my guy Mike Brown. Really happy he got the Knicks job."
Oh. That'd be hilarious because everyone would know he's lying. Like literally everybody would know that he's lying.
Oh man!
Good luck to Mike Brown.
Yeah,
and LeBron James.
But that's how they. I mean, I guess we got Brandon Miller when he was a rookie. I think he played.
Mm-hmm. He
didn't play that well. That's why I remember it.
He did. He played terrible.
But and they always skip on the California Classic. Next year they need to handle that. Although, do you think we're going to get some top flight rookies next year? It's Warriors, Lakers. Just say the same teams: Warriors, Lakers, Heat, Spurs, and one other team. I don't know. That's another reason. Like, I would have liked it anyway, just because it's basketball. But I knew Dylan wasn't going to play. Like, we didn't really miss out on nobody. So I was like, it sucks, but it's not like we got the same teams that are in Utah right now, and we missed out on VJ and Ace and stuff like that.
I just don't understand, like, how their games being played today. No one will know how they go because you're not allowed to watch them.
That's tomorrow, by the way.
Oh, tomorrow.
On that. Yeah.
Okay,
but
tomorrow.
You're right. No,
it wouldn't matter if it was today or tomorrow.
Empty
They could
gym.
be happening right now for all we know. They could go into the facility and go, guys, just never mind.
They could play that in the Warriors practice facility, and we wouldn't know.
But they didn't play yesterday's game in the practice. Like, they played it in the arena. You wouldn't know that because there were 6 people there. I just don't know how the league looks at that and goes, yeah, no, let's keep bouncing this back and forth between Sacramento and Golden State. And if it's Sacramento's wish, then whatever, man. The hell with y'all then. Just come out and state it. Look, we don't want this anymore. Just say that out loud. So we don't have to wonder this whole, it's so hard to put on the. Okay, dude, like, Utah's managing to do it.
Just fine.
There's summer leagues. Las Vegas, the Cox Pavilion is trash. Like, and they managed the whole summer league and every executive at the Thomas and Mack Center, at the Cox Pavilion, all around for 2 weeks. And we can't figure out how to put on a summer league tournament for 5 days. It's that hard. It's that difficult. It's that stressful for this franchise.
Bro, and you got endless resources, bro.
It's
not like you don't have the money, or you've got endless resources as the Sacramento Kings organization of the National Basketball Association.
I hate that. I feel like I've become the guy that hates this franchise because I absolutely don't. They just make so many stupid moves that frustrate me. Because if I'm the Kings, and the idea that the Kings just went, oh, man, yeah, no, thanks, Joe. You guys take this one. This is so tough for us to put on. I'm looking at the arena like y'all can't get the lower bowl full.
Come on, man.
This city loves basketball. Look, I get y'all got the Giants. Y'all got the 49ers. It's the Bay Area. Y'all got everything out there. The home of the California Classic is Sacramento because our fans have decided the home of the California Classic is Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
We'll pack this arena. We'll chant beat LA. We'll make it a big deal year after year after year because it is what our fans want.
Yeah.
But they're just, oh no, it's too hard. We have to host 4 teams. All right, man. That's cool.
I just don't understand. I never understood
That's cool.
that. And then it was like, oh man, we gotta get a team together and all this other stuff. You're getting a team together to play literally a week later. What's the difference?
Oh, we just got our coaching staff, and this is just so hard.
Everybody's gonna be in Vegas. Everybody's literally gonna play and coach the next week.
In 5 freaking days. Oh man, those 5 days mean everything to us. Oh God, what would we have done without those 5 days?
For a team who hasn't played since April. What have you been doing?
Yeah, we ain't even gonna talk about that part.
What have you been doing?
Y'all have had nothing to do for a long time.
This isn't OKC trying to figure this out. You guys haven't played since April.
By the way, the Golden State Warriors once won a championship and then hosted the California Classic a few weeks later. Now, nobody went except 40 Wins guy.
Yeah, shout out to them.
But other than that, they had no problem doing it. This team always finds something to complain about, man. No wonder their fan bases. The fan base just mirrors the damn organization. Yeah, now I'm that guy. God bless it, man.
Drop in a Kings real quick.
No, I feel like this is how villain origin stories start. You just feel like you're right. Like I feel like I'm right. And now I'm a villain.
Well,
no wonder they don't talk to me no more.
Well, if they can get a deal done, it'll make you feel a little better about them. I can officially say Scott was cooking.
Yeah.
Right now, he just turned the stove on, and we're like,
but
oh
here's
my gosh,
the thing,
the stove
though.
works.
But here's the thing: I'm not even talking about Scott Perry. I'm giving Scott Perry an opportunity to do his job, whether that involves acquiring Jonathan Kuminga or anyone else from now until the start of the season. I'm gonna give my man an opportunity to do his job. I'm gonna give him a trade deadline to do his job. My frustration lies with the way the organization moves, and there's a lot of people with a lot of questions about what went on the last 4 or 5 days, because there are people adamant that this deal with Jonathan Kuminga was really close. There are people adamant that it was not. And this organization needs to, and I don't know if it's Scott Perry. I don't think it is. I don't know if it's anyone in his inner circle, but they need to tighten this thing up. Because if it in fact wasn't close, there were people in your organization talking to other people as if it was. Now, to be clear, that could have been a player or players that were involved in this.
Yeah.
We know of at least one player who's been talking. Now, I don't know that he's been talking to the media, but you text a phrase that someone else unassociated with this team text me. Almost verbatim. And it's like, all right, well, we know where that came from.
Right.
And so they got things to fix, man. And I hope it involves them getting a deal done that makes this basketball team better. I think Jonathan Kuminga is a good basketball player. I'll be curious to see how his career plays out, or how the next few years of his career plays out, if he's able to play for a coach that doesn't hate his guts. Because all indications are Steve Kerr doesn't like that. Man.
And I think it's, we talked about it on Thursday, but I think it's not surefire. It's not, hey, this is absolutely going to work. But I do think going after a guy like Kuminga is the right type of I guess gamble would be the right word for an organization like this. This we talked about, like, how do you find these type of players? Through the draft, through specific and opportunistic trades. And this potentially could fall under that category. I'd absolutely go and try and get this deal done.
Well, whether it does or it doesn't get done, the Sacramento Kings are using the Kevin Huerter TPE to acquire Dennis Schroder. So that does open some things up for Sacramento. How does it influence the remaining moves that they make, if there are any? Well, only one way to find out. And you have to tune into us. Otherwise, you won't find out. We'll be back here tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Gigantes. Let's go, baby.
Absolutely. Just wasn't a discussion we were going to have. But everybody knew.
Everybody's on the same page.
Everybody knew who it was. Literally, y'all didn't skip a beat. Y'all did not skip a beat.
If that person buys a Bronco in the next year, we are screwed.
All right, y'all. All right, y'all. We've got to go. Head over to 102.5 if you want to join us there, and we'll see you guys here tomorrow.
Holla.
Chatty House. We ballin', boy. We going up at the Chatty House. We talk about it all, bring the family out. Sub to the channel, hit the lights down. And we only going up when the lights down. Yeah, we just getting started. Ain't no party like a Chatty House party. We just getting started. Ain't no party like a Chatty House